Everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you at whatever time zone you are right now. Welcome once again to this live class session. स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का ये लाइव एनालिसिस अभी हो रहे हैं। अभी 1:25 12:30 हो चुका है। लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन है। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे फ्लैट ओपन हुआ था कल क्लोजिंग के बाद। ऑलमोस्ट फ्लैट ओपन कह सकते हो। थोड़ा सा साइडवेज रहा, ऊपर गया, सेलिंग थोड़ी बहुत आई। यहाँ पर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस था एक्चुअली, एक कल का गैप वाला। वहाँ से सेलिंग आ गई है। वापस ऊपर जाता है तो थोड़ा सा ऊपर लेवल से वापस यहाँ से सेलिंग का प्लान रखना। नीचे आता है तो देखो नीचे मार्केट के पास एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट यहाँ पर है आपका 5500 जो हम कल बात कर रहे थे। बाकी ये भी एक सपोर्ट है। कल वैसे यहाँ पर टेस्ट हो चुका है, बट देखते हैं फिर से अगर होल्ड करेगा तो एक फिर से बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। एसएल थोड़ा छोटा लेंगे, जितना लो लेवल पे आए उतना बेटर, क्योंकि ओवरऑल देखोगे तो इसका एसएल यहाँ तक जाएगा तो दो सपोर्ट वो एक साथ मर्ज हो जा रहे हैं। तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा मैंने उसको मिनिमाइज कर दिया। नेचुरल गैस कल फ्यूचर का चार्ट एक्सपायर हो गया है, तो ये करंट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, इसलिए एक गैप अप दिख रहा है। नेक्स्ट मंथ में जाओगे तो वहाँ पर स्मूथ ट्रांजेक्शन है। एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन हुआ था, पहली कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, वहाँ से कंटिन्यूसली सेलिंग चल रही थी। अ, नीचे देखो इसमें एक मेजर सपोर्ट तो काफ़ी दूर है। वो सपोर्ट क्या, वो भी रीटेस्ट ही है ये। 288 के आसपास एक रीटेस्ट है, और ये जहाँ पर अभी रुक रहा है यहाँ पर भी ये रीटेस्ट ही है। कल ये रेजिस्टेंस था, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आ गई थी फ्रेश। तो वो उसके ऊपर गैप अप ओपन हुआ है, तो इट एक्ट लाइक एज रीटेस्ट। तो देखते हैं यहाँ पर अगर रीटेस्ट करता है तो दोज ऑल दोज लेवल्स आर रीटेस्ट लेवल। ये भी रीटेस्ट है। ठीक है, होल्ड करेगा तो इस रीटेस्ट से एक थोड़ा सा वापस बाइंग का प्लान रखना। बाकी देखते हैं। डेटा की बात करें तो अभी 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग हो जाएगी, एंड उसके बाद 6 PM पे इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है यूएस का, जीडीपी का डेटा है यूएस का, इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, साथ ही साथ क्रूड ऑयल के लिए भी। एंड उसके बाद अगर देखोगे ध्यान से तो ड्यूरेबल गुड्स, कोर ड्यूरेबल्स गुड का डेटा भी है 6 बजे। तो 5:30 6 PM इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा, देन 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, 7:30 पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करता है। 8 बजे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट देखोगे, लास्ट टाइम 95 बुलियन आया था लास्ट वीक। इस बार 88 बुलियन, मतलब लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो अगर कम आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। लेट्स सी जाता है नहीं जाता वो देखा जाएगा। फिलहाल के लिए फोरकास्ट पॉजिटिव है प्राइस के लिए नेचुरल गैस में इन्वेंट्री का। यहाँ से देखते हैं रीटेस्ट से एक थोड़ा सा बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे अगर मोमेंटम आता है तो। वैसे तो साइडवेज ना चला जाए, अगर मोमेंटम आना है 3:30 तक आ जाना चाहिए। बाकी और कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह तो नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए। सीज फायर ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, वो हम पहले ही डिस्कस कर चुके हैं। उसके अलावा और कुछ खास नया मोमेंटम उसके अलावा नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए। एंड ठीक है, देखते हैं कुछ और न्यूज़ वगैरह अगर आती है तो ठीक है, इट विल इम्पैक्ट द प्राइस डेफिनेटली। कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछो, व्हाट्सएप पे मत पूछा करो क्वेश्चन। व्हाट्सएप पे मैं देखता नहीं हूँ, ठीक है, तो लाइव में ही पूछ लिया करो, मैं वहीं आंसर दे देता हूँ। व्हाट्सएप पे पूछोगे इट माइट पॉसिबल मैं जब तक देखूँ तब तक अगला दिन हो जाए, कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है उसका। सो रिमेंबर दिस। US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, one of the president's key objective is that the Abraham Accord be expanded. We think we are going to have some pretty big announcement on countries that are now coming into the Abraham Peace Accord. Great news for Middle East. Iran reportedly activated air defenses, reason unknown. The Israeli chief of staff revealed in a statement that the commando forces were secretly operating deep inside Iran and creating freedom of operation for us. Iran turns to internal crackdown in wake of 12-day war. Iranian authorities are pivoting from a ceasefire with Israel to intensify internal security crackdown across the country with mass arrest, execution, and military deployment, particularly in the restricted Kurdish region. 5 p.m. Former Cambodian leader visit disputed border as tensions simmer. फॉरेक्स चार्ट में भी देखोगे नेचुरल गैस को बिल्कुल साइलेंट है, कुछ मोमेंटम नहीं है वहाँ, बहुत ही स्लो। 12:30 के बाद भी मोमेंटम नहीं आया। सी ये रीटेस्ट करता है तो नेचुरल गैस लगता तो नहीं वैसे करेगा यहाँ पर, फिर भी देखते हैं। नहीं 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 नहीं। कोई नया सपोर्ट ही बना दे तो बेटर है, रादर देन रीटेस्ट पे ट्रेड करने के। नेचुरल गैस देखोगे करंट मंथ के चार्ट में गैप अप की वजह से अच्छा खासा ऊपर था, बट अभी ऑलरेडी सिर्फ 2.5% का गेन बचा हुआ है। कल से देखोगे जिस तरह से गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, ऑलमोस्ट 4.5% अप था, अभी 2.5% अप है, ऑलमोस्ट आधा परसेंट गेन खो चुका है। ओके, बड़ी कैंडल भी नहीं बन रही, बहुत ही स्मॉल स्मॉल सी कैंडल। क्रूड ऑयल में देखो यहाँ पर भी एक सपोर्ट है, यहाँ से भी एक बाइंग का प्लान है। बाकी ऊपर आएगा तो एक सेल और कर देंगे। बैंक निफ्टी भी देखोगे फ्यूचर ऑलमोस्ट ऑल टाइम हाई को टच कर गया था। फ्यूचर सुपर बुलिश लग रहा है बैंक निफ्टी तो। निफ्टी ऑल टाइम हाई कब जाएगा, आई डोंट नो। देखो क्रूड ऑयल गाइस आ रहा है लेवल की ओर। फर्स्ट कल वाला ही सपोर्ट है एक। ठीक है, देखो पहुंचने वाला है क्रूड ऑयल अराउंड सपोर्ट। वैसे तो कल यहाँ पर एक बार टेस्ट हो गया है फिर भी। बस कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने। थोड़ा एसएल बड़ा रहेगा तो क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना, ठीक है। लगभग 30 पॉइंट छोटा करना चाह रहे हो तो उसको और नीचे आने का वेट करना। 1:2 दिखा रहा है अभी तो टारगेट समथिंग। इसको अगर थोड़ा सा और डाउन कर दें तो 1:3 बन जाएगा। ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा ट्रेड। क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, यहाँ पर ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी ले नहीं सकते। ऐसा बड़ा दिख रहा है, नीचे भी एक सपोर्ट है, ऐसा ना हो कि इस सपोर्ट को बाईपास करता हुआ नीचे वाले पे डायरेक्टली आ जाए। लॉजिकली तो पहले वाले सपोर्ट पे पहले रुकना चाहिए, बट कभी कभी प्राइस के पास सपोर्ट या रेजिस्टेंस बहुत नियर बाय में बने होते हैं तो फिर प्राइस थोड़ा सा कोशिश करता है दोनों की लिक्विडिटी एक ही साथ ले लें। और गाइस लाइक भी करते रहो सभी लोग, रुकना नहीं है लाइक में। सेंसेक्स ऑलरेडी लगभग 0.74% पॉजिटिव क्लोज होता लगता है। अभी तो टाइम है 1 डेढ़ घंटा मार्केट क्लोजिंग में। नेचुरल गैस में कोई ट्रेड नहीं है, ठीक है। अभी वो रीटेस्ट जोन जरूर है, बट मुझे रीटेस्ट से थोड़ा सा बाइंग करना सही नहीं लग रहा है। तो मैं तो अवॉइड ही कर रहा हूँ। थोड़ा सा कोई नया सपोर्ट बनाए वो ज़्यादा बेटर है, या थोड़ा और नीचे आए तभी ट्राई करेंगे। ये भी टेस्ट हो गया है। यहाँ पर भी एक रीटेस्ट ही है ये पेंडिंग। दिस लेवल ना ऑल्सो रेजिस्टेंस which will act like a resistance ब्रेकआउट हुआ है गैप अप में। तो बाई क्रूड ऑयल में कोई सेलिंग में था तो एग्जिट करना है यहाँ पे। देखते हैं थोड़ा सा बाइंग एक बार इस कैंडल को। चला गया। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में डे हाई स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस तो बन गया है, खैर अब इतना कंफर्म है। और ये नीचे वाला लेवल स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट माना जाएगा। कि बाकी नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा और नीचे गिरेगा तो लेंगे, अभी नहीं, अभी मत लेना नेचुरल गैस में। तीन सौ तीन के आसपास देखते हैं नेचुरल गैस में। इसको थोड़ा सा और करेक्ट कर देते हैं, इसको रीटेस्ट यहाँ पर समथिंग 303 पे चाहिए हमें प्राइस, समथिंग अराउंड। ठीक है, तो ये छोटा सा रीटेस्ट जोन रहेगा, इसमें कोई सपोर्ट तो है नहीं क्योंकि गैप ओपन हुआ है, जितने रेजिस्टेंस थे वो एज अ सपोर्ट काम कर सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पर आएगा तो एक छोटा सा बाइंग का प्लान यहाँ पर भी रखेंगे। ऊपर आता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं, डे हाई अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस दिख रहा है वापस से, स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस है। बाकी ये स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस का गैप अप हुआ है तो लॉजिकली तो इसको स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट बनना चाहिए। बाकी इसके नीचे का सपोर्ट मैंने वो दिखाई दिया आपको, वो भी रीटेस्ट ही है, काफ़ी दूर है वैसे तो वो मोस्टली यहीं रुक जाएगा। बाकी वहां तक आएगा तो बीच में कोई ना कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस जरूर क्रिएट होना ही है। लगभग 1% और ऊपर जाए तो वो भी चलेगा। नेचुरल गैस इज डाउन बाय 5.25%। नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंटरी का फोरकास्ट क्या है देख लेते हैं। वेट अ मिनट, फोरकास्ट कहाँ गया। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस का फोरकास्ट लास्ट वीक 95 बुलियन था, इस वीक 88 बुलियन। लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में देखोगे तो कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, मतलब अगर ये फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग कम ही आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव। तो फोरकास्ट इन्वेंट नेचुरल गैस का प्राइस के लिए, नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस के लिए पॉजिटिव है। लास्ट टाइम 95 था, इस बार 88 है, लास्ट टाइम से कम है। तो कम ही आया 88 बुलियन से कुछ भी, तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर प्राइस, प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। तो फोरकास्ट नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस का बुलिश है, नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस के लिए। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस का जो फोरकास्ट है वो बुलिश है नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस के लिए। हाँ वेट, भाई काफ़ी डेटा है, यहाँ जीडीपी का डेटा भी है, यूएस का इंपॉर्टेंट है, उस पर भी ध्यान रहेगा थोड़ा सा। क्रूड ऑयल बाई करेंगे? नहीं नहीं, क्रूड ऑयल में नहीं, बाइंग नहीं अभी, थोड़ा और नीचे आने का वेट करेंगे। लगा दूंगा मैं लेवल, डोंट वरी, थोड़ा सा नीचे और आ जाए तो बेटर है। यहाँ पर रिस्क ज़्यादा है ना, रिस्क ज़्यादा हो तो फिर सही नहीं रहता। थोड़ा सा नीचे स्पेस और है, सेल कर दें क्या थोड़ा सा और नीचे आने के लिए? कितने पॉइंट मिलेंगे? एस एल कितना बन रहा है? ये क्या हो गया? अच्छा ये है। यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा सेल कर दो क्रूड को, थोड़ा सा और नीचे आने के चांसेस हैं। एक सेकेंड यार, ये काम ही नहीं कर रहा है, इसको मैं होल्ड कर ले। इसको बुक करके इसको होल्ड कर लेते हैं, ट्रेल कर भी किया सकते हैं, ठीक है। कि यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान इन क्रूड ऑयल, थोड़ा सा नीचे और गिरेगा। एग्जैक्टली आया नहीं है लेवल पे अभी। बाइंग के लिए थोड़ा और गिरना है इसको, थोड़ा सा और गिर जाए तो बढ़िया रहेगा। ठीक है, एक छोटा सा सेलिंग का प्लान कर लो छोटे से एसएल के साथ, ज़्यादा नहीं। 15-16 पॉइंट के एसएल के साथ। एग्जैक्टली आया नहीं है लेवल पे यहाँ पर अभी है। ऑयल इंचेस हायर आफ्टर लार्ज यूएस इन्वेंट्री ड्रॉ। ठीक है, वापस पुल बैक आता है, वापस सेल कर सकते हो, ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना, जो छोटा सा ही एसएल है, थोड़ा सा नीचे और एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं। तो ये आई थिंक कोशिश की थी, ये हो नहीं पाया, लिक्विडिटी गेन ही नहीं मिला। बाकी ऊपर अगर आता है ना, यहाँ यहाँ वापस सेलिंग का अच्छा लेवल अच्छा है। इसको थोड़ा सा रिमूव भी कर दो। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी थोड़ा सा गिरता है नीचे अगर, तो यहाँ देखते हैं रीटेस्ट पे। इसमें ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं, थोड़ा वो बीच का इंटरमीडिएट लेवल है ना। ठीक है, ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना, क्रूड ऑयल के लेवल पे सेलिंग वाले पे बीच में लिया है तो थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे आता तो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे थोड़ा सा डायरेक्टली बड़ी कैंडल बना के नीचे आए, रीटेस्ट पे ना रुके। हाँ लेट्स सी, यहीं से थोड़ा सा नीचे आ जाए फिर ऊपर जाए, ऐसा ना हो कि पहले ऊपर जाए और फिर नीचे आए। मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल्स वैसे भी सही नहीं रहता। ऑयल इंचेज हायर आफ्टर लार्ज यूएस इन्वेंट्री ड्रॉ। कल की न्यूज़ है क्या? वैसे भी 330 का तो साइडवे हो जाएगा। ये क्या हो गया? Lebanese media reported that an Israeli drone targeted a vehicle on the suburb of outskirt of Saqqara, southern Lebanon. लगता है इजराइल ने वापस अटैक करना शुरू कर दिया। गाजा में तो कर ही रहा, अब लेबनान में भी हिजबुल्लाह के अगेंस्ट अटैक शुरू कर दिया, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली, वेरी हाई चांसेस।
אתמול במהלך סיכום ראשוני שביצעתי למבצעם כלוי,
From Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard from Sky News? Mark Rutte.
I mean, we may do papers on it, Marco. Maybe we're going to do papers. I don't even know if you need them. They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easy to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language to
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while, you have to use a certain word.
I think we have to join the others.
I mean, we may do papers on it, Marco.
Have they received?
So our people, Marco could answer this, but our people are not, I'm not. The way I look at it, they fought, the war's done, and, you know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it. They've had it. Now, maybe someday in the future we'll want that. But I've asked Marco, do you want to draw, I just asked him the question as we were walking on the stage, do you want to draw up a little agreement for them to sign? Because I think we can get them to sign it. I don't think it's necessary. Marco, do you want to talk about that, please?
Well, Mr. President, I think President Trump has shown a willingness to meet and talk to anybody in the world who's interested in peace. I don't know of any president that's been as willing as he has to meet with anyone and talk about peace. We'd love to have peaceful relations with any country in the world. And so obviously that'll depend on Iran's willingness not just to engage in peace, but to negotiate directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern history, that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
गैस देखो ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाई है सडनली एग्जैक्टली ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल सडन कैंडल थी ओपन इक्वल टू लो, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली कुछ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग या फिर न्यूज़ की वजह से बनी होगी। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस सभी लोग, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। इस इंडिया की जो ड्रग रेगुलेटर एंटिटी है उसने अप्रूव्ड कर दिया है इलाई लिली की जो इंजेक्शन आता है शायद उसको, वो पेन टाइप इंजेक्शन, मोनजारो कहते हैं शायद उसको, फॉर ओबेसिटी रिलेटेड। सो आई थिंक बहुत जल्दी इंडिया में भी दिखेगी ये। पहले सिर्फ हमें फॉरेन में देखने के लिए मिलती थी। तो इंडिया के जो ड्रग रेगुलेटर हैं दे अप्रूव्ड इलाई लिली मोनजारो इन पेन फॉर्मेट। मेडिसिन भी इन्होंने पहले लॉन्च कर दी थी, अब पेन फॉर्मेट में भी आ गया है। लेट्स सी कितने जल्दी हॉस्पिटल्स में आता है।
say two things. Obviously, probably the most provocative of his ideas that's causing a lot of anxiety, even in the stock market. Like if you look at real estate, some of the rent freeze stuff, which for obvious like economists hate that kind of thing. They think it's various forms of rent control is a terrible idea. We understand why investors in real estate don't like it either. On the other hand, and so we talked about that, but on the other hand, my main takeaway from that interview is like, yes, like if you're a young democratic socialist, of course, you're going to be really excited about the Mamdani candidacy. But he comes off in a way that if you're sort of like I would say like normie, center-left democratic liberal or something, and you're sort of the typical person who works in an office in New York City, like he is really good and really talented at not seeming like someone who will be a threat to you. And I think that when you look at the results last night, that's like, to my mind, like the really striking part is that how broad that coalition was, et cetera. Because we know that there are parts of the city that have trended that way for a while. Obviously, AOC's victory in 2018, that was a stunner, but that was niche. This was the entire city, right? This was kind of everyone across, huge swaths, much bigger numbers. He did well in sort of the, white educated areas, but also he did well in more non-white areas that had trended more towards Trump in the most recent election. So he clearly did a really good job of sort of overcoming the fact that many people would say he has pretty radical politics. And it's like, well, actually, he can sort of like talk very fluently about policy. He comes off as a very thoughtful guy. And he really, I think, ended up like disarming a lot of the critics.
Yeah, he's also ticked off a lot of billionaires. And there's a great story that's among the most read on the Bloomberg that talks about Wall Street decrying the hot commie summer after his surprising win last night. And so, Dan Loeb, hedge fund billionaire, it's officially a hot commie summer. And there's
it's sort of corny. But you know what I mean? Like,
but there's a ton of them coming out.
But on the other hand, like if I were running for mayor and the thing's like, oh, he's upset a lot of billionaires, it's like, bring it on, right? Like, seriously, like if you're going to say, oh, he's really ticked off a lot of billionaires, that's like about as good of it. That's one of the probably the best things you could say. Most people aren't billionaires.
So is he, there's another one, a New York power broker, Kathy Wild, and she's connected to business titans across all different industries in New York City, and saying that he terrifies taxpayers and employers. I mean, are employers going to be running for Florida? Is the rest of Wall Street going to run for Florida?
Here's my thoughts on this, and maybe I'm like a little biased, but this is my take, and maybe I'll end up being totally wrong. New York City is the best city in the world. Everybody knows that. Even during COVID or aftermath, when people like New York City is dead, and they're like, oh, we're going to go to Miami. No one really moved to Miami. They like went there for like the minimum amount of time they could to maybe change tax status, and a bunch of people came back. I'm going to Miami. Now, on the other, so it's like, if you're like, there aren't really going to be that many people like, oh, I'm upset about the mayor, I'm upset about taxes, I'm going to move. But if the quality of life in the city degrades, if people perceive, oh, the public transit is not running as well, it's not as clean, there's more crime in the city, the schools aren't as good, then of course you're going to have people leaving. So my gut would be, and again, maybe this is just my sort of pro-New York bias, my gut is that very few people are going to leave because they're upset about the mayor per se. This is where all the action is. If you want to talk to someone interesting, you got to
probably not the first mayor that people have been upset about either.
People are always upset about they're going to be upset about. So, like, I don't think that is. On the other hand, if he can't implement a vision of he says it's going to make this city more affordable. People expect the quality of services to be good. People expect transit to be good. If he can't deliver on that, then I would expect that, at the margins, more people leave because the city is less appealing. But if the quality of life in New York City is roughly sustained, or maybe hopefully improves, then I don't think you're going to have like some mass exodus just like on principle. It's still New York City.
Well, just a couple weeks before he was on Odd Lots, he was on Surveillance. I was filling in for Paul Sweeney then with Tom Keene. I asked Zoran Mamdani about the label of democratic socialist. Check out what he had to say.
I embrace the label because ultimately I do identify myself as a democratic socialist. And I think, that the thing that New Yorkers hate more than a politician they disagree with is one that they cannot trust. And I think it's important to be honest about how we're coming to this politics and also what that label means to me, which is ultimately that each and every New Yorker has what they need to live a dignified life, and that it's city government's responsibility to provide that. And I think we have a general consensus on many of those building blocks in our society, whether it's public education or libraries or sanitation. But then there are certain places where we tend to believe that these are necessary parts of living a dignified life, and yet we allow people to be priced out of it. And I think housing is one of the most obvious examples of that.
Okay, so that was our interview with Zoran Mamdani back on May 6th. He was on Bloomberg surveillance. The housing part is something I wanted to hit with you because there's this idea of rent freezes, which he ran on and talked a lot about. But if you think about this from a supply and demand perspective, how do you get people to build more housing, which is what the city needs, if you don't provide the incentive that people are going to pay for it? And if you say, okay, well, if we're going to build the affordable housing, we can't raise the rent on it.
Well, I would say a few things. So one is he's not completely doctrinaire about how it all has to be rent-regulated housing. And in various interviews, he has talked about there is a role for market rate development. He's talked about upzoning, all of the things that wonks like.
The abundance stuff.
And he's like, so he's not... So it's not like a particularly radical vision on housing. He's talked about market rate housing. The other thing I noticed in that video, he's wearing a suit. He's smiling. He's really, and then you say these things like dignified life, etc. Like you just see in that clip, watching it just now, why someone would see that. It's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, look, there's a lot of people and they hear like socialists, etc. And I get like, people find that to be very provocative or scary or radical or whatever. But he did not come off as a radical in that clip, right? He comes off as like a pretty serious, likable politician. And I think what he said too about like sort of being genuine, it's like, the fact that he didn't run away from his past, that he didn't run away, I do think that is a pretty big deal these days. And that in an era of social media, et cetera, people can sort of sniff out a fraud or sniff out a phony or whatever. And he certainly doesn't come off as one. And he probably made trade-offs. And he probably said, there are certain things that maybe aren't as appealing to some, but he didn't run away from them. And I think it helped put together a package of like, okay, like maybe I don't agree with him on X or Y, but he seems like a legitimate, serious guy.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make
a catalyst for us to rally. And number two, I think now in July and August, when we get the Q2 reporting season, let's be honest, what we could be seeing is we're going to focus on the 9th of July, maybe on the CPI report, maybe then on the 12th of August, the US-China deadline. And instead of that, what we should be focusing on is the reporting season. Let's not forget that the dollar just went down 10%, and that is a massive boost for particularly the mega caps. The 7 mega caps, they made 60% of their money last year outside of the US. So the weaker dollar is a massive boon for them. So that really tells us, I think, we're focusing on the wrong kind of news flow right now, whereas in the next 2 weeks, I think there genuinely, again, as I said, I think there is a risk for a melt-up driven by the mega caps, just how much those earnings could be surprising to the upside.
Yeah, don't make this same mistake again, and we're not in the danger zone. Max, thank you so much. The very own Tom Cruise of HSBC, Max Kettner there, joining us this morning. Thank you for your time. All right, let's get you some other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. The Federal Reserve has released plans to relax a key rule that would reduce capital requirements for big banks. It allows the banks to hold more treasuries and act as intermediaries in the $29 trillion market. Bloomberg reported on the potential change last week. Japan's chief trade negotiator says the country cannot accept the U.S.'s 25% tariff on cars. He added that Japan's automakers produce far more cars in the U.S. than they export to America. He spoke to reporters before heading to Washington for the 7th round of trade negotiations. Meanwhile, Shell says it has no intentions of making an offer to take over rival BP, refuting an earlier report that the two energy giants were in active merger talks. The announcement follows speculation after years of poor performance and rising activist pressure at BP. Back in May, Bloomberg reported that Shell was studying the merits of a deal. Coming up, preparing to replace Powell, President Trump has made it clear he will replace the Fed chair, but he could name a successor sooner than expected. We have the details for you next on your brief.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish. so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you've built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Kuala Lumpur. This is Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? On this episode,
we've built our supply chains, we've built our supermarkets, we've built our importing companies on that side. So we've been trying to own that market to be very, very efficient to make sure that we can send the maximum fruit into the USA.
Premieres June 27th, only on Bloomberg.
The only thing that's gone up actually is interest rates, because we have a Federal Reserve Chairman that is playing politics. Always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I believe he's making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, and I think as well as we're doing, we'd do much better. You're not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're supposed to let him do his own thing, but I know much more than he does about interest rates, believe me. The Bank of England cut, China cut, everybody's cutting but him. We can't get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, oh, if you fired him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad. I know within 3 or 4 people who are going to pick. I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible.
He's making a list. President Trump ramping up the pressure on who Fed Chair Powell should be replaced by. The Wall Street Journal reporting that he might announce a replacement by September or October. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Suzanne Lynch. Suzanne, what do we know so far from the various reportings about how this might take place?
Well, as we heard there just yesterday, Donald Trump doubled down on his criticism of Jerome Powell at that press conference following the NATO summit. And we're now hearing and reading reports that maybe over the summer that Donald Trump may name a successor. Now, obviously, Powell has 11 months left to run. And the idea of naming someone much earlier than would be usual opens up questions, about what kind of maybe influence this pick might have, a kind of a backseat driver kind of situation, if you like. Obviously, Donald Trump is not happy with the job Jerome Powell is doing. He's criticised him on many occasions and has called on him to cut rates, as we know, a lot quicker than he has.
Elsewhere, Suzanne, in Washington, D.C., the One Big Beautiful Bill still making its way through Congress. There seems to be a split idea in how close or far away they are from an agreement. John Thune seemed pretty enthusiastic that they could get it done by the deadline. But then we had Representative Nick LaLota saying that they're far from a deal on the SALT limit. Suzanne, where do the tensions still exist? How far does it actually seem we are?
Well, it is significant that Republicans in the Senate met with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. That would imply perhaps things are coming to endgame. The Senate hopes to get this on the floor by Friday. That is the new aim. Let's see if that happens. But as you mentioned there, the salt issue seems to be the problem. Again, Bessent met with some of the key lawmakers here from states like New York, New Jersey, California, which have concerns about this. The Senate version of the bill is keeping that $10,000 cap that existed. The House version of the bill had that $40,000. So this seems to be a key sticking point, but Republicans are signalling that they're hopeful that by this weekend there will be something on the floor to vote on.
Well, Bessent has really been urging Congress come up with something to keep the full faith and credit of the United States. He's been talking about extending the debt limit special measures period through July 24th. Suzanne, what difference would that make?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of uncertainty here in the big picture. The analysts, as we reported in Bloomberg, think that they'll be able to meet those payment requirements till August. But after that, a lot more uncertainty. So there is a lot of concern about the broader situation here. Not only do we have crunch time with these tax talks, this tax bill decision, we've also got the looming July 9th deadline for tariffs. And we know that discussions are underway between the US and its big trading partners, the EU, Japan, as we just heard earlier. So all these issues, I think, are feeding into investor concern about these issues coming up in the next few months.
Yeah, a lot of deadlines coming due. Suzanne, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you later in the hour. Suzanne Lynch in Brussels. Now, over at the NATO summit, President Trump said the U.S. would hold a meeting with Iran next week. He doubted that a diplomatic agreement on the nuclear program was needed after the damage that the U.S. had inflicted. For more on the latest, Bloomberg opinion columnist Mark Champion joins us now. Mark, how does that color potential talks if it is a president who is cast doubt on the need for diplomacy given the damage?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. The strikes have definitely changed things, but they have not done what the president says, which is to, eliminate the problem. What they have done is to sort of reduce the urgency of getting a deal. If you're not sitting there, saying that this is the Iranians are imminently about to produce a bomb, and if we don't get a deal, within so many days, then we'll bomb them. Then, the urgency to get a deal very quickly just isn't there. So I think what if you listen to what else the administration is saying, that they're now talking about how this could trigger a deal in Gaza, and then from that a widening of the Abraham Accords to include more countries. They're clearly thinking in terms of getting something broader, and they don't actually need a nuclear deal immediately in order to do that, the deal with Iran. So it's the ceasefire that will allow these other things to happen. That's in principle if the Israelis play ball. But having said all that, ultimately, the bombing isn't really worth anything if there isn't a deal that ensures that in the longer term, the Iranians don't just produce a bomb.
Right. And Mark, it takes some time to get a damage assessment of what exactly happened and the damage done. There's been various remarks, and again, it's still very early. How does the outcome of that also impact the talks? If it does seem like Iran can restart their nuclear arsenal sooner, does it put that urgency back into the conversation?
Well, yes. If there's, if it becomes clear that, really not a lot of damage was done, and that the Iranians could very quickly, they've retained the enriched fuel stocks that they already had, and they have enough cascades to enrich that to weapons grade, and to do that quickly. And they still have some facilities that intelligence agencies believe are developing warheads to put on missiles. If all those things are true, that would mean that the bombing actually achieved very little, and the urgency would return. But within all that we're seeing, it does sort of seem unlikely that some significant damage wasn't done. Just as it's unlikely that it's finished the program altogether.
Mark, thank you so much for that. That is Mark Champion of Bloomberg Opinion. Coming up, the battle of the Titans. Blue Origin owner Jeff Bezos could be a key beneficiary of Trump's feud with Musk. We've got what's in your morning papers coming up next.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Bloomberg launches our inaugural 25 African startups to watch list.
About 2.5 years ago, we created a solution. We are able to generate refrigeration using the sun and water. We're able to store energy in the form of ice as opposed to storing energy in the form of lithium batteries. We integrated in every refrigerator a pay-as-you-go technology, allowing individuals and small businesses to be able to pay as low as $10 to own a refrigerator.
Uncover is a women's wellness brand that is specifically made for women of color. It's based in Africa, which is the most underserved beauty market in the world. We are making Africa a priority and not an afterthought. We believe that the population on this continent deserves to be formulated for, heard, and we are giving this consumer a voice.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, whether we can trust the CBO predictions about the one big beautiful bill as Congress races toward a July 4 deadline, selling U.S. residency through President Trump's gold card, and what's at stake for business and the economy in the New York City mayoral election.
It seems to me that this is a maximally risky moment for New York City.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Let's take a look at what's on the front pages this morning. First up on the Wall Street Journal, the feud between President Trump and Elon Musk producing a potential winner, Jeff Bezos. The Blue Origin founder has spoken to President Trump at least twice this month. Blue Origin CEO Dave Limp also met with the president's chief of staff at the White House. Sources say some of the conversations involved appealing for more government contracts. Next up, the Washington Post leading with the White House planning to limit sharing classified intelligence with Congress. It follows leaks of an earlier assessment that undermined President Trump's claims on Iranian nuclear sites. And on the FT, Wall Street financiers are racing to rally behind an anyone but Mamdani candidate for New York City mayor. Within hours of the 33-year-old Democrats' win, hedge fund investors and private equity titans huddled to find the best way to back a centrist challenger. Michael Bloomberg, the majority owner of the parent company of Bloomberg News, endorsed and contributed to Cuomo's campaign. By the way, Dan Loeb on X calling it the hot commie summer. So that's something for you. Coming up, President Trump ramping up pressure on Fed Chair Powell. We'll catch up with Macquarie's Terry Wiseman coming up next. Stay with us on your brief.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
why is Baltimore so important to you?
It's our state's largest city. And if your state's largest city is not thriving, your state can't thrive. And that is just a mathematical equation, because the only way this is going to be Maryland's decade is if it's Baltimore's time. And so that's why we did focus on things like being able to extend the Orioles lease and make sure the Orioles could be here for 30 years. It's the reason we focus on things like the Preakness and keeping the Preakness in Maryland for generations to come. While we've invested in the convention center, the reason we focused on housing and getting rid of the vacant housing, the reason we focused on violent crime. And now Baltimore is having amongst the most precipitous drop of anywhere in the country when it comes to homicides and non-fatal shootings and carjackings and auto thefts. So if you can have Baltimore thriving, your state is going to thrive.
So if somebody's watching this and they're not from Maryland, but they want to know a little bit about Maryland, what would you encapsulate in a paragraph or two about what people should know about the state of Maryland?
I would say Maryland really is American miniature. You tell me what you want to do. And no matter where you're standing in the state of Maryland, I can tell you where to have a world-class experience within 2 hours. We're the home of innovation. We're the home of Johns Hopkins University, the home of the NSA, the home of NIST. We have so much to offer in the state of Maryland, and I think it's one of the reasons that people are so excited about the growth trajectory we're on.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura at the G7 Summit in Alberta, Canada. And this is Bloomberg.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Danny Berger with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's what you need to know on this Thursday. A challenge to Powell. President Trump readies his list of picks to replace the Fed chair. Reclaiming the throne, NVIDIA hits a record high, overtaking Microsoft as the most valuable company in the world. And far from a deal, House and Senate Republicans are still at odds on SALT deductions for high tax states. Well, the move yesterday in this equity market, you have to go out 4 decimal points in order to see the move. It was the smallest since 2017. Thank you to Deutsche Bank for that statistic. But we continue the rally today. The S&P 500 less than 1% away from an all-time high. The NASDAQ, it is already there alongside NVIDIA. When it comes to this bond market, it is a rally, a noticeable one yesterday after that journal story that the president might announce his Fed pick sooner rather than later. Yields down by a basis point on the front end, while the euro versus the dollar strengthens by 0.5%. Let's look at some of the stocks to watch this morning. Back with us is Joe Easton. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, Danny, so it's all about the chip stocks in the pre-market so far this morning. Firstly, Micron beating expectations after the close of trading yesterday in New York. So that stock gaining around 2.3% at the moment. A lot of it is due to the exposure to AI and the chips that they are selling into that space. So Micron set to open higher today. But the real star of the show, of course, is NVIDIA after that record high yesterday. Set to open again at another record high, already up 60% since the April low, overtaking Microsoft as the biggest company, as Danny explained a moment ago. So that one set to open at yet another record. Then finally going the other way, ASML. This one hit by a downgrade over at Jefferies, which warns of significant worries about the restrictions on US chip sales to China. So they cut the stock to hold. They've had a buy on around 5-year basis, but they now come down to hold. All about the chips. I tried to find a stock outside of the chip sector, but I couldn't manage, unfortunately. All about the chips today. ASML edging lower in the pre-market today, Danny.
Joe, that is totally fine. Excellent work, as always, Joe Easton there. Thank you. Now, the Wall Street Journal reporting, as we've been talking about this morning, that President Trump is considering an early announcement to his pick for the Fed chair to succeed Powell. Yields on the front end fell to the lowest since the start of May on that story, as the dollar fell to the weakest versus the euro since September 2021. Joining us now is Terry Wiseman, global FX and rate strategist at Macquarie. Terry, great to see you this morning. Thanks for coming in. Sammy. How would an early announcement, September, October, whenever it would be, change the dynamic and how the markets react to what we're getting out of the FOMC?
Well, look, the president is clearly trying to interject himself into monetary policy decision making. Is that much of a surprise? No, not really. Through his social media platform, through his other public comments over many years, he has tried to interject himself into policy making at the Fed. I think what's different now, however, is that he actually wants a person or a personage to come in and serve as that shadow Fed chair, that shadow FOMC, maybe so that he doesn't have to be on social media all the time tweeting about the Fed's decision, and he can leave that to someone else who has experience, who might be able to more articulately, if I can use that word, define what the Fed should be doing. Trump is not very good at that. He says that the Fed is not doing a good job, but he doesn't always tell you what exactly should the Fed be doing. Maybe with the appointment of someone, or the designation is a better word, obviously, of someone who could shadow the Fed for the next few months until such time as Chairman Jay Powell's term ends as chair, Trump would actually be doing effectively a better job of what he already wants to do, which is to inform and guide and interject into policy to some extent. Look, is this completely unusual? No. There have been other countries that have something called a shadow board or a shadow monetary policy committee. They have one in the UK. It's a group of academics who are, appoint themselves independently. They're not appointed by the Bank of England. They're not appointed by the Prime Minister, but they do shadow and talk about what the MPC at the Bank of England does. The difference here, however, is that in the U.S., what Trump is trying to do is put an official stamp on this shadowness or this shadow chairman, whereas in other countries, when you have a diversity of opinions in the public space and you have things like groups of people who challenge the central bank, it's not done on an official basis. I think the difference now is that Trump is trying to do this on a semi-official or official basis with this designation of someone.
If you do get that, it's semi-official, but does it actually do anything to influence Powell?
Well, I think it does, in the sense that it provides at least some intellectual articulation or construct around why the Fed needs to do something else. If you read the minutes, if you read the statements effectively, what you're getting is the opinion of the majority. Are there official channels for the minority to say something? Yes, there is. An independent, a regional bank president, for example, can give a speech that is at variance with what the FOMC does. But there isn't a collective body. There isn't a body of opinion that expresses holistically and coherently the view of the minority. Do we need that? Not necessarily, but I think this is what effectively Trump is trying to establish.
If you do get a Fed chair come his replacement next May, that is an outlier. The convention at the Fed is that you listen to the Fed chair, that they really set the tone for policy. But again, it is only convention that sets that. If it is an outlier, could that be tested? Do you think that this is a committee that would be pushing back?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think what you're trying to say is, what if the president appoints someone to be Fed chair, but that person's view is not in line with the majority of the FOMC? I think that's a problem. The Fed has a tradition of trying, at least, to build consensus around its decisions, right? If the chairman wants to do something that's an outlier relative to what a majority or near majority of the FOMC wants to do, they try to converge in the middle and try to at least convey that there's a consensus with regard to the decision. It doesn't always work. There are some dissenters, but I think the idea is to try to generate consensus. If you have someone who's an outlier and who doesn't care for consensus, I think you can have these divisions of opinion at the Fed and within the FOMC come out more into the open, and it'll be seen by the ambiguity, let's say, of the things that they say in the statement, the divergence of opinions in the minutes. You can see that as a result of someone who's an outlier being the chairman.
So should we get this announcement, does it just argue for increased curve steepening? It's certainly been the initial reaction to this.
Absolutely. And I should say that the reason that the yields in the front end of the curve have come down recently is not just because the president has been talking about designating someone to be the next Fed chair. It's also because Jay Powell himself has moved away from the strict neutrality around the policy outlook that he conveyed back in May. He too has been a little bit more accommodative, if you will, or acclimating to the idea that the Fed should cut. You see it in his commentary about the prospect that by the time the July and August data roll around, we may be cutting, assuming inflation is not, shockingly high. So I think the move is already happening at the Fed, and I think the data has moved them in that direction. I think what we're seeing here is a president who's simply just too impatient to wait, potentially until September, but also a president who wants to make his mark in a way that is a more official, if you will, than the use of social media and the use of commentary, which we know Trump is not the most articulate person when it comes to trying to offer different opinions.
I gotta say, but it seems like having someone as a punching bag at the Fed is useful for him, though, that he can blame the woes of high debt costs, he can blame the woes of the economy to someone who's at the Fed. If he doesn't have that anymore, it feels like he loses kind of a key thing that he can, a key tool.
Absolutely, which is exactly why the president must be careful here, because if he appoints his own person, his mini-me in effect, to run the Fed, he won't have them as a punching bag anymore if they don't do what he does. And we've seen many examples in the past. I would actually put Jay Powell as an example, right? Someone who was appointed, a Republican who appointed to be the chair, and in the final analysis did not end up doing exactly what a Republican president wanted him to do. Trump runs that risk again if he appoints someone, in March to replace Jay Powell, only to find that that person has an independent streak and has only displayed an affinity to Trump's views until such time as he's appointed and has taken power at the Fed.
Well, Terry, as you noted, the move lower in yields started before this, maybe late May. Yields moved lower, equities went higher. The one thing that feels like it's been since the start of the year is the dollar.
Of course.
War, no war, economy good, economy bad, dollar weak. What stops this trend?
Look, we've been talking about the prospects for a weak dollar even before April 2 and before Liberation Day. There were plenty of things that were happening abroad, let alone in the U.S., that were militating in favor of a weaker dollar. We anticipated the change in government in Germany, for example, and the prospect that we'd see fiscal reform. There was important pro-growth policies potentially coming out of Canada. China was being stimulative. The BOJ in Japan was still on a normalization tack. So there were things militating in favor of a weak dollar, before April. And of course, then you had the shock of Liberation Day that reduced the brand name of the dollar even further, called into question the reserve currency status of the dollar because the U.S. seemed to be edging away from its global responsibilities. And now in the last few weeks, we have other things that are militating in favor of a weaker dollar. Obviously, the lack of integrity in Fed policymaking if Trump has his way, but also things happening in Europe that seem to be militating in favor of a weaker dollar, at least a stronger euro. So I don't think there's anything right now that stands in the way of a weaker dollar. I certainly don't see it on the horizon. If war breaks out again in the Middle East and there's a flight to safety and a flight to quality and some haven seeking on the part of investors, the dollar could strengthen again, as we saw when hostilities broke out. But barring that, there doesn't seem to be anything in the way of a weaker dollar right now.
Dollar's still weaker versus the euro this morning, more than 0.5% at a September 2021 low. Terry, thank you so much for joining. Brilliant as always. Terry Weissman of Macquarie, and you are watching Bloomberg Brief.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
In case you missed it, on the pulse.
I think the idea of wait and see and pause is really yesterday's news. Our best advice to CEOs right now is that if you're not operating differently than you were a year ago, you may be falling behind. Yes, we need to build resilience, but we need to also build growth despite the environment, and that requires a different strategy than just a year ago.
Don't miss the pulse, live every weekday.
Bloomberg's global financial correspondent, I get to meet the people shaping the way money flows around the world. And I want to bring you with me.
Now we're playing.
Yep, now we're playing. First and foremost, I am a capitalist. The capitalist system is the best system in the world. There isn't another one that works as well.
Citigroup moves $4 trillion a day.
5. Wall Street used to be a place.
I love all these new Wall Streets. Y'all Street, Wall Street South.
Now it's more of an idea.
The optimism here is infectious.
You think our New Yorkers are negative?
Yes.
Anything that
Bill Winters, thank you so much for joining us.
It's great. Feast, famine, pestilence, all that. But the, you know, I knew that it was a tricky situation when I came in, because otherwise, why would they bring a CEO in from outside? And it's probably a little bit trickier than I thought. But I think we got to grips with that quickly. Maybe the bigger surprise was how long it's taken to establish confidence that it was clean. Right? So as far as we were concerned internally, it was really very clean. It was a good bank, right? It was in good shape, but with some problems. We cleaned up the problems, and I thought, okay, now into action. Well, no, it took 5 years after that before the market said, yeah, okay, you're clean now. And then we had to get through COVID and all that. So just understanding how markets react, that was a bit of a surprise.
So 10 years on, is your life easier in running the bank?
I think I understand what's involved. Yeah. You know, like you, I'm sure, what keeps me going is the fact that I'm still learning, and I'm still learning a lot. And of course, we all know that we learn mostly from our mistakes. So constantly making mistakes, constantly learning, readjusting. I get a buzz out of that. But now I know a little bit the routine, the pace. We've got a great team. We've also, we've turned over the team twice as a practical matter in my time in the bank. Which maybe says it's time to turn over me, but that's a different discussion.
But you're not going anywhere.
No. I love the job. They'll have to throw me out. They'll have to kick me out.
What have you learned about yourself?
Oh, how do I learn about myself? I think I've learned the value of humility. I enjoy working with younger people who haven't yet acquired all the humility that they might, and by that I don't mean that they're arrogant, or sometimes they are, but when you're 35 or 40, you really think that you know it all. I did, and but I didn't. I thought I did, but I didn't, and I now realize I don't know most things actually. And if I just if I get up,
you seem like you know a lot. So is there anything?
Oh, I can talk rubbish all day long, but I do know a lot actually. But it's a tiny fraction of, every time I hear somebody talk about AI and they say, we train this on all the information available to mankind, every bit of data in the internet. Okay, well that's many, many, many times more than I've even been exposed to, much less know. And so the machines definitely know a lot more than I do. But I'm learning, right? That's good.
What kind of leader are you? Hands-on, not hands-on?
I'm trying to change, actually. So I used to be, I'd say, very hands-on.
Too hands-on.
Maybe at times too hands-on, maybe a little bit too detailed at times. I don't think most of my colleagues would accuse me of being too detailed now. So I'm probably a little bit more a mile wide and maybe not an inch deep, maybe a couple of feet deep. But that's also is kind of where I am within Standard Chartered, right? I mean, at 10 years, you really should have a group of people that can run the bank. And I'm really enjoying focusing on the things that are much more strategic. What's going to happen to the field of payments? What is AI? What does it mean strategically? These aren't tomorrow decisions, although they are. But these are strategic things. That the guys who are focusing on men and women who are focusing on the day-to-day. I mean, really running these big.
Bill Winters, thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be here.
10 years at the helm of Standard Chartered.
Indeed.
What surprised you the most?
Oh, tons of surprises. I mean, the external environment has been a continuous surprise, from early on Chinese devaluations to obviously COVID and invasions and feast, famine, pestilence, all that. But the I knew that it was a tricky situation when I came in, because otherwise why would they bring a CEO in from outside? And it's probably a little bit trickier than I thought. But I think we got to grips with that quickly. Maybe the bigger surprise was how long it's taken to establish confidence that it was clean. Right? So as far as we were concerned internally, it was really very clean. It was a good bank, right? It was in good shape, but with some problems. We cleaned up the problems, and I thought, okay, now into action. Well, no, it took 5 years after that before the market said, yeah, okay, you're clean now. And then we had to get through COVID and all that. So just understanding how markets react, that was a bit of a surprise.
So 10 years on, is your life easier in running the bank?
I think I understand what's involved. Yeah. Like you, I'm sure, what keeps me going is the fact that I'm still learning. And I'm still learning a lot. And of course, we all know that we learn mostly from our mistakes. So constantly making mistakes, constantly learning, readjusting. I get a buzz out of that. But now I know a little bit the routine, the pace. Got a great team. We've also, we've turned over the team twice as a practical matter in my time in the bank, which maybe says it's time to turn over me. But that's a different discussion.
But you're not going anywhere.
No. I love the job. They'll have to throw me out. They'll have to kick me out.
What have you learned about yourself?
Oh, how do I learn about myself? I think I've learned the value of humility. I enjoy working with younger people who haven't yet acquired all the humility that they might. And by that, I don't mean that they're arrogant, or sometimes they are, but when you're 35 or 40, you really think that you know it all. I did, and but I didn't. I thought I did, but I didn't. And I now realize I don't know most things, actually. And if I just, if I get up,
you seem like you know a lot. So is there anything?
Oh, I can talk rubbish all day long, but I do know a lot, actually. But it's a tiny fraction of, every time I hear somebody talk about AI and they say, we train this on all the information available to mankind, every bit of data in the internet. Okay, well, that's many, many, many times more than I've even been exposed to, much less know. And so the machines definitely know a lot more than I do. But I'm learning, right? That's good.
What kind of leader are you? Hands-on? Not hands-on?
I'm trying to change, actually. So I used to be, I'd say, very hands-on.
Too hands-on?
Maybe, at times, too hands-on. Maybe a little bit too detailed at times. I don't think most of my colleagues would accuse me of being too detailed now. So I'm probably a little bit more a mile wide and maybe not an inch deep, maybe a couple of feet deep. But that's also is kind of where I am within Standard Chartered, right? I mean, at 10 years, you really should have a group of people that can run the bank, and I'm really enjoying focusing on the things that are much more strategic. What's going to happen to the field of payments? What is AI? What does it mean strategically? These aren't tomorrow decisions, although they are. But these are strategic things that the guys who are focusing on men and women who are focusing on the day to day. I mean, really running these big businesses. They might not have all the time they need to think about that. I've carved myself out that luxury, which you can only do if you have the right team. But thankfully, we do. Okay,
Bill, when you look at AI, what's the biggest question? It's how do you find the AI talent? What it means for job losses in the future? How do you think about AI?
I think that the biggest challenge for an organization like ours is what are the use cases that are existential for us. I mean, everybody's got a use case. We're all using ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, and the key is to focus. So what we've really tried to do is say, what are the one or two things within each of our key businesses that are existential for us? Because those things we have to build ourselves. We have to be at the cutting edge. For a lot of the rest of the stuff, RFP generators and file reconcilers and PowerPoint editing, we can take somebody else's application, bring it in.
Is that what you see as your ultimate job? Is
Yes.
If you look at trade tariffs, if you look at AI, it's these big shifts in society.
That's right.
And that's what basically is that what gives you a certain buzz today?
It gives me a buzz. Those are also the imperatives. And if there's one thing that finding myself in the position where I've got a great team that runs the business day to day, every single day, and I've got a great chairman who's new, but the old chairman was also great. I'm in that middle zone where I can really think more strategically, and AI is a huge part of that.
I want to talk a bit about leadership. Is there a podcast or a book actually that you've read that's helped you with leadership style?
I don't think I could cite a particular book. The truth is, Francine, I don't read a lot of business books. I read a lot, So I read a lot of economics and policy stuff, and then I read a lot of fiction. And I always look for fiction. I mean, I unfortunately look for fiction that's quite challenging. And by challenging, I mean I really have to concentrate on it. And that seems to expose me to the human condition, as it were. And if that rubs off somehow in my leadership, that's a good thing. But
so that's a skill you need. I mean, what do you need what's the number one skill that you see in leaders and that you want for yourself?
So, there are two people that I admire a lot. I mean, there's lots of people who I admire a lot, but there are two that I happened to have video interviews with at the tail end of COVID. One was Jurgen Klopp, trainer of Liverpool Football Club, and the other was Satya Nadella at Microsoft. And we had this exact conversation. What are the skills that are necessary for leadership? So I had done a podcast or something, or an internal thing, where somebody said, the question you asked, I said, to me, the two most important attributes of a leader are to have continuous curiosity and empathy. And I really think that's critical. You have to want to learn continuously, and you have to understand naturally what the person you're sitting with is thinking about. So I asked Satya the question, and he said, good question, yeah. To me, it's curiosity and empathy. I said, yeah, okay. I got one guy on my side. And then asked Jurgen, he said, yeah, I think about that a lot on the football pitch. And to me, it's empathy and curiosity. I said, okay, well, there's a theme there. So whether three makes a quorum, I don't know. But I really do believe that if you are curious and if you're empathetic, you'll get by.
You also have to motivate people, right? Your staff have to be behind what you want. You see the vision. So what's your signature style of motivating people?
I've got very different styles. First of all, showing that you care about them and that you understand their problems. That's the curiosity and the empathy part. From time to time, I don't have a bad temper, but from time to time I show some temper, show some teeth. And frequently my colleagues will say, hey, that was good. We like it. We like it. When you show, when you get angry or when you show displeasure. But I don't think you can overdo that. I'm definitely not a beat him down. I've also found showing vulnerability is it can be very effective. Again, if it's not genuine, it never works. But I mean, there are a couple of times when I've been either a bit down or maybe very tired, and we had a town hall meeting or something, or a management team meeting, where I've shown like a real vulnerability.
Yeah.
And
because you said it openly.
Openly,
Just saying I'm,
not self-indulgent, but no, more just being very reflective, and but showing yes, I'm under a lot of stress, or there's some stuff going on. I just find that. But if you can't overuse any of these things, so I'm very reluctant to think that this mono style kind of leader it can be effective in the long run.
And is there a method or a hack or a specific tool that you've used to transform how you work, and how did you like it?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to what I've said before: was be curious and be empathetic. That really is like if I'm sitting with you and I'm understanding what your perspective is. Maybe you're a little bit afraid because your performance hasn't been good, or maybe you're feeling very smug because you vanquished some rival or beat some competition. Understanding that and then working around that or working with that, I find to be the most empowering.
Do you overcome? I mean, have you overcome like self-doubt or imposter syndrome?
Oh, huge.
Really?
Huge. Oh, God, yeah. No. I never heard the term imposter syndrome until I was maybe 33 years old, living in London. I've been transferred here. Of course, I was working with a bunch of Europeans who already look down on Americans just naturally, and I thought, God, well, what am I doing here? Like, I'm not the expert. These guys are the experts. But of course, I brought something else, and you work through it.
And so, how did you work through it?
This may surprise you, but in the early part of my career, but even today a bit, I had a tremendous fear of public speaking.
Okay.
And I mean,
that is surprising, actually.
But I'm talking stand up in front of a group. If I didn't prepare myself mentally, I'd have a full-on panic attack, blood to my head, spinning, dry mouth, and it would last for 15, 20 seconds until I could and the way I dealt with that was repetition. Just do it again and again and again, and eventually. But there will be some situation today, maybe if I get called in front of Parliament or something that's particularly intimidating, that feeling would come back. But it was the same with called that imposter syndrome thing. Was enough people say, but you're actually doing okay. Like, you're missing that, but you've got this other stuff. It's okay. You learn how to train yourself to focus on the things that you bring in a situation rather than the things that you're lacking.
But what kind of advice would you give to someone who has enormous potential in your team?
Take risk. Take risk. I mean, by the time they're working for me directly, I mean, any time in the last 10 or 15 years, they've already demonstrated that they're competent, and maybe they've got some subject matter expertise. And at that point, you can play it safe and just wait for the opportunity to climb the greasy pole, or you can do something special. And certainly at my level, you never get ahead if you don't take a risk and do something special, because there's lots of people who are just good. So yeah, take some risk.
Is that difficult for thinkers, or have you seen a pattern on certain people take it easily, and some people are just, if not shy, they just don't want to.
Some people have made a whole career out of being solid and competent and predictable, and you really need those people. They're really, really good, but they're probably not the natural leaders of a big organization. And other people learn that they build to the confidence to take some risk, and they take a risk. Of course, sometimes it doesn't work. That's fine. I've taken plenty of risks that haven't worked, plenty. And then you're judging, how did you react to that? I was the vice chairman of JP Morgan once. I had a really big trading loss. I was like 30 years old. A really big trading loss at the time of the first Gulf War. And he really put me through the ringer. I thought I was going to be fired. And at the end of the process, he said, yeah, I'm going to increase your limit. Really? Why? He said, because I never give a big limit to somebody who hasn't had a really bad experience and reacted well to it. And in your case, you were terrified, you were paranoid, but you were also thoughtful, and you had a plan. I buy the plan. I can trust you now. And I didn't know until you'd made that mistake that I could trust you. I said, wow, that was a life-forming experience for me.
Do you do that with your team?
I try to.
Giving them like more risk and.
I try to.
Because it builds character.
I think so, and it's a bit of an audition as well.
Yeah. Bill, I've heard from some of the big Wall Street chief executives that actually the hardest part about being at the top is that the buck stops with you, but also no one ever gives you praise. Is that something? I mean,
my son and daughter really love me, but that's about it. No, that's not true. Do you know what's nice about the UK? Say, in my whole working life, I've had a partner. I love having a partner. No. I don't have a technical partner now, but I have a chairman. Yeah. I had Jose Viñals, and now I have Maria Ramos, and they're my boss. Obviously, they can fire me, but they're partners. And then I've always, whether it's the CFO now, Diego or Andy before, or key business heads. So having that back and forth, I wouldn't say they're heaping praise on me, but there's an acknowledgement when things are going well, and that is really helpful. So the chairman-CEO combo.
That's what's harder.
It has some value, clearly, in terms of decision making. It can also go off the rails, as we know. But I think there you really are alone. There's nobody. Maybe the senior independent director plays that role in a big place.
Bill, I know you're very thoughtful in terms of, we talked a bit about AI, but just the skills of tomorrow. Yeah. Like, what would you tell a teenager to go into now? How are you, working with your workforce to make sure that they're prepared for tomorrow?
So I studied international relations and history. I got an MBA later, but that was a waste of time. Really, I learned how to think at university. And for the 40 years since I left university, those skills have been degraded. They're coming back now. Okay. Why? Because the technical skills are being provided by the machine, and or by very competent people in other parts of the world who have really nailed the technical skills at a relatively low cost. So I really think in the age of AI that it's critical that you know how to think and communicate. And not communicate like better than ChatGPT, but actually, I'm going to go back to curiosity and empathy, really, really understand the audience that you're dealing with and anticipate those needs beforehand. So of course technical skills are required at some level, and but less and less actually as the machines take over.
But is there a danger that actually because of the machines people can't really tell what they're thinking because they rely on AI too much, and that less people will say, well, actually it's necessary for me to have a degree?
There's some people who will fall into the trap of blindly following the machine, and for many functions that's the right thing to do. I think the successful people will be the ones that can really put their finger on the pulse of whoever it is they're talking to. Right. See, in the case of politicians, my concern is that those are populists rather than really thoughtful, content-laden leaders, but we have some of both in the world right now. For business leaders, it's really thinking strategically in ways that the machine hasn't figured out yet. And the machine will always be behind human intuition, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But for the time being, I think there's a really big role for us to play.
Bill, meetings, short meetings, no meetings, a lot of meetings.
Too many meetings. Too many meetings. Yeah. I mean, in a bank, certainly at the board level, most of our meetings have to be minuted because they're reviewed by regulators. That's okay, but it's that then percolates down through the organization. I love the idea of slashing the meeting agenda. I would not say I've been successful doing that yet.
Okay, but do you do it? I mean, do people know that you like short meetings?
People know that I don't like meetings at all.
Okay.
And
what's an ideal meeting? 15 minutes?
no, I think it's hard to have a proper meeting in less than 30 minutes. The key to me is to have the agenda set up in a way that you have the right people there, so that you don't have one of these things where everybody feels like they have to speak.
How do you recharge?
How do I recharge? Well, I do a little bit of physical stuff, Pilates or bicycle or whatever. I'm lucky to have a wife who runs a theater, and so that's a completely different life.
Yeah.
I can swing by Notting Hill Cornet in the evening on the way back or whatever, and it's just a completely different world.
Yeah.
And I love traveling, bizarrely, given what I do in my job. I love
But traveling's hard. Do you have any, again, life hacks of how to beat the jet lag or
No.
travel well?
No, you just brave it out and sleep when you can. You just sleep when you can.
Bill, the next 10 years for Senate Charter,
Yeah.
what does that look like?
I think it's going to be a glory decade, actually. I really do.
Bill Winters, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Today we expect more from technology. Companies making the biggest productivity gains aren't just adding more tools, they're choosing integrated solutions. Find out more about these solutions later in this podcast.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest from the NATO Leaders Summit in The Hague. President Trump is calling it a major success after finalizing a significant defense spending boost from member states.
In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, "You did it, sir, you did it." Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did.
The president spoke at a news conference following the NATO summit, heard live on Bloomberg Radio. The agreement gives member nations until 2035 to reach the 5% spending threshold.
Nathan, also at the NATO summit, President Trump opened the door to diplomacy with Iran after last weekend's airstrikes on its main underground nuclear sites.
We're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary.
The president repeated his argument that the strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. An initial Pentagon assessment says it may have set the program back just a few months. Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetchi has more on where the talks could go from here.
In the run-up to this war, 5 rounds of discussions had taken place, mediated by Oman, by Qatar, in order to progress with the nuclear deal. The 6th round was supposed to take place a couple of days after the war began, but of course, the 12-day war then ensued, putting back all of those discussions. Now the U.S. are expressing optimism that the two sides can find some form of an agreement. Yesterday, the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, in an interview said, "We are hopeful for a comprehensive peace agreement. The signs are there."
And Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetchi reporting from Dubai. President Trump says the war between Iran and Israel is effectively over after the U.S. bombing campaign, though he says it could start again.
And Karen, President Trump is once again taking aim at Jay Powell. The Wall Street Journal is reporting the president could actually announce a replacement for the Fed chair as soon as September. He says he has a list of people to succeed Powell when his term expires next year.
Yeah, I know within 3 or 4 people who I'm going to pick. I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible. We have no inflation. We have a tremendous economy.
President Trump has called on the Fed to lower rates by 2.5 points. Last week, the central bank decided to leave rates unchanged in the range of 4.25% to 4.5%. Markets are pricing 62 basis points of easing by the end of this year. The chance of a cut next month remains at about 20%.
Meanwhile, Nathan Powell wrapped up 2 days of congressional testimony on Capitol Hill. The head of the Fed repeated his message that it's tough to figure out how tariffs will affect inflation.
The question is, who's going to pay for the tariffs? Originally, it's the importer, but it gets passed along through the distribution chain to some extent to the consumer. The ultimate question of it is how much of it does show up in inflation. And honestly, it's very hard to predict that in advance.
Powell told the House Financial Services Committee that recent economic data is backward-looking, and many economists expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the course of this year due to tariffs. For more Fed coverage, stay with Bloomberg. This morning, we're speaking with San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly. That's at 8:45 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube.
And before that, Karen, investors get a slew of reports to digest this morning on the economy. And we get a preview from Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
Bit by bit, analysts are hoping to build a picture of the post-tariff announcement economy. Initial jobless claims will be front and center today. Claims have ratcheted a little higher in recent weeks. Any rise in unemployment may suggest earlier Fed rate cuts. We'll also get new orders for durable goods. A jump in orders for expensive Boeing jets should boost the headline number, but capital goods, a proxy for overall business spending, are forecast to rise only modestly. That may be another signal the economy is slowing. Also on tap today, the first look at trade in May. Imports are expected to drop for a second month after a lot of tariff front-running purchases the first part of the year. That should narrow the overall trade deficit. Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Michael, thank you. As for the equity markets, futures are higher ahead of the Thursday session. Shares of Micron Technology are up 2.5% in early trading. The chip maker is forecasting stronger than expected revenue this quarter, citing booming demand for AI-related chips. Kim Forrest is founder at Boca Capital Partners.
I think they really eclipsed what I had thought they could do in this quarter. Remember, the chips that are driving their earnings higher are sold out for the end of this year, which is next quarter. So they're already booking next year's 2026, high bandwidth memory orders.
And Kim Forrest of Boca Capital Partners. Micron has been one of the chip industry's hottest stocks this year. Shares have gained more than 50% so far this year. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The NBA draft began in Brooklyn as expected with the Dallas Mavericks taking the Duke star Cooper Flagg. San Antonio picking second took Dylan Harper from Rutgers. His father, Ron, a longtime NBA player. Philadelphia with the third pick took Baylor's VJ Edgecombe. Then another Duke freshman, Con Knippel, went fourth to Charlotte. And another Rutgers player, Ace Bailey, taken by Utah with the fifth pick. Jacob Misarowski, the rookie pitcher from Milwaukee, won again, beat Pittsburgh. He's 3-0, has allowed only 3 hits. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Remember when a single technology glitch could bring an entire workday to a standstill? I'm Mark Banfield, Chief Commercial Officer at TeamViewer. Today, most technical issues are recurring. If you know the patterns, these issues can be remediated before they impact your business. One major UK retailer discovered a single point of sale outage cost them around $1 million in lost sales during a single lunchtime. Now, using TeamViewer's digital workplace platform, the same company is able to identify and fix those issues before they even happen. But proactive troubleshooting isn't just about the incremental improvements. It's about fundamentally reimagining how work happens for everyone. And the companies that move first get competitive advantages in terms of efficiency, productivity, and innovation. To find out more, visit bloomberg.com/TeamViewer.
The data that matters for your investments.
The entire auto sector is higher today.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Tesla's been a stock that's been in focus. Shares have really been all over the map this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Let's talk about some other decliners.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Second biggest driver in terms of points for the S&P 500.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Yeah, it's very important to note here that we've got a refutal from Shell after some of these big headlines hitting the wire here recently. I think there's the way to look at it, I think, is that there's huge hurdles here for a full takeover for Shell taking over BP. There's antitrust issues. There'd be years-long synergy realization challenges, cultural integration. So I really think that a full takeover is highly unlikely. It's a big ticket item, even for a company as big as Shell. What we think is probably more likely is there's some truth in the middle here to M&A interests. A possible business unit of BP's could be very valuable to Shell. Let's keep in mind that BP's valuation has been under significant pressure here. So one of its issues is that its sum of the parts is much higher than where it's currently valued. This makes a potential divestment of one of its units much more attractive to management.
Hey, well, what units? What part might be, the company willing to part with? What will investors like? And what parts maybe it doesn't want to make sure that there's a BP that's kind of left?
Yeah, so I think starting off, what wouldn't it be interested in? I think Shell has been very good at reading the investor room on partly why BP has faced the difficulties it has. We think it'd be very unlikely for Shell to be interested in BP Lightsource, which is BP's solar unit, their offshore wind, their hydrogen, their EV charging. All these will be highly likely off the table. We think Shell will be mostly interested in their core oil and gas engines, something like BPX, which is BP's onshore shale business in the US, which has done very well. BP's Gulf of Mexico portfolio, there's a lot of synergies here, overlap with some of Shell's assets. And of course, BP's LNG business. It's about half the size of Shell's, but acquiring this would make Shell just the absolute dominant global LNG player, controlling nearly a quarter of the global LNG market. So I think it's probably back to basics if you're looking at potential acquisitions of BP's units.
Two global companies based in different countries. From a regulatory perspective, what do investors need to understand about potential hurdles here from a regulatory environment?
I think antitrust hurdles is probably the number one risk to why this deal has not happened, in years prior. There is major overlap, particularly on the fuel retail side. Countries will not like BP plus Shell retail operations controlling a significant, or perhaps in some situations, all of their fuel marketing supply within the countries. I think this is a major risk, and I flagged it many times before. I think there's a lot of desire, particularly on the banking side, for a deal of this size.
Yeah.
But that brings a lot of complexity and challenges as well with it, which is why I ultimately think it won't happen on a 100% full takeover basis.
Will, is there anything that we can take away from the ExxonMobil get together that would tell us what might happen here, especially on the regulatory front?
Yeah, I think the difference there is it was a American. I think these portfolios are just much more diverse now. There's so many different components, different business units. I just think the overall ability for these portfolios to fit together is much more challenging on a whole one-to-one basis.
Okay, interesting to hear that. If we wouldn't necessarily see this matchup happen, Royal Dutch Shell taking over BP, who are the other players we need to keep in mind when it comes to possible M&A within the space?
So there's been a few rumors flying around. Obviously, Exxon and Chevron. You could even see some interest from Mideast NOCs like ADNOC. So there are potential buyers out there. I do think that the BP is ultimately interested in surviving. So I think the most likely option here is going to be them carving off a piece of a business. We know that they put up their Castrol business for sale. It's their lubricants, which is highly profitable, but it's ultimately non-core to the overall strategy. I think going back to that sum of the parts issue that they do have an attractive portfolio. It's just when you add it up, it's just much less than where it's valued now. I think Also, we're going to see some more management change. We already know the chairman, Helge Lund, is on his way out next year. There's major changes afoot, and a lot of this is due to Elliott Management, the activist shareholder, building up a 5% shareholding in BP, and has been reportedly very unhappy with inadequate changes being made to the strategy and the portfolio in recent months.
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC,
a frustrated president making his way over to Europe.
Absolutely. He's frustrated given the fact that he worked hard in his mind with his team to try to make sure that this conflict was not protracted and it was quick. And at the same time, he seems very annoyed what we're seeing in terms of the missiles continuing from both Iran and Israel. He's saying they both need to stop. The president calling on also Israel specifically after he spoke to reporters at the White House. As he's boarding Air Force One, he's heading to The Hague. He then put out a Truth Social post saying, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it's a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. So he seems to be both frustrated with Israel and Iran, saying that they violated the ceasefire. We should note he does go on to say he does think it will last. What we have seen in the past with ceasefires in the region is that the first 24, 48 hours can be fragile. It can be testy. Both sides can be testing the waters. But the president wants to make sure that this is the start of the end of this mini conflict that we've seen play out in the region.
progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
What do we hear, especially from our allies, about this ceasefire with which they had nothing to do?
Well, the president's certainly going to be met with two different viewpoints here in Europe. You have France's Emmanuel Macron coming out and saying he thinks the U.S. strikes on Iran were illegal, even though he does believe and agrees with the United States that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. And then you have the new German chancellor who said that what Israel did was, quote, the dirty work when it comes to the strikes on Iran, and basically saying, why should we in Germany criticize Israel or the U.S. for these strikes? So those are going to be two of the different viewpoints the president is met with. We should note, as the president is making his way here to The Hague from Washington, D.C., briefing reporters very early this morning, he seems incredibly frustrated, so much that he used an expletive when he was talking about the fact that he does not think that these two countries, Iran and Israel, have been fighting for so long and so hard, know what they're doing. He did tweet, though, that Israel will not be sending more strikes. He is trying to make sure that this ceasefire that is very fragile stays put. But that is why this conflict in the region is really going to overshadow the summit, because it is vulnerable, this ceasefire, and there's a lot of concern that potentially this could still be met with more tit-for-tat missiles between these two countries in potentially weeks to come, even if this is the start of the end of what we've seen play out over the course of the last nearly 2 weeks.
I want to meditate a little bit more on that frustration that we've seen from President Donald Trump, because he also is publicly frustrated with Israel as well. Of course, as you mentioned, he's since tweeted that, tensions will cool, at least when it comes to Israel's side. We also heard from the PM office over there saying that Israel will abstain from further strikes. But it's not often that we see Donald Trump publicly express frustration with Israel to this degree.
Yes, he's frustrated with Israel, and I believe this would stem from the fact that Israel said that Iran breached the ceasefire. So the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, came out and said the IDF will now retaliate. And what Trump was saying there is that he doesn't want to see that retaliation, and he wants their planes to come back home. But this was an interesting dialogue from the president this morning, because he wasn't just lashing out at the Iranian regime. He was also lashing out over what is going on in Israel, blaming both of these countries to be in breach of the ceasefire that he really forced together over the course of the past 24 hours.
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
It's a great victory for everybody, I think, and we will be equalized very shortly, and that's the way it has to be. It's going to be a lot of money too, a lot of defense,
trillions extra.
Yeah, and we have a great relationship, and we've had a great relationship from the beginning. Highly respected man, and we appreciate you being here too, everybody. We really do. We have a tremendous group of people on my left and a tremendous group of people on my right. They might be even better than my people. I don't know. Let's have a fight. Let's figure it out. Anyway, but we appreciate it, and we've had a tremendous relationship, Mark and I, and we've really worked on this subject for a long time. And when Biden was here, it just died like everything else died. And now it's you're going to take, I guess, a vote today, right?
Absolutely. Today we will decide unanimously to do this. That's my absolute conviction.
So we can't talk about it until the vote's taken, because sometimes strange things happen with those. But I think you're going to.
I'm not too worried.
I think you're going to do very well. Everyone's very happy about it.
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
What's your take on the oil price situation right now, and are you concerned?
I love it. It dropped almost $10 yesterday. I put out a statement, get it down, because a lot of people aren't able to do things when the energy goes down. We're going to have a lot less conflict.
President Trump there speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, and separately the president has signaled he wants to keep oil flowing out of Iran. It's a stark departure from the earlier strategy of squeezing Iranian energy exports to apply pressure at the negotiating table. Take a look at what we're seeing when it comes to oil, and there has been double percentage slump that we've seen over the past 2 days. At the moment, we are seeing a little bit of upside in the early part of the Asian session for WTI as we continue that assessment of the ceasefire. We also had an industry report showing another drop in U.S. crude stockpiles there as well. Over those 2 days, you've seen that decline of just about 5% when it comes to New York traded crude. At the moment, Israel and Iran appear to be honouring that ceasefire brokered by President Trump. That obviously reduces that risk premium and the risk to suppliers, but the fragility is kind of what we're looking at. But it's been quite interesting, Avril, that we saw Trump giving China, the biggest crude customer of Iran, essentially the green light on social media to continue buying its oil. Is this kind of being seen as both an olive branch to Iran and also to China, right, as we kind of restore the concentration and the focus back onto these ongoing trade uncertainties?
Yeah, given the uncertainties, though, you also wonder how seriously China is going to take this. Might they still be taking a cautious approach when it comes to potentially having these sanctions in play when it comes to import of Iranian oil, Heidi?
Yeah, let's get some more on the latest developments in the Middle East as this fragile truce appears to be holding for now. Let's bring in Randa Slim. She's a senior fellow at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. It's been a pretty chaotic 12, 13 days, but certainly over the last 24 to 48 hours, there's been a lot of to and fro and developments. How do you assess the sort of ongoing stability of this truce and whether it can pave the way for sort of more of a brokered ongoing peace?
Well, right now it remains fragile, it's unstable, and but so far the two countries, Israel and Iran, seem to be interested in maintaining this truce. Now, whether this will lead to whether this will be durable in the long term, I don't know. It's too early to tell, and because I think Israel is interested, particularly the Israeli Prime Minister, is interested in making sure that Iran will not be able to reconstitute its capacities in the nuclear field. And based on the preliminary assessment from DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, doesn't seem that the hits have dealt serious damage to the nuclear facilities, that it might have set back the nuclear program by few months, but it's not something that is going to be a sustainable damage that will prevent Iran from reconstituting that program.
Rand, I was looking back at previous conversation. I think one of the last times we spoke was actually when we saw the assassination of the Hezbollah leader late last year. We were talking about the implications for Iranian proxies. What's your assessment of that situation now, and how does it sort of dramatically change the landscape? Because at that point we were sort of not looking at the possibility of direct confrontation. Obviously, things have changed so much since then. Do we have a weakened Iran, do you think, or do they sort of regroup and look for revenge?
This is a very interesting question. I think the Iran proxy network, including Hezbollah, has been weakened, seriously weakened, but it's not out. They still maintain some capacities. We don't know exactly how many missiles they still, for example, Hezbollah maintain, but they do, according to some Israeli military estimates, about 20% of their missile capacity is still intact. So they can cause serious damage. But I think for now, their interest is to maintain a low profile and to keep whatever capacities, no matter how weak they are, to keep them intact and to keep their political profile in the countries that they work in or they currently operate, be it Hezbollah in Lebanon, be it the Iraqi militias that are pro-Iran in Iran, be it the Houthis. They have all looked and seen in action Israelis' military capacities, Americans' military capacities, and they don't want to incur their wrath. And Iran is interested in maintaining this network, this proxy network in place, no matter how weak and decimated it is, as it is currently and in the future will be reviewing its military deterrence strategy and what are going to be the components of this strategy and what role will this proxy network be playing in this strategy going forward.
Randa, it also sounds like the regime might be a bit more focused on survival at this stage in Iran. To what extent, then, do you see the ceasefire as a sort of window of opportunity for the conversation to be about nuclear diplomacy?
You are correct. I think right now the number one priority for the regime in Tehran is regime survival, and all the means are going to justify reaching that objective. And one of the means that their diplomats and even the president, the Iran president, has been talking about is diplomacy, and that this is now a better or much larger window for engaging in negotiation. The question is going really to be whether Israel, and particularly the Israeli Prime Minister, is interested in stopping this conflict at this stage. After all, there were negotiations going on between the United States and Iran about this about their nuclear program, and those were preempted by Israeli military action against Iran. And so the question is going to be Israel, the interest of the political establishment, Israel, the prime minister, and whether the U.S. president will, basically apply the right amount of pressure on the Israeli prime minister to seize any kind of military action going forward against Iran.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Are you concerned about the timeline? Because this is over a 10-year period of time. There has not been a commitment to do it sort of every single year increments. Do you think that that might be a way to get around some of the spending for some of the countries involved?
I think it's important to have that flexibility because, yes, Latvia, the Baltic states, Poland, a number of others will reach the 3.5%. We have reached 3.5% hard military spending, hard NATO definition military spending already. We will go to 5% next year. But for the others who have already quite significant capabilities, for them to reach NATO defense capability targets, because each country have a specific list of targets that they need to reach, whether that's air defenses, long-range fires, and so on and so forth, it's first necessary to produce them, to have them, right? So it's not like tomorrow at lunchtime you can have what you have written on the paper. Right. So that's why also when leaders agree a declaration in a few hours, it also provides for the annual evaluation of that commitment and how the implementation is going. So this is very important because it allows sort of flexibility in time, because you can have maybe more one year, something less next year, depending on the production capability. But it's also defense industry, because it's not enough just to have money. It's not enough to have 155 munitions that is costing 2,000 a few years ago. Today it costs 8,000. So you can raise defense spending as much as you want. If there is no industry producing at scale what we need, then we have a problem.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
How was this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that, that was the extent of it.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you...
I'm taking photos of my president shaking the people's hands. No, that's not allowed. You know it.
Can we take photos for the president?
Nope.
These aren't official photographers.
They're closed.
Okay.
1 second. 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 1 second.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At
NATO leaders agreed on the The Hague Defence Investment Plan. And this will fuel a quantum leap in our collective defence. They agreed to boost our defence industries, which will not only increase our security, but will also create jobs. And we have reaffirmed our unwavering support for Ukraine. All of this is crucial. It means that no matter the challenges we face, whether from Russia or terrorism, cyber attacks, sabotage or strategic competition, this alliance is and will remain ready, willing and able to defend every inch of Allied territory and ensure that our 1 billion people can continue to live in freedom and security. These decisions will have a profound impact on our ability to do what NATO was founded to do, deter and defend. And the key decision in that regard is to adopt the The Hague Defence Investment Plan. With this plan, allies have agreed to invest 5% of GDP in defence. This is a significant commitment in response to significant threats to our security. It includes at least 3.5% of GDP invested in core defence requirements, a benchmark that until today was set at 2%. A target that I'm pleased to say all allies will now meet this year or have already met. The 3.5% is to fund our militaries and the equipment they need, from our air defences to ammunition, drones, tanks, troops and more. In addition to the 3.5% for core defence, the plan includes 1.5% of GDP that will go towards investment that support our defence and security, all to ensure we can effectively deter aggression and defend ourselves and each other should anyone make the mistake of attacking.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Thank you, my friends. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. And an hour ago, I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Brad Lander, who did exactly that. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity.
Zoran, let's hear it.
Thank you, brother. Today, 8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
This is The Asia Trade. I'm Avril Hong in Singapore.
I'm Heidi Stradwatts in Sydney. The top stories this hour. Oil plunging for a second day as a fragile Middle East ceasefire holds after early breaches. President Trump arrives at the NATO summit, signaling he wants to keep crude flowing out of Iran. A Wall Street tailwind for Asian stocks with the Nasdaq 100 hitting a record. The Fed chair telling lawmakers that rate cuts are coming, but refusing to commit to a timeline. And we'll be live at the World Economic Forum in Tianjin as investors await for an appearance by the Chinese Premier for clues on any further economic support.
Let's take a look at how markets in Asia are shaping up. Maybe we see a bit of a cautiously optimistic open as these signs that the Israel-Iran truce is holding despite some earlier stumbles. We are also keeping watch, of course, on how markets receive the commentary from Fed Chair Powell. He gave a relatively balanced overview, but we've also seen how markets have been pricing in a little over 2 cuts for this year, and the pricing for July edged up a little bit as well following Powell's comments. Looking at dollar yen hovering quite flat now around the 145 handle. Heidi.
Yeah, take a look at what else we're watching, particularly when it comes to the outlook for oil, as we see oil now ticking a little bit higher after what has been a couple of days of weakness, particularly in light of this fragile truce at this point holding, despite some concerns about the resilience of it from either side, right? We have seen a double-digit percentage declines when it comes to the last 2 days of trading for crude there, but at the moment we are seeing a pretty sort of decent level being held at just over $65 when it comes to WTI. Taking a look at Nasdaq futures, we're looking a little bit softer after the gains we saw overnight as S&P futures, and watching treasuries as well, as we did see some of those moves across US bond markets in the overnight session.
Yeah, as you alluded to there, it's really about Israel and Iran appearing to honor the ceasefire that was brokered by the U.S. president, and that follows on from his sharp rebuke over initial violations by both sides.
I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. You understand that?
Let's bring in Bloomberg editor Michael Heath and our White House reporter Akela Gardner. Akela, let's start with you first. Interesting tone that the U.S. president has taken on the truce. What exactly did he urge both sides to do?
Yeah, you heard the president using very strong language, using an expletive there, sincerely saying that he wants the ceasefire to hold after Israel basically destroyed a radar complex near Tehran, and you had Iran also firing 3 missiles also at Israel as well. And so the president is really wanting this ceasefire that he declared last night to hold. And this is a huge thing that he wants to secure because there was criticism of his decision to strike Iran's 3 nuclear facilities. And he wants to really bring in this era of peace. That's what he's been saying, that after the U.S. took that action, that he really wants to usher in this era of peace and create the ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
And Mike, as this sort of fragile truce holds for now, so much focus remains on exactly the state of play when it comes to the uranium program, right? These stockpiles, we had heard reports and satellite imaging that they had been moved. I mean, what do we know? Is it possible to kind of know what the state is and how quickly it could potentially be recovered?
Yeah, I mean, it seems that what really needs to happen is that the International Atomic Energy Agency, its inspectors need to be able to agree with Iran to go and you know, to be able to get their work going again, kind of thing. But Iran is obviously a bit sceptical about dealing with the IAEA after it was, it's always maintained it hasn't been building a nuclear weapon, and that the the agency should be protecting Iran, given that it has inspections, it goes through all the processes. So the question is whether Iran's prepared to allow the inspectors back in, and we can sort of get back into a situation where everything's accounted for. But at the moment it's not, and of course there's also these other reports that when President Trump said that some of these facilities have been obliterated, that in fact the damage wasn't so great. Now, these are all preliminary reports. Really, people, as you say, you need to get in on the ground to see how much damage has been done, and how long it would take to fix it. But the real key question at the moment is, where is this enriched uranium? There's about 400 kilograms of it. Iran notified the IAEA that it was moving it once it was under attack from Israel, and it's unaccounted for. And theoretically, the estimate is that could be enough for 9 or 10 nuclear weapons or bombs.
And Kayla, at the same time, we're seeing President Trump being really feted at the NATO gathering. We've seen this sort of month-long charm offensive by the Secretary General as well. Is that going to work in terms of being able to garner a bit more US support for this level of funding?
It's hard to say whether it will work, but we certainly know that the NATO Secretary General has been trying to charm the president. The president posted a long text message that he got from the secretary today on Truth Social, basically applauding him for the ceasefire that he has secured in the Middle East. But there's 2 really huge issues that are going to come up during this summit. One is that Article 5 commitment from NATO members that essentially says if one is attacked, all will defend. And the president did not give a straight answer when he was asked today whether he was still committed to that article. And at the same time, you have the president asking allies to up their spending to 5% of GDP, and at the same time saying this shouldn't necessarily apply to the U.S., specifically because the U.S. is not in Europe. When you look at conflicts like the one that we're seeing in Ukraine, he says they don't have the same sort of stakes that many of these countries have when it comes to those threats. And so the secretary is certainly going to be looking to get those commitments from him, but he is not yet committed to doing that.
Mike, when it comes to NATO and these defense pledges, as Akela was just alluding to, given the European state of play with the Ukraine-Russia conflict, what exactly are the considerations at this stage?
Yeah, overall, I mean, Germany has sort of really stepped up and has said that it's going to build a substantial military to help defend Europe, and many countries have said they will meet this 5% pledge. And generally speaking, the sense is that President Trump has a pretty sound footing here in demanding a lot more spending from Europe. This is a very rich continent. It runs extraordinary social programs that the US is unable to afford, and it really does need to do more for its own defence. But the problem also is this: there's a couple of things. There's the Article 5, which I'll come to, but Spain has asked for an exemption, and then from the 5%, and then once it's done it, Slovakia sort of asked for it. So this then starts to fray this consensus, and it's very, very hard to bring all these countries together, and they've done a pretty good job so far. But I don't think that I think they're really going to have to commit to this. The problem with the Article 5, though, with President Trump not giving a straight answer, is NATO unravels if you don't have this all-for-one, one-for-all idea of it. And that's what has always spooked Russia. It's why the moment Finland joined NATO, suddenly there's no overflights there. It just, the Russians always respect strength, and that's what NATO has been, this consolidated bloc. And President Trump sort of questioning that really does eat away at the fabric of what NATO is supposed to represent as a defensive bloc.
And Akela, this social media posting about China being able to now resume buying Iranian oil by the president has really confounded onlookers, his own government, really, given years of sanctions. How do we interpret this?
Well, the president does have a habit of making policy shifts on true.
All right, looks like we've lost connection to our White House reporter, Akela Gardner. But Mike, just wondering if you could just weigh in as well. I mean, as Heidi was just talking about, when it comes to this shift, these pronouncements from the U.S. president often coming on social media, to what extent, can we take this seriously when it comes to potentially the shift on how China can now import Iranian oil?
Yeah, look, as I think my colleague was about to say, is that these sort of shifts on the run, on the fly or on the run, come on his social media platform, on Truth Social. But what I think the broader point here is that President Trump's trying to extend an olive branch to Iran, and we saw that when Iran retaliated to the US bombing with, by warning ahead of time that it would hit the base in Qatar, allowing the US to evacuate it, allowing Qatar to clear the airspace. Trump thanked Iran for actually doing that, and he wants to try to build a rapport after this to get an agreement on this nuclear issue, and at the same time he sort of wants to build some bridges with China. So whether he can actually allow this to happen, these sanctions, a lot of them are legislated, so we just have to see how that would actually work out. But I think that there's an effort to try to extend an olive branch to those countries that talking is better than fighting. As Winston Churchill used to say, jaw better than war. So Trump seems to be very much of that ilk at the moment.
Yeah, war and peace. Michael, thanks so much. Our Bloomberg editor, Michael Heath, and our White House reporter, Akela Gardner. Now, of course, the other big story we've been tracking, Fed Chair Jerome Powell has faced questioning on Capitol Hill, repeating that policymakers need not rush to adjust rates as they await more clarity on the impact of President Trump's economic policies.
The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance.
Our executive editor for Asia Markets, Paul Dobson, joins us now for more. What is your initial read on what Powell said on Capitol Hill? I mean, on one hand, he's saying they don't know what these tariffs are going to mean for inflation in the back half, but that it might not be as bad as earlier forecasts.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say as little as possible, right? Which is an art that I think that central bank governors learn over time. Don't pre-commit. Don't give the market too much of a steer one way or the other. And yet the market still took something from it. And what it took away from it, or what it's feeling is that, Powell saying as long as inflation doesn't come back, then we'll be cutting interest rates sooner than later. And the market heard sooner rather than later and jumped on top of it. And basically, so we got lower yields. We have the market fully pricing in 2 Fed rate cuts for the year, a little bit more beyond that as well. We heard from Bowman. We heard from Waller over the recent days, pointing to the idea that even July could be in play, and the market is quite excited about that as well. So lower yields across the board and supportive for equity markets as well.
Yeah, this is a market that's sort of proactively pricing in the supportive measures, right? There's a pretty big risk, given that we're counting down to the expiry of some of these trade truces as well. There's a great deal of uncertainty when it comes to tariffs.
There is, and the inflationary impact as well. And so, for example, we have a story from Bill Gross overnight, and his view is that Treasury yields can't go a lot further down from where they are currently because of those risks and because of the US budget and spending risks as well on top of that. So there's still all of that uncertainty in the market. We're 2 weeks away, right, from the deadlines that we have for the tariffs, all else being equal, that a sort of a period of relenting from the tariffs should run off in 2 weeks' time, and then they should be back on. But the market doesn't seem to really believe that at all. It's not pricing in that as a risk. I think, if you look at where we are with equities, you look at where we are with the Treasury market as well, people are more thinking that we haven't seen a great deal of progress, but we have seen some negotiations, and that will probably be enough for most of them, at least, to roll over. So it's not being priced as a particularly big risk anywhere at this moment in time. And of course, we've seen the sort of wildcat approach many times before. The blow up and then the retreat. So there could be much more scope for financial market volatility as we get closer to that date.
Even as we keep an eye on volatility, it looks like the market's ability to look past risks is really quite remarkable. Is this, we're clear for liftoff, and to what extent might AI come back in the driver's seat?
Yeah. So tech had a good day overnight as well, higher beta and all that. And that narrative hasn't really gone away completely. And for Asia's markets, for that matter, as well, particularly China, we're still seeing a lot of people getting very excited about the potential for gains there as well. So it's going to be a continuing theme, right? And we're still figuring it out, upstairs in the newsroom every day. We're looking at AI and how we can bring it into our own work. And I'm sure the people all around the world are doing that as well. And so that bodes well for that continuing rollout. Looking at the data centers as an opportunity, for example, looking at the companies, obviously, at the vanguard, and those that are really finding business models that are going to work and be able to actually generate cash and revenue from the AI trend.
Yeah, AI as a thematic play. Thanks so much. Our executive editor for Asia Markets, Paul Dobson. Coming up on the Asia Trade, we discuss the latest developments in the Middle East with Johns Hopkins University's School of Advanced International Studies and the Carnegie Endowment. We'll head to the WEF meeting in Tianjin, where UBS outlines the hurdles ahead for China's growth. Plus, Nomura breaks down the momentum they see in Korean equities. Much more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can. Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
What's your take on the oil price situation right now, and are you concerned?
I love it. It dropped almost $10 yesterday. I put out a statement, get it down, because a lot of people aren't able to do things when the energy goes down. We're going to have a lot less conflict.
President Trump there speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, and separately the president has signalled he wants to keep oil flowing out of Iran. It's a stark departure from the earlier strategy of squeezing Iranian energy exports to apply pressure at the negotiating table. Take a look at what we're seeing when it comes to oil, and there has been double percentage slump that we've seen over the past 2 days. At the moment, we are seeing a little bit of upside in the early part of the Asian session for WTI as we continue that assessment of the ceasefire. We also had an industry report showing another drop in US crude stockpiles there as well. Over those 2 days, you've seen that decline of just about 5% when it comes to New York traded crude. At the moment, Israel and Iran appear to be honouring that ceasefire brokered by President Trump. That obviously reduces that risk premium and the risk to suppliers, but the fragility is kind of what we're looking at. But it's been quite interesting, Avril, that we saw Trump giving China, the biggest crude customer of Iran, essentially the green light on social media to continue buying its oil. Is this kind of being seen as both an olive branch to Iran and also to China, right, as we kind of restore the concentration and the focus back onto these ongoing trade uncertainties?
Yeah, given the uncertainties, though, you also wonder how seriously China is going to take this. Might they still be taking a cautious approach when it comes to potentially having these sanctions in play when it comes to imports of Iranian oil, Heidi?
Yeah, let's get some more on the latest developments in the Middle East as this fragile truce appears to be holding for now. Let's bring in Randa Slim. She's a senior fellow at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. It's been a pretty chaotic 12, 13 days, but certainly over the last 24 to 48 hours, there's been a lot of to and fro and developments. How do you assess the sort of ongoing stability of this truce and whether it can pave the way for sort of more of a brokered ongoing peace?
Well, right now it remains fragile, it's unstable, and but so far the two countries, Israel and Iran, seem to be interested in maintaining this truce. Now, whether this will lead to whether this will be durable in the long term, I don't know. It's too early to tell, and because I think Israel is interested, particularly the Israeli Prime Minister, is interested in making sure that Iran will not be able to reconstitute its capacities in the nuclear field. And based on the preliminary assessment from the IA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, doesn't seem that the hits have dealt serious damage to the nuclear facilities, that it might have set back the nuclear program by few months, but it's not something that is going to be a sustainable damage that will prevent Iran from reconstituting that program.
Rand, I was looking back at previous conversation. I think one of the last times we spoke was actually when we saw the assassination of the Hezbollah leader late last year. We were talking about the implications for Iranian proxies. What's your assessment of that situation now, and how does it sort of dramatically change the landscape? Because at that point we were sort of not looking at the possibility of direct confrontation. Obviously, things have changed so much since then. Do we have a weakened Iran, do you think, or do they sort of regroup and look for revenge?
This is a very interesting question. I think the Iran proxy network, including Hezbollah, has been weakened, seriously weakened, but it's not out. They still maintain some capacities. We don't know exactly how many missiles they still, for example, Hezbollah maintain, but they do, according to some Israeli military estimates, about 20% of their missile capacity is still intact. So they can cause serious damage. But I think for now, their interest is to maintain a low profile and to keep whatever capacities, no matter how weak they are, to keep them intact and to keep their political profile in the countries that they work in or they currently operate, be it Hezbollah in Lebanon, be it the Iraqi militias that are pro-Iran in Iran, be it the Houthis. They have all looked and seen in action Israelis' military capacities, Americans' military capacities, and they don't want to incur their wrath. And Iran is interested in maintaining this network, this proxy network in place, no matter how weak and decimated it is, as it is currently and in the future will be reviewing its military deterrence strategy and what are going to be the components of this strategy and what role will this proxy network be playing in this strategy going forward.
Randa, it also sounds like the regime might be a bit more focused on survival at this stage in Iran. To what extent, then, do you see the ceasefire as a sort of window of opportunity for the conversation to be about nuclear diplomacy?
You are correct. I think right now the number one priority for the regime in Tehran is regime survival, and all the means are going to justify reaching that objective. And one of the means that their diplomats and even the president, the Iran president, has been talking about is diplomacy, and that this is now a better or much larger window for engaging in negotiation. The question is going really to be whether Israel, and particularly the Israeli Prime Minister, is interested in stopping this conflict at this stage. After all, there were negotiations going on between the United States and Iran about their nuclear program, and those were preempted by Israeli military action against Iran. And so the question is going to be Israel, the interest of the political establishment, Israel, the prime minister, and whether the U.S. president will, basically apply the right amount of pressure on the Israeli prime minister to seize any kind of military action going forward against Iran.
Yeah, and we saw, despite the shaky start to the truce, about 24 hours ago that, after Trump tweeted or talked about how Israel should stop dropping bombs, it actually held up. I just wonder to what extent you think then the U.S. president can continue applying pressure.
I think the U.S. president is really interested in adding another win to his record as a peacemaker. The first win that he has secured on this in this arena has been the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, and he has been talking about it. And so he's interested in really, adding more wins, and I think achieving this ceasefire, he looks at it as another win, and achieving a sustainable and durable ceasefire is going to be important for securing this win. The question, again, is going to be the two parties that are involved in this conflict. Iran, I think, is interested in stopping these hostilities because of the price that they have so far paid for in this conflict. I don't know what are going to be, whether the Israeli prime minister is interested at this point in basically declaring mission accomplished and stop where they have, what they have achieved until now. My guess is that he might look at a short-term ceasefire and then, in the future, do engage in whatever kind of covert operations in order to make sure that Iran does not reconstitute its capacities in the nuclear arena.
Right, because if this is about eliminating the existential threat seen to Israel, it's hard to say that mission has been accomplished at this point, right?
I mean, given the early battle assessment, damage assessment that we are hearing coming out of the Defense Intelligence Agency, it doesn't seem that the nuclear program has been decimated or has been, weakened to the point that Israel will not be able to reconstitute it in some time in the future. It's not going, as the damage assessment is saying, maybe by a few months, maybe by a year, but that technical knowledge is there. The enriched uranium stockpile is there. The centrifuge looks like most of them are still there. So it's going to take some time for Iran to reconstitute it, but it is an achievable objective.
Randa, really good to get your insights. Thanks so much for sharing your time with us. Randa Slim, Senior Fellow at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. Let's take a look at how the FX space is faring as well really quickly, because we have been seeing that dollar strength being eroded for much of this week following the ceasefire as well, and looks to be at play in the session today as well. Looking at dollar yen still hovering just below the 145 level. It's been interesting how the Chinese currency has been catching a bit and the signals that have been coming from the PBOC in the past couple of sessions. This is Bloomberg.
Let's get you back to the World Economic Forum in China, of course better known as the Summer Davos. Let's get more on Beijing's policy direction, the implications for the global markets. Our Chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel standing by with our next guest. Steve.
Yes, it is day two. Seems like we've been here a long time already, but day two of the Summer Davos here in Tianjin. And our first guest this morning is no stranger to Bloomberg Television, Tommy Fang, UBS head of China Global Markets. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so there seems to be a lasting peace, but obviously the potential oil shock that could have arisen and still could arise is going to be a pressure on markets and investor sentiment. How do you see this lasting peace?
Well, I think
as it refers to the market, of course.
Of course, I think uncertainty is really the words for this year to date. So I think this just adding to another sort of angles of volatilities, which in many ways our global markets really are here to help our clients provide liquidities. So we've seen a lot of activities and volumes, but the uncertainty is definitely somewhere to be expected.
How much resilience do you think is built into the Chinese economy right now? They have built some resilience because of the trade war. Now there's this other external shock.
Well, overall, I think China really is on this journey, as I coined it, this whatever it takes since September last year. I think by and large, Chinese policymaker is really sticking to that agenda, which global investor is excited to see. But economy-wise, there are quite a few things we are still looking forward to, especially on the demand side. So we need more stimulus on the demand.
I'm glad you mentioned September because that's when the big stimulus package came out. It's been quite a few months now. It's been 9-10 months, obviously, since then. So where and what should they do on the policy front going forward?
I think first, they really need to stick to their course. I think under this world of uncertainty, have that stable and a transparent policy is very important for global investor. I think second, I think there are a lot of resilience, as you mentioned, but overall, we still see so the price reflection here in China still have the downward pressure. Yeah. So continue to stimulate on the demand and the consumer side.
So one bank, your competitor, has called this China's 3D challenge, right? So debt, deflation, demographics. But there's also Donald Trump, there's diplomacy, there's all kinds of challenges. What should they tackle first?
I think overall, it's really stick to the overall confidence of the market and really look at the demand side and the consumer side.
So get consumption going. What do you think the message from Li Qiang, the premier, who will be speaking here in a keynote, what do you think his message not only will be, what should it be?
Well, I think Premier Li will definitely have a lot to cover. We're all looking forward to that. But he definitely bring that sort of continuous stimulus into the market. And also particularly the investor is really riding on this, whether it's DeepSeek or whether it's the overall technology and innovation wave, or using China policy's words, this high quality growth. But having that combined with the data to show that growth from the overall markets. Yeah. So I think that's where the market and the investor wanted to hear.
I'm guessing he's going to say the word stability quite a few times, and that's the message to foreign investors, right? What are you seeing right now on the markets? Because we seem to have erased most of the losses that we saw following the eruption of the reciprocal tariffs on April 7th when the market really tanked. We're back to where we were essentially at the beginning of the year. Right. Where do the markets go from here?
Well, so China, you can see so overall Hong Kong is having a very good time, both from the IPO side and also the overall liquidity. So that drives the overall valuation for Hong Kong. A bit related to the overall expectation of maybe dollar will weaken. Yeah. So having that Hong Kong dollar pack with a cheaper overall asset will help Hong Kong market. And China Asia, there's still, I think, to me, there is a lot of more upside from here.
Yeah, you think so? I mean, do you think the trade truce with the United States allows policymakers to sort of pause? They don't necessarily need to bring in the national team to support stocks. They don't necessarily need to do a big bazooka on stimulus because, again, there is a truce. We have a deadline of mid-August, though, that those tariffs could go up again. But right now, there's a truce.
This is really hard to say. I think overall, I think the market have a bit of a concern whether with that truce, the stimulus package will be strong enough. But my read is Beijing is taking the view of whatever it takes. So that means whether it's truce or whether it's the fundamental economy is not enough to bring that growth to 5%, they will add more into the stimulus package. So that's where I think Beijing should do, and probably be a little bit more proactive, be a little bit more bold in terms of the stimulus, especially, again, on the demand and the consumer side.
How optimistic are you that the United States and China can reach, I mean, it's not going to resolve all the differences overnight, but that they can at least agree to keep on talking and have a lasting truce instead of ramping up those tariffs?
So I'm cautiously optimistic. So, the Geneva Agreement, in many ways, is above investors' expectation. Yeah. We definitely see now, who are the leaders in terms of negotiation. Scott and Vice Premier He are leading that conversation. And also it seems the both presidents are talking, so which is very important.
Let's go back to the markets and talk about Hong Kong, because the Hang Seng is in a technical bull market, up 20% year to date. The Hang Seng Tech Index up about 18.5%. There's a lot of tech companies or other companies in the pipeline for IPOs. What's your second half outlook, given the significant run-up we've already had in the first half of the year?
Sure. So normally, market doesn't go straight lines. So I would actually expect some kind of normalization. But given where the market is and also the liquidity, Hong Kong will continue to do well. But the overall China asset class, especially onshore here in Asia, are relatively much cheaper now compared to global emerging market and also Hong Kong. So that will be some of the catch-up from the onshore market here.
All right, Tommy, great to see you. Thanks for kicking off our Day 2 coverage here. And we'll all be listening to Li Chang, the Premier, speaking, I think, around 10 o'clock local
looking
time.
Forward to that.
Okay, Avril, we're going to send it back to you from Tianjin.
Good stuff, Steve. Thanks very much. Our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel, in Tianjin at the World Economic Forum. Some of the stories we are following. The European Union's industry chief says the bloc plans to impose retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. if President Trump keeps the 10% baseline levy on European products after negotiations. Brussels is rushing to clinch a deal with Washington before tariffs jump to 50% on July 9th. However, many EU officials expect most U.S. tariffs to remain in place even if an agreement is reached. A special counsel investigating former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has requested an arrest warrant after he skipped 3 formal requests for questioning. Yoon was impeached and removed from office earlier this year following a failed attempt to impose martial law. The arrest warrant has been filed on charges of obstructing public duty during the investigation. And U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says Republicans could reach a deal on state and local tax deductions within the next 2 days. House lawmakers have backed a version with a higher cap on spending than the Senate's proposal. Bessent met with Senate Republicans on Tuesday and remains optimistic the bill will pass by next week.
I had a very successful lunch meeting with the senators. I think that we are on track for hopefully for a vote this Friday for July 4th for the tax bill. President is doing peace deals, tax deals, trade deals, so he's done a peace deal. I think we'd have the tax deal done by July 4th, and then we can finish with the trade deals.
Well, the NATO summit is getting underway in The Hague, overshadowed by the tensions in the Middle East and division over military spending. Spain is refusing to agree to the bigger defence budgets that President Trump is demanding. We asked the EU's Foreign Affairs and Security Policy Chief, Kaja Kallas, about the summit's goals and the situation between Israel and Iran.
The international law says, gives you good 2 reasons where you can use force. One is self-defense and the other one is by the mandate of the Security Council. So those who use force have to also justify that it complies with the international rules.
And are you satisfied that it does, or you're not sort of in a position to make that appraisal quite yet?
Well, that is not up to us to say, really. I mean, of course, we have said that the Atomic Energy Association needs to have assessment and also get an access to the nuclear sites and everything that is concerning Iran. Europe has always been very concerned that Iran does not acquire a nuclear weapon. We have been very clear on that.
And onto the business of NATO, are you confident that everybody will sign on without caveat, without exception to the 5% NATO goal tomorrow morning? Are we going to get that? Or do you think that Spain is going to pose a problem there?
Well, we have heard, of course, Spain raising the issues that they are raising. I think it's important that we get the decision of moving to 5%. It's a very ambitious target, also requires a lot of difficult decisions from member states. That is very clear. And, the trouble with the defense spending is that you need to do it while you have peace. And actually, people don't need or don't see the necessity of the defense spending. But when you actually need it, it's too late because of everything. And right now the understanding for everybody is that we need to invest more in order to deter aggressors from looking our way.
And have you spoken to Pedro Sánchez? Are you afraid that this could potentially endanger the whole sort of project here?
Of course, NATO Secretary General is working on that. I try to keep the European countries together, and we have also put forward, different means how member states can do this. I mean, opening financial possibilities for member states to actually spend more, and also how we can do more jointly, joint procurement, joint projects, because the defense is regional, not national anymore.
The EU's Foreign Affairs and Security Chief Kaja Kallas speaking with our colleague Oliver Crook at the NATO summit in The Hague. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that the conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance.
Fed Chair Jay Powell speaking to a U.S. House panel on Capitol Hill. Let's check in on how U.S. Treasury futures are shaping up across the curve after we saw Treasuries gain with investors focus on the prospects of Fed rate cuts, seeing it moving sideways now based on Treasury futures. Of course, Chair Powell appears for a second day on Capitol Hill. Heidi.
Well, Avril, the AIIB president, In Lee Kun, says that free trade remains the strongest defence against rising tariffs. In an exclusive interview in Beijing, Jin also signalled openness to working with non-member countries, including the United States.
I invited the United States and Japan to join, and I had extensive discussions with them. Quite a lot of people were my old friends, right? We understood each other. So I respect the decision-making of any sovereign government, but I assure them, for whatever reason you choose not to join, it's not a problem. We can work together. For instance, as you know, we work with the U.S. and the Japanese financial institutions, and we are open to the professionals from the U.S. and Japan. They are working very happily in our institution, and some of them are taking very important positions. Financial institutions and business companies are welcome to compete in the international competitive bidding. So we are inclusive.
Your member countries are now grappling with the issue of tariffs. Are you seeing heightened lending this year, for instance, from member nations needing more funds as a result?
Tariff issue, certainly, I hope it will be eased, if not completely worked out. Tariff issues will certainly impact on some of our member countries, right? But also, I find this is going to lead to a different kind of scenario of global development. if the tariff is an issue, the best way to deal with the high tariff issue is for a group of economies to be working together, maintaining free trade. So in terms of the geography, population, resource endowments, I think ASEAN and the GCC and Central Asia, these countries can work together without any problem. And on the other hand, the European countries as a bloc is also interested in working with Asian countries. So I think there could be a solution to deal with the tariff. And if that is the scenario we've been looking at for kind of solution, probably tariff issues would be gone later on.
Mr. Jin, back in October, you talked about how it will take time for stimulus to play out, and we're seeing that. Retail sales is rising. We're seeing even consumer stocks doing really well. Is it sustainable, or is this a sugar rush for the country?
You're referring to China?
To China.
Yeah, I think the government has issued a series of new policies stimulating the economy, and not just one shot in the arm, but also all these policies will be doing, I think, its job in promoting the private sector development, creating more jobs. And you will find most of the innovations, creative new things were developed by the private sector. You see how vibrant this is. And the government provides the enabling environment for all of this business in the economy to do what it should do.
AIIB President In Liuchun at their annual meeting in Beijing, speaking exclusively with Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin. More from this year's AIIB meeting ahead. Indonesia's finance minister sits down with Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin on Insight to talk tariffs and the future of U.S. trade ties. You can catch that interview at 11 a.m. in Hong Kong, which will be 1 p.m. in Sydney. And of course, let's take a look at how futures are shaping up in the Asia-Pacific as well. It's pointing to a pretty mixed picture, both in Sydney and Japan. Maybe investors cautiously optimistic despite some of the uncertainties out of the way, given how this Iran-Israel truce does seem to be holding up. But we still have a tariff deadline that we are counting down to, and the Fed Chair Jay Powell set to speak for a second day on Capitol Hill. The concerns about the impact from tariffs on the inflation outlook. Of course, we did see pretty solid gains on Wall Street overnight. Futures in the U.S. Pointing to very slight declines. Now, aside from that, Heidi, we're of course keeping a close watch on how oil prices have been faring, seeing a bit of a tick up today against the backdrop of the dip in U.S. Inventories.
Yeah, that's right. And a little bit of an uptick, but of course comes against the backdrop of a couple of days of a pretty solid pullback in that risk premium, right? Not just the geopolitical complications that continue to sort of change the risk outlook, but we've also had another drop in U.S. crude stockpiles, according to the latest industry report. The fundamentals are kind of what traders are now focusing back on, which is a world that is pretty awash in oil and pretty subdued when it comes to demand from major economies, the likes of China. Seeing New York crude ticking up by just over 1% at the moment. We're also watching iron ore, given that there are expectations that perhaps we get a little bit more commentary around fiscal and monetary policy support out of China today from the World Economic Forum in Tianjin. That'll give some support when it comes to the likes of iron ore, copper, some of those more sort of China growth proxy commodities and metals that we're watching at the moment. A little bit of downside for iron ore traded in Singapore. Gold at the moment is actually edging a little bit higher, but of course we have had some declines, including the biggest fall in more than 5 weeks, as we see that sort of honouring of the fragile ceasefire agreement. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Asia trade, the latest from the corporate front. FedEx shares fell in late trading after its profit outlook for the current quarter missed estimates. It also declined to give a full-year forecast, citing an uncertain global demand environment. FedEx says U.S.-China shipments fell sharply in May, and volumes on its most profitable trade route are expected to remain under pressure. New Zealand-based fintech company Xero has agreed to buy U.S. payment software provider Melio. The deal, valued at $2.5 billion, is Xero's biggest ever acquisition. The cash and stock deal includes $500 million in additional performance and other payments over 3 years. Xero says the combined business is expected to accelerate its U.S. revenue growth. Shares of California-based chip designer Ambarella rose more than 20% after Bloomberg revealed that it's mulling a sale. Our sources say it's reached out to potential buyers with the help of bankers. Ambarella makes chips used in security and self-driving systems and could appeal to rivals interested in bulking up their automotive portfolio. Heidi.
Take a look at what we're watching when it comes to the Bank of Japan summary of opinions. We're hearing from, this is the summary of opinions from the June policy meeting. One BOJ member saying that they're watching to see if the outlook is realised without bias. The uncertainty, though, is extremely high over the outlook, with the need to support the economy now with the current rate environment. And we're seeing the yen at the moment paring its gain against the dollar as the markets digest that summary of opinions. One BOJ member also saying that it's appropriate to maintain the policy for the time being, and it's possible to boldly proceed with the adjustment. Of course, a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the Bank of Japan, not to mention sort of some of the oil and inflation uncertainty that continues to cloud the outlook going forward. But we're watching to see sort of that market reaction. A big test, of course, has been what happens when it comes to the longer end of the JGB yield curve as well. That 20-year sale really was a bit of a lukewarm auction, if you will. Clearly, the market at the moment is still very wary when it comes to longer bonds, be it you're talking about JGBs or treasuries. Those issuance plans for the BOJ will be in focus next. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Asia trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. And of course, Heidi, with that ceasefire more or less holding between Iran and Israel, we are seeing how the market's focus seems to be shifting to the commentary from Fed Chair Powell. And they seem to be expecting these rate cuts or the optimism surrounding it.
Yeah, really refusing to give that timeline when it comes to when these supportive measures will come through, because given how much uncertainty there is, perhaps this is a market that's also coming back to start to focus on the fundamentals right away from geopolitics and looking back at as we continue that countdown to the expiry of the trade truces as well.
Yeah, and I think that also is playing out when it comes to the commentary we're getting from the Bank of Japan based on the summary of opinions from their most recent meeting. It's interesting, they cite the uncertainty of whether the outlook can be realized, but we had at least one board member saying that the normalization of JGB holdings, that is something that should continue. Interesting, we're seeing Japanese bonds catching a bid against the backdrop, of course, of what we heard from the Federal Reserve, investors focusing on the prospects for Fed rate cuts, and that is something that put pressure on the dollar along with that ceasefire. We are seeing the Japanese yen losing ground against the greenback, so erasing earlier gains. In terms of stocks, we're seeing a fairly cautiously optimistic open in Japan. Flip the board and take a look at South Korea, because yesterday it was the market that really extended its outperformance against other Asia peers. It closed about 3% higher. And really that AI optimism fueling through, driving that momentum. But we also heard from the MSCI annual review and how it will be kept as an emerging market. In terms of the Korean won, seeing that strengthening, maybe a bit part of that risk on that we're seeing filtering through into markets for another day. Heidi.
Yeah, take a look at what we're watching when it comes to the start of trading here in Australia. Of course, an energy-heavy market that we're watching. Some of those oil names, perhaps we'll see a little bit more of that sort of downside when it comes to energy and oil producers as well, given the pullback we've seen over the past couple of days, in particular for crude prices. Crude is actually at the moment ticking a little bit higher at the moment in the Asia session, but the fundamentals, of course, particularly with this latest industry report about capacity and supply, look to be really firmly pointed to the downside as the ceasefire holds. We are seeing some tepid upside there, about 0.2% higher when it comes to that staggered open here in Sydney. Also some sort of risk appetite when it comes to the proxy currencies, the likes of the Aussie dollar, just sitting under that 65 US cent level. Also watching treasuries as well. They gained, as Chair Powell said, that the Fed has, quote, many paths on rates. Take a listen.
The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance.
Let's get more on markets with Chetan Seth, Asia-Pacific equity strategist at Nomura. Chetan, thanks so much for taking the time. Really good to see you. First off, your read on what Powell said. I mean, it's sounding like a very balanced approach.
I think that, yeah, that's a fair assessment. And what we also heard from Chair Powell a week ago during the FOMC was, I think they'll take a measured approach before looking to cut interest rates. And as he suggested, there's a lot of uncertainty around tariffs, whether they actually flow through U.S. inflation. So far, so good. If you look at last couple of readings, whether it's CPI, PPI, but I think the Fed will probably wait for a couple of more data points before they're ready to actually cut interest rates. So I don't think so he will commit until they have more evidence to actually embark on a rate cut.
So where does this leave Asia stocks? Can they sort of power ahead regardless?
So, well, I think, see, at the global front, there are a lot of uncertainties. There's uncertainty around tariffs, as you suggested earlier, just before this interview, that we have a couple of important trade deadlines, tariff deadlines coming through. One is in early July, then we've got the China deadline in early August. So I think there could be some focus of market participants as we go into these deadlines. So I think that's one aspect of uncertainty. As far as Fed rate cut is concerned, I mean, it really depends whether these Fed rate cuts are preemptive, where the Fed actually is cutting interest rates because they have more evidence that inflation is benign or actually moderating, or whether those rate cuts are driven by weaker economy. So if it's the former, I think equities will like it. But if it's the latter, I think then it's a bit of a concern for stocks. Our view on Asia is that at these levels, the indices that we track, whether it's MSCI Asia, ex-Japan, or MSCI China, they're broadly trading at our fair value estimates, which we at the end of 2025. So there's limited upside. So what we are telling our clients to really focus on some idiosyncratic themes, areas of the markets where we see better visibility and upside potential.
Yeah, Chetan, tell us about that focus when it comes to Greater China opportunities.
So for us, actually, China, we are tactically positive. We actually upgraded the market on 13th of May. This is the day when U.S. and China struck that trade agreement at Geneva. And our view is that, from there on, so long as we see incrementally positive news flow as far as U.S.-China is concerned, that might lead investors to reassess some of the risk premium that has been ascribed on China equity. So in other words, our call is essentially calling for multiple expansion as opposed to calling for a pickup in earnings growth rate. And actually, if you look at step back and see what has happened in the last, let's say, 3-4 weeks, we've got talks in Geneva. They were followed by talks at London, which I thought were not necessarily bad, if not necessarily positive. And then, interestingly, I think a couple of days ago, yesterday, I think there was also news flow which has not gotten much attention with media, is that China appears to be taking some measures to actually contain the export of some of these chemicals which actually go into the production of fentanyl, which, as you know, is a big issue for U.S. So I think one of the upside risks to watch is whether these 20% tariffs on because of fentanyl on China might actually be reduced. And I think if that happens, I think that'll be positive. So we are tactically positive. Relatively speaking, China still looks okay to us in a regional context.
You know, as a sort of a domestic political uncertainty clears for Korea, there's been lots of questions as to when it will play catch up to what we've seen in the Japan rally. The MSCI choosing to keep it on EM status, which is obviously a bit of a setback, but you're also quite constructive when it comes to a bit more momentum for Korean equities.
I think that's right. So as far as MSCI is concerned, I don't necessarily see it as a negative. I think it was fairly clear 2-3 days ago when they came up with the accessibility review that, Korea might not make it to the DM watch list. So it's not really new news, I would say. But I do feel that there is definitely a lot of momentum for Korea equities. You can see in the fund flows, whether it's foreign flows, there's been $4 billion of net buying of Korean stocks over the last 4 weeks. We can also see flows going rapidly into offshore Korea ETFs. So ones listed in US, almost $1.3 billion of net buying over the last 4 weeks. And the other interesting thing we are also highlighting is that we are seeing evidence that retail trading participation in Korea is picking up. It's around 50%, roughly speaking, now. And if you just go back and look at the past exuberance levels for Korea, participation could go as high as 70%, 75%. So I think there's definitely momentum. And stocks, if you look at overall market, it's still trading slightly less than 1 price to book overall MSCI Korea. I just counted this morning, if you look at Kospi stocks above 5 billion MCAP, I can still find 25 to 28 stocks which are trading less than 1 price to book. And many of these companies are actually main counters, auto companies, some tech hardware stocks. So I think there's definitely momentum in Korea, at least in the near term.
Yeah, the Kospi does seem to be doing just fine in terms of attracting not just retail investors, but foreign flows, even without the MSCI upgrade. But I wonder also, what is your assessment of how important it is for some of these corporate governance reforms that the new president has talked about pushing through? How important is that going to be for a further tailwind for South Korea equities?
I think very important, and I think part of this kind of newfound love of investors in Korea is driven by hopes and expectations that we will see some changes happen to the Commercial Act in the days and the weeks to come. Now, my understanding is we still don't have a date yet when these changes might be passed. So I think there's a little bit of uncertainty around that. But if they are able to pass or make changes to this Commercial Act, I think that would be quite important. And the reason is that, as of now, one of the concerns investors have around Korea is that minority shareholders, are essentially ignored. But once you make this as part of the law, I think this will be the duty of board of directors to make sure that minority shareholders' interests are also protected. And if that doesn't happen, I think there will be legal implications. And I think what you could potentially also see, just like what we saw in Japan, more and more activist shareholders actually participating and making sure that some of these companies essentially re-rate in terms of valuation. So I think those things are very important.
What do you think about Indian equities at the moment, particularly from a valuation point of view? There's a lot more of a shift when it comes to small, mid-caps, even some of the micro names.
So structurally, we like India. The market has underperformed a little bit over the last, let's say, a month or so, because there's been definitely more interest in Korea and also Taiwan, as we've seen with this renewed interest in AI tech thematic. So, but that does not mean that the attraction of India equities fades. We still feel that it's probably the cleanest story in the entire emerging market universe, or even, for that matter, Asia, like Japan. So, if you look at policy settings, they have clearly become very supportive. We've got a 50 bips jumbo rate cut from the RBI a couple of weeks ago. They started the rate cut cycle in January. They've been injecting liquidity in the banking sector, which is also helping credit growth and also banks. So I think the story is quite clear. And also,
529 हो गया, 530 होने वाला है. लंदन सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन. लंदन सेशन ओपन होने वाला है. सॉरी माफ करना, लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है। लंदन सेशन तो ऑलरेडी ओपन ही है। एंड 6 पीएम पे यूएस का जीडीपी का डेटा भी है, वो भी इम्पैक्ट करेगा गोल्ड और सिल्वर को प्राइस को, तो ध्यान रखना। इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है काफ़ी। यूएस के जीडीपी का डेटा क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर बेसिस, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स, ड्यूरेबल गुड्स और कोर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स, ये सारे डेटा हैं। फिर आपका 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो जाएगा एंड देन 7:30 पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का डेटा है और 8 बजे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है। तो ये सारे डेटा हैं एंड नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 8 बजे ही आएगी। सुबह देखोगे मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस पे था, वहाँ से एक सेलिंग आई, उसका एक टारगेट हुआ नीचे। यहाँ पर एक रिटेस्ट जोन था कल, क्योंकि ये अभी करंट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, लास्ट मंथ का एक्सपायर हो गया था तो इसलिए गैप अप दिख रहा है। यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट मंथ में रेगुलर दिखेगा। एंड लोअर एंड पे क्योंकि गैप अप हुआ था, एक रेजिस्टेंस था उसके ऊपर सीधा, जहाँ से लास्ट में वापस सेलिंग आ गई थी कल, वहीं पर रिटेस्ट किया थोड़ा बहुत ये बाइंग यहाँ पर। क्रूड ऑयल को भी देखोगे तो मॉर्निंग पे एक साइडवेज था, फ्लैट ही ओपन हुआ था, हल्का सा गैप अप, फ्लैट ही कहेंगे। ऊपर गया था एक रेजिस्टेंस पे, वापस ऊपर जाता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन से। फिर यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल, यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट एरिया था, वो ब्रेक ही नहीं कर पाया। लग रहा था ब्रेक करेगा लेकिन नहीं कर पाया। करता वो नीचे का सपोर्ट अच्छा था, बट ठीक है, अभी के लिए और कुछ कर नहीं सकते। लेट्स सी वापस ऊपर आता है डे हाई के अराउंड, तो वहाँ पर एक वापस सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान रहेगा। बाकी जीडीपी का डेटा देखना इम्पैक्ट करेगा। 5:30 हो गया है, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन, कैंडल गैप अप इन क्रूड ऑयल। क्रूड ऑयल में देखोगे कैंडल गैप अप ओपन है, कहीं फेक ब्रेकआउट ना दिया हो इसने, क्रूड ऑयल ने फेक ब्रेकआउट देके वापस नीचे ना आ जाए। बाकी नेचुरल गैस पे एक सपोर्ट ये भी है, वो भी स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है। बाकी लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल। बाकी कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह और तो है नहीं, न्यूज़ इन द सेंस ऑफ मिडिल ईस्ट से स्पेशली। कोई डेटा वगैरह आता है देखते हैं। बाकी ये नेचुरल गैस का इतना ही टारगेट है, बाकी इसके ऊपर ट्रेल करना। ऊपर ऐसा कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है, बट लेट्स सी, क्योंकि डे हाई रेजिस्टेंस ही है, उसके ऊपर तो देखेंगे जो भी बनेगा। बीच में और कोई ऐसा रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है, वहाँ पर एक छोटा सा लेवल है जिसको हम कंसिडर कर रहे हैं, तो इतना ही टारगेट रहेगा। बाकी देखेंगे कोई नया और लेवल अगर क्रिएट होता है तो। था ये बिल्कुल। नेचुरल गैस का टारगेट डन। अगेन यहाँ पर बुक करना चाहो तो बुक कर लो पूरा प्रॉफिट, होल्ड करना है तो ट्रेल कर सकते हो डे हाई के लिए सेकंड टारगेट। बाकी बुक करके निकलना है तो निकल सकते हैं। टोटल अगर ऊपर तक जाओगे तो 10 पॉइंट का टारगेट हो जाएगा, 5 पॉइंट का मिल चुका है। नेचुरल गैस 5 डे कंटिन्यू सेलिंग शॉर्ट कवरिंग निफ्टी ऐसे आती क्यों नहीं है सर? क्योंकि मंथली एक्सपायरी होती है। शॉर्ट कवरिंग आएगी नहीं आएगी इसकी कोई गारंटी नहीं होती, वो तो बस एक फिनोमिना है प्राइस का जो मैथमेटिकल बेसिस पे सही होता है एंड अदर बेसिस पे भी एज वेल। ट्रम्प रिवील दैट द 7 ये तो पुरानी न्यूज़ है। ईरान का एयर स्पेस क्लोज रहेगा टिल फ्राइडे 2 PM। Allegedly explosion heard in Bandar Ajmi, northwest Iran. The cause is unknown. Come on guys, लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग। 6 PM पे इम्पोर्टेंट डेटा, वो ध्यान रखना, जीडीपी का डेटा तो काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट है, वेरी वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट। टेन पीपल आर वॉचिंग, कम ऑन लाइक भी करते रहो सभी लोग। थर्सडे है, वॉल्यूम तो आएगा प्रॉपरली, वॉल्यूम का इशू नहीं है। थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर ये रुकेगा, बुक करना है बुक कर लो। नेचुरल गैस में ट्रेल कर रहे हो तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ही ट्रेल करना, ठीक है। एक छोटा सा एफईजी है, शायद रुक रहा है सोए से, निकलता है ऊपर क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे तो शायद जाएगा और ऊपर डे हाई भी जा सकता है। एफईजी है, रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है। एक छोटा सा एफईजी दिखा रहा है यहाँ पर। डिस्टेंस तो डे हाई ही है. इसके अलावा नहीं होना चाहिए क्यों? गाइस 30 पर आप वाचिंग, लाइक करते रहो. 6 PM होने वाला है. जीडीपी का डेटा आने वाला है यूएस का. इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, बहुत सारे डेटा हैं 6 PM पे, बट हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट सबसे ज़्यादा एक तो वही है जीडीपी का डेटा, एंड दूसरा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स को ड्यूरेबल गुड्स. तो ये अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स और फाइनल जीडीपी का डेटा सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट, मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट दिस वन. लेट्स सी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करती है, कम आती है, ज़्यादा आती है, फोरकास्ट किस तरह से आता है. बाकी यूएस डॉलर को देखोगे तो 3% गिरा हुआ है, काफ़ी गिर गया यूएस डॉलर भी. इतना एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था कि इतना गिर जाएगा इतना जल्दी, बट यूएस डॉलर इज ऑल्सो in a verge of collapse. It's not going to collapse, but yeah, kind of a sell-off. के निकल रहा है नेचुरल गैस ऊपर सेकेंड टारगेट के लिए. लेट्स सी. डे हाई इज द सेकेंड टारगेट ऑफ 309. 309 310 के आसपास ये सेकेंड टारगेट है. ग्रेट. 15 मिनट और है, आ जाए तो बढ़िया ही है. एफईजी के ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज जाएगी तो इसको रिमूव कर देंगे, जरूरत नहीं है फिर. on guys, 17 likes पर रुको मत. देखो कैंडल भी एफईजी के ऊपर क्लोज हो गई है, तो एफईजी को अब रिमूव कर सकते हैं, जरूरत नहीं है इस एफईजी की ना. ठीक है, अब ये डे हाई का ही रेजिस्टेंस आ गया है. $309.3. It is day high resistance again. तो यहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत वापस सेल करेंगे. ऊपर और कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है. ऐसा नहीं हुआ क्या यहाँ पे? तो यहाँ पर भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कुछ. एक सेकेंड. ठीक है, ऊपर एक डे हाई का रेजिस्टेंस है, उसके अलावा फिर सीधा 322 के आसपास मिलेगा. इस रेजिस्टेंस को अगर मार्केट ब्रेक कर देता है सक्सेसफुली. लॉजिकली तो नहीं है. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस फिर सीधा 322. अगर ये ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस होल्ड नहीं होता है, बाकी थोड़ा बहुत तो सेलिंग आएगी. थोड़ा बहुत साइडवेज अगर ब्रेकआउट करना भी है तो सीधा ब्रेकआउट नहीं होगा, थोड़ी सेलिंग यहाँ से वापस कर सकते हैं. डायरेक्ट मोमेंटम आया है, थोड़ा बहुत अगर साइडवेज जाएगा तभी ब्रेकआउट होने के चांसेस रहेंगे थोड़े बहुत. नहीं, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आ सकती है. डायरेक्ट ब्रेकआउट तो हुआ भी तो वो फेक ही होगा. तो यहाँ से एक थोड़ी सी सेलिंग कम क्वांटिटी में. नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस फिर इसके बाद ऊपर हमारे पास. एक बार इसको भी देख लेते हैं. नहीं, ये तो नहीं है. ठीक है, मैंने पहले भी कल परसों ही बताया था आपको, जब भी ना मार्केट कभी किसी सपोर्ट एरिया से डायरेक्टली अगर आ जाए तो फिर ब्रेकआउट हो भी गया तो फेक ही होता है, वहाँ से सेलिंग ही आती है. अगर मार्केट को जाना होता है तो या तो वो इस तरह के फॉर्मेशन पे जाए या फिर उस रेजिस्टेंस या सपोर्ट पे थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन करे. अनटिल अनलेस कोई न्यूज़ नहीं हुई तो सस्टेन नहीं करेगा. तो ये सीधा ऊपर नीचे क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे जा रहा है ना, तो मैंने देखा है क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे जा रहा है लाइक दिस. लाइक करना नहीं छोड़ना गाइस, 17 के 18 ही लाइक हुए, बताओ। जिन्होंने नहीं किया लाइक कर दो फटाफट से। इसमें भी नहीं है, वहाँ पर है, बिल्कुल नहीं है। नहीं नहीं नहीं, 8 मिनट लेफ्ट, 8 मिनट और रह गए हैं। ट्रेल कर लेना, किसी का रनिंग ट्रेड चल रहा है तो बिफोर यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग रिस्क मत लेना। यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग से पहले रिस्क मत लेना। सॉरी, नॉट यूएस मार्केट बट डेटा से पहले रिस्क मत लेना। कोई ओपनिंग पोजीशन चल रही है तो उसको ट्रेल करो, बेस्ट है, बेस्ट ऑप्शन। ये कंसिडर हो सकता है यहाँ पे, नहीं। ये थोड़ा है तो यहाँ पर ऐसा नहीं हुआ इसमें भी। ये लेवल परफेक्ट था यहाँ पर ना, उसमें जो भी बना था उस टाइम पे। यहाँ देखो, तो एक बार तो यहीं बाइंग आ गई थी स्ट्रॉन्ग, उसके बाद सेकेंड टाइम यहाँ पर थी, फिर एक ब्रेकडाउन देखे यहाँ पर बाइंग करा दिए थे, फिर ये थर्ड टाइम भी आए थे, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रीटेस्ट कर दिया। एग्जैक्टली नहीं रह सकते, थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे होता ही है। क्रूड का भी ऐसा ही लग रहा है। वो परफेक्ट लेवल था ऊपर वहाँ पे ना, वेरी ग्रेट, गुड लेवल। ये सिम्बॉलिकली बनाया है इन लोगों ने यहाँ पे, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। ये लुक एट दिस, सिम्बॉलिक ही है, ब्रेकआउट हुआ, रीटेस्ट कर दिया। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस का भी होने वाला है टारगेट सेलिंग में, 2 मिनट और रह गए हैं। अपना एसएल ट्रेल कर लेना, या बुक करना चाहो तो बुक भी कर सकते हो बिफोर डेटा। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में, क्रूड में अभी और कोई नया ट्रेड नहीं है। 1 minute 30 seconds are left in GDP data. Okay, 30 seconds are left in data. रनिंग पोजीशन है, एसएल ट्रेड कर लो, नेचुरल गैस में बुक करना कर सकते हो बिफोर इन डेटा। होल्ड करोगे तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लेना। नेक्स्ट कैंडल बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट हो, 3-4 डेटा साथ आ रहे हैं, कहीं कंबाइन इम्पैक्ट ना पड़े। आ गया है, देख लेते हैं एक बार फटाफट से। ओपन इक्वल टू लो क्रूड की कैंडल। जीडीपी का, अरे वाह, और ज़्यादा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो गई यूएस की इकोनॉमी तो। फाइनल जीडीपी का डेटा नेगेटिव फॉर डॉलर, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। कोर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा भी पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। एक ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का और देख लेते हैं। तो ओवरऑल 4 इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा थे, 5 कह सकते हैं वैसे तो। 5 में से एक फिलहाल के लिए नेगेटिव आया है डॉलर के लिए, 3 पॉजिटिव आए हैं डॉलर के लिए। अपोजिट गोल्ड और सिल्वर समझ सकते हो। बट सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है जीडीपी का ही डेटा था। मुझे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं था कि इतना ज़्यादा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर जाएगी, बट लास्ट टाइम 0.02% कॉन्ट्रैक्शन एक्सपेक्ट था, लास्ट टाइम भी उतनी थी, इस बार 0.5% का कॉन्ट्रैक्शन है क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर बेसिस पे। फाइनल जीडीपी प्राइस इंडेक्स ठीक है, ये भी आपका न्यूट्रल आया है। तो टोटल 1 2 3 4 5, टोटल 5 डेटा थे। 5 में से एक तो न्यूट्रल है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, एक पॉजिटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, और 3 नेगेटिव हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। तो काइंड ऑफ अ मिक्स डेटा फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर प्राइस। अब अभी फिलहाल के लिए और कोई डेटा नहीं है। 7 PM पे सीधा यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, और 7:30 पर रहेगा एक डेटा, देन क्रूड नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 8 बजे। अब कोई डेटा नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए, एटलीस्ट 7:30 तक। नेचुरल गैस का भी ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट हो चुका है, तो उसमें भी बुकिंग की तैयारी कर लो। डेटा अब तो कुछ है नहीं, नॉर्मली प्राइस मोमेंटम होना चाहिए नॉर्मल प्राइस एक्शन बेसिस पे। क्रूड भी ऐसा लग रहा है फंस गया है बीच में, ना प्रॉपरली ऊपर जा रहा है ना नीचे। थोड़ा ऊपर चला जाता है, वहां से वापस एक बाइंग का ट्रेड बन जाएगा, या फिर ये नीचे आ जाए अब वापस जहाँ एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे मॉर्निंग पे। गाइस नेचुरल गैस भी ऐसा लग रहा है थोड़ा सा साइडवेज हो गया है वापस से। ठीक है, ऊपर से सेलिंग आई, वापस रिटेस्ट किया थोड़ा बहुत, बट वापस नीचे ही आ रहा है। अब मत करना, लेट इट गो। कोई नया लेवल बने तो बेटर है, किसी एक साइड पे निकले तो बेटर है। गैस पुल बैक के बाद फिर बेस में पुल बैक नहीं था, वो सेलिंग ही थी। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है तो रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग ही आएगी। पुल बैक इतना बड़ा थोड़ी ना होता है। रिटेस्ट से बाइंग आई, रेजिस्टेंस से वापस सेलिंग आ गई। उसका टारगेट, बाइंग का टारगेट ऑलरेडी हो गया था, तो उसमें वो होल्ड करने की ज़रूरत नहीं थी, निकाल देना चाहिए था उसको टाइम से। अब लग रहा है कि थोड़ा साइडवेज हो सकता है, देखते हैं फिर से कोई नया ट्रेड बनता है तो। अभी और कुछ नहीं है कि डेटा भी आना था, वो भी आ गया है। वही लग रहा है कि नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा साइडवेज ज़्यादा होने वाला है एज कम्पेयर टू मोमेंटम। अब अच्छा मूव आ गया नीचे से, वैसे रिटेस्ट से लेट्स सी ऊपर निकले। लेवल भी ठीक ही है इसमें। नहीं, ये क्रूड ऑयल पे जाएगा। ऑयल प्राइस राइज ऑन साइन ऑफ सॉलिड समर डिमांड ऑफ यूएस इन्वेंट्री फॉल। अच्छा, इस न्यूज़ की बात कर रहे हो तो आधा घंटा पहले ही आ गई थी न्यूज़। न्यूज़ बेसिस पे ट्रेड नहीं करते सर, तो उस पर मैं कुछ कमेंट नहीं कर सकता। I only trade based on the level support resistance. न्यूज़ बेस पे ट्रेड करेंगे तो फिर हो गया. इस पर नहीं कर सकते फिलहाल के लिए. वो सपोर्ट ही है नीचे से. लेट्स सी रेंज ब्रेक करता है तो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम. ठीक है, वो आधा घंटा पहले की न्यूज़ है. वो भी आधा घंटा पहले वो दिखा रहा है. एग्जैक्टली कब आई थी वो तो कोई नहीं जानता. तो आया है. कौन सी कैंडल पे? ये अभी वाली कैंडल पे? वो तो डेटा भी आया था, उसका इम्पैक्ट भी हो सकता है. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जीडीपी का डेटा आया था यूएस का. अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स, ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा. वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा था. मे भी उसका इम्पैक्ट हो. तो न्यूज़ बेस पे कुछ नहीं कह सकते. न्यूज़ बेस का भरोसा नहीं है. इन्वेंट्री है, देखते हैं. साइडवेज गया तो फिर देखना पड़ेगा क्योंकि इन्वेंट्री के बाद ही फिर शायद मूव आए नेचुरल गैस में. अभी तो मोमेंटम अच्छा आ चुका है मॉर्निंग से 2 ट्रेड में. श्योर. ओके. चलेगा, कोई ऐसा नहीं है. ये था वो. लुक एट दिस. That was very small over there. यहाँ पर ना इस लेवल के अराउंड. गॉट इट. इसके ऊपर कैंडल वाज न्यू एंड देन गिव द ब्रेकडाउन. वेरी सिंपल. परफेक्ट था ये. इट मीन्स इट occurs suddenly. ऐसा कोई प्रीमेच्योर नहीं है ना. दैट्स व्हाई इट इज टू इम्पोर्टेंट. अब नाउ अगर ये ठीक है, वो भी अच्छा है. Yeah, this one is the perfect level over here. ये जो यहाँ पर बना है ना इस लेवल पे. 7 PM होने वाला है, अब 15 मिनट रह गए इस कैंडल के बाद। यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग 7 PM। ये है पूरा डिमांड एरिया का ही एरिया ना। ऊपर क्रूड ऑयल में भी रेजिस्टेंस है एक। डे हाई इज द रेजिस्टेंस इन क्रूड ऑयल। अच्छा हो सकती है, कोई ऐसा नहीं है। फिर तो ठीक है। $14 left before US market opening. Yes, US market opening है, तो इस लेवल पे होगा वो। ठीक है, मॉर्निंग वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है वापस से क्रूड ऑयल में। हाँ श्योर। ज़्यादा नहीं, सिर्फ वो 20 पॉइंट का यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान है, ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में वापस से यहीं पर बना है। नहीं, कि यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल का ध्यान रखना बस फिलहाल, वही इंपॉर्टेंट है कैंडल। कितना होगा, ठीक है, बाकी इसको रिमूव कर सकते हैं, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है अब। यूएस मार्केट की वो जो कैंडल वहां पर वापस आएगी उसकी बात हो रही है शायद, हो रहा कैंडल स्टिक में जाएगा शायद वो पूरा। क्लोटेड लेवल इतना वो नहीं होगा, मैं श्योर नहीं है उसमें। ठीक है, समझ गए। तो यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल ही इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाएगी सीधा। अच्छा, ये वो नेचुरल गैस में हुआ था ना, दो एग्जैक्टली जो मिले थे लेवल पर्सनल वाले। हाँ, ये तो रेजिस्टेंस था और ये भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है। ये है क्या, नहीं दिख रहा है, नीचे आया ना, क्लोज नहीं हुई है। दिस इज नॉट अ अच्छा वो 320 वाला लेवल है ना, अच्छा वो भी लेवल गुड लेवल। Minute left only. सपोर्ट के लिए क्या चाहिएगा? सपोर्ट के लिए मान के चलो हाँ वो तो खैर काफ़ी दूर हो जाएगा। यहाँ फॉरेक्स में कुछ बना होगा, अदरवाइज तो देखते हैं 297। नेचुरल गैस में देखो, अगर ये नीचे नहीं होल्ड करता है, रिटेस्ट और नीचे गिरता है, तो फिर नीचे वाले लेवल भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गए। यहाँ पर प्राइस के नीचे देखोगे तो ऑलरेडी 1 टाइम 2 टाइम 3 टाइम 4 4 बार तो आ चुका है, 5वीं बार आएगा। प्रॉब्लम यह है कि मार्केट ने हायर हाई नहीं बनाया। पहली बार जब आया था नेचुरल गैस, नीचे वाला जो लेवल की बात कर रहा हूँ, अगर ये रिटेस्ट होल्ड नहीं करता है, पहली बार आया एक हाई बनाया, दूसरी बार आया हायर हाई बनाया, तीसरी बार कल आया था मार्केट, कल 25 थी, लोअर हाई बनाया। तो अगर ये फिर से आया तो एक काफी बड़ा हेड एंड शोल्डर पैटर्न दिख रहा है बनता हुआ फिलहाल 15 मिनट में। तो क्रूशियल लेवल है, अगर जाना है तो यही लेवल यहीं से रिवर्स कर जाए, नहीं गया तो फिर नीचे 294 के ब्रेकडाउन के काफी हैवी चांसेस हैं। कल भी मार्केट नीचे क्लोजिंग होते होते तो नीचे गया था, बट फिर फॉरेक्स में रिकवरी आ गई थी। चलिए इसको ही रखते हैं, ये लोग इसको रखते हैं। यूएस मार्केट ओपन गाइस, यूएस मार्केट हो गया ओपन। नेचुरल गैस में देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो, क्रूड ऑयल में ओपन इक्वल टू हाई गैप डाउन के साथ कैंडल। हाँ वापस ऊपर आता है, वापस सेल कर सकते हैं क्रूड ऑयल में। बाकी एक डेटा भी और आएगा 7:30 वाला, वो थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट और करता है क्रूड, गोल्ड, सिल्वर। पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का फिर इन्वेंट्री है 8 बजे। 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट तो ओपन ऑलरेडी हो ही चुका है। ठीक है, थोड़ा कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, वॉलेटाइल हो सकती है, यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल है। वॉल्यूम किस डायरेक्शन पे जा रहा है देखना पड़ेगा एग्जैक्टली। ये हो सकता है वहाँ पर प्रीवियसली कोई है लेवल। फॉरेक्स में तो नहीं दिख रहा कुछ भी। वो तो ब्रॉडर रेंज पर ही है ऊपर से। जीडीपी का डेटा आया क्या? जीडीपी का डेटा तो कब के आ गया। सिल्वर गोल्ड के लेवल बता दीजिए, सिल्वर और गोल्ड फॉरेक्स पूछ रहे हो या फिर एमसीएक्स? कंफर्म कर देना एक बार, मैं फॉरेक्स में देख लूंगा, नहीं तो या फिर एमसीएक्स में देखना है तो। वैसे फॉरेक्स बढ़िया रहेगा अगर देख ही रहे हो तो। फॉरेक्स इज फार बेटर देन। फिर तो सुपर बुलिश हो जाएगा अगर ये यहाँ से निकला तो। बनाया वो भी एक कंडीशन हो जाएगी। एमसीएक्स में दिखाना है, एक बार देख लेता हूँ एमसीएक्स में, पहले सिल्वर देख लेता हूँ फिर। एमसीएक्स में थोड़ा सा गैप अप गैप डाउन होता है ना, थोड़ा समझ में नहीं आता। अभी एक डेटा ऐसे आने वाला है 7:30 का, उसका ध्यान रखना, वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट ही है। सिल्वर में देखें मॉर्निंग पे गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, देन साइडवेज सडनली एक कैंडल बनी, 2:15 पे वापस सेल ऑफ आ गया। रेजिस्टेंस तक ले गए क्या? हाँ रेजिस्टेंस तक हिट कराया है। परसों जिस रेजिस्टेंस की बात कर रहे थे, ये है। एग्जैक्ट लेवल। ठीक है, डे हाई तो रेजिस्टेंस ही है। ठीक है, डे हाई इज अ रेजिस्टेंस क्वाइट सरप्राइजिंगली। परसों एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे आया नहीं था, सेलिंग आ गई थी, थोड़ा सा रह गया था। आज वो कैंडल जो बनी थी उसने हिट किया था। नीचे एक बार सपोर्ट भी देख लेने दो पहले, सिल्वर एमसीएक्स में। ये कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है। अरे काफी दूर है यार ये तो। ठीक है, नीचे सपोर्ट आपका 1,05,480 के अराउंड है। छोटा सा सपोर्ट है, वीक है, जितना स्ट्रॉन्ग भी नहीं है, बट या नियर बाई सपोर्ट फिलहाल वही दिख रहा है। उसके नीचे भी है कोई और? नहीं, इतना काफी रहेगा। तो डेलो ही आ जाएगा सीधा। ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है। ठीक है, तो सिल्वर में ये कुछ लेवल है। चार्ट आई होप सो दिख रहा होगा, चार्ट दिख रहा है ना? ठीक है, ये कुछ चार्ट के लेवल मान लो। ये 15 मिनट में है सिल्वर में। ठीक है, एमसीएक्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। यहाँ परसों भी आया था एक्चुअली, ये याद होगा आप लोगों को, किसी ने पूछा था उस समय कि वो यहाँ पर कहीं किसी ने बाई किया था, इसलिए याद आ रहा है। तो वो यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस के आसपास घूम तो रहा था, टच नहीं कर पाया लेवल को, सेलिंग आ गई थी सीधा। अगले दिन गैप डाउन और फिर नीचे जाता चला गया। आज आया रेजिस्टेंस में, फिर से सेलिंग आई है। नीचे एक सपोर्ट यहाँ पर कंसिडर कर सकते हो, 1,05,500 के अराउंड। थोड़ा वीक है ये, बट अभी है तो यही है। बाकी उसके नीचे एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट यहाँ मिल जाएगा 1,04,200 के आसपास, ये काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग है। ये 15 मिनट में है एमसीएक्स में। बाकी यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया, देखते हैं यूएस मार्केट से भी थोड़ा और मूव करता है प्राइस तो। गोल्ड ही बताना है? गोल्ड भी एमसीएक्स या फॉरेक्स बता दूं? गोल्ड में शायद मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा सा वो एमसीएक्स बेटर रहेगा, फिर भी देख लेता हूँ, फॉरेक्स ही देख लेता हूँ, लेट्स सी। एमसीएक्स ही कह रहे हो ना? ठीक है, गोल्ड एमसीएक्स को भी देख लेते हैं। लाइक कर दो फटाफट से पहले सभी लोग, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया गाइस, कम ऑन लाइक करते रहो। गोल्ड तो गिरे जा रहा है, डेटा के बाद कंटिन्यूअसली फॉल है। यूएस मार्केट में भी सेलिंग ही आ गई, मॉर्निंग पूरा साइडवेज, नाउ ब्रेक डाउन। वैसे मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा 7:30 का डेटा आने दो, उसके बाद ही ट्रेड करना गोल्ड में ना। बाकी लेवल देख लेता हूँ। अच्छा ये ओपन इक्वल टू लो फेक ब्रेकडाउन करने की कोशिश करी थी, वापस बाइंग आ गए थे। आ गया। ठीक है, गोल्ड भी देखोगे 15 मिनट में सपोर्ट पर है, बट ये सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ही टेस्ट हो गया है। एक बार तो इसका ब्रेकडाउन भी हुआ था फेक, तो एक बार टेस्ट हुआ था, पहली बार बाइंग आई, दूसरी बार फेक कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन गई थी, तो फेक ब्रेकडाउन दिया, रिकवर कर गया। फिर थर्ड टाइम बाइंग अच्छी आई थी, फोर्थ टाइम जो परसों बड़ी सी कैंडल बनी है 15 मिनट में, फिर कल ही एक बार और आया था 24 को। ये 1 2 3 4 5 6 टाइम इस लेवल पे आ रहा है, तो स्ट्रॉन्ग तो कहीं से भी नहीं है। एक बार इसके नीचे भी देख लेने दो, क्योंकि इतने बार टेस्ट लेवल नॉर्मली होल्ड नहीं करता है। कोई ना कोई रीटेस्ट जरूर होगा। गैप अप इतना बड़ा हुआ है, तो उस वजह से फिर वहां पर सपोर्ट भी नहीं दिख रहा है, रीटेस्ट ढूंढना पड़ेगा इसके नीचे। नहीं, यहाँ पर कोई रीटेस्ट नहीं है। ठीक है, ये एक रेजिस्टेंस था, सीधा गैप अप ओपन हुआ है, तो इट एक्ट लाइक अ सपोर्ट। ठीक है, नीचे आपका अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस भी देखना है। हाई है रेजिस्टेंस। रेजिस्टेंस दिख ही नहीं रहा है क्रूड में, रीटेस्ट भी गया क्या नीचे ये? स्ट्रेंज है, रेजिस्टेंस ही नहीं है। रीटेस्ट ही होगा फिर, और तो कुछ। वो रेजिस्टेंस तो मुझे दिख नहीं रहा, तो मैं इसमें कुछ बना नहीं सकता, ना रिटेस्ट दिख रहा है। ठीक है, ये लेवल है एक सपोर्ट का। ठीक है, ये मैंने बताया पहली बार नहीं आया यहाँ पर, ये मल्टीपल टाइम सपोर्ट ले चुका है। ठीक है, एक बार यहाँ सपोर्ट है पहली बार, ये दूसरी बार ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, फेक ब्रेकडाउन दिया था, दूसरी बार सपोर्ट, तीसरी बार सपोर्ट, हायर हाई बना था हर बार, चौथी बार सपोर्ट, पांचवी बार और ये छठी बार। बाकी इसके नीचे के रिटेस्ट जोन है, क्योंकि एक बड़ा गैप डाउन हुआ है तो सपोर्ट तो बना नहीं है वहाँ पर। इट इज़ अ रिटेस्ट जोन, अभी अच्छा है रिटेस्ट जोन, अगर ये ब्रेक हुआ तो। ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस मुझे नज़र नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ पर, क्या हुआ है आई डोंट नो, सेलिंग का कोई रीजन ही नहीं है, रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है, रिटेस्ट हुआ नहीं है। हो सकता है वो गैप में कुछ रह गया हो जो यहाँ पर प्राइस एक्शन है नहीं, ऊपर बने हो फिर बहुत दूर हो जाएंगे वो। तो ये कुछ लेवल है, बाकी देख लेते हैं अगर थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पर अगर क्रिएट होता है, वैसे है नहीं। ये 15 मिनट है MCX। मार्केट की कैंडल क्लोज, कि नेचुरल गैस भी लुक्स लाइक कोई न्यूज़ भी नहीं है ना। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा साइडवेज लग रहा है, 7:30 का डेटा ध्यान रखना इंपॉर्टेंट है। यूरोपियन कैपिटल सस्पेक्ट ईरान ट्रांसफर्ड यूरेनियम फ्रॉम फोर्डो फैसिलिटी बिफोर US स्ट्राइक, रिपोर्ट फाइनेंशियल टाइम। यूरोपियन कैपिटल सस्पेक्ट ईरान ट्रांसफर्ड यूरेनियम। See the news of the hour as well. ठीक है, बाकी अब सीधा देखो पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का डेटा आता है अभी 10 मिनट में, उसके बाद नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 8 बजे, तो नेचुरल गैस तो साइडवेज ही हो जाएगा। फोरकास्ट टाइम आया था 95 बुलियन, इस बार 88 बुलियन एक्सपेक्टेड है, मतलब लास्ट टाइम से कम एक्सपेक्टेड। तो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग 88 बुलियन से कम आता है तो पॉजिटिव होना चाहिए। तो फोरकास्ट नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री का बुलिश है प्राइस के लिए, प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए अगर इफ डेटा कम्स अकॉर्डिंग टू द फोरकास्ट, फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है तो प्राइस ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं आता है तो वापस भी आ सकता है, तो डिपेंड अपॉन द डेटा। देखते हैं डेटा एग्जैक्टली क्या आता है। एंड प्लीज़ जो लोग क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं लाइव में पूछ लिया करो, व्हाट्सअप पे मैंने कल भी बताया था ना पूछे, मैं देखता ही नहीं हूँ व्हाट्सअप, बहुत रेयरली देखता हूँ या फिर बहुत लेट देखता हूँ। अभी मैसेज करोगे मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली कल देखूंगा, कभी देख भी लेता हूँ बट नॉट रेगुलरली, सो ऐसा ना हो आप क्वेश्चन वहाँ पूछ रहे हो और मैं देखूँ ही ना, कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होगा। तो लाइव में पूछ लिया करो अगर लाइव हो तो। ठीक है, मैं बोल नहीं भी रहा होता हूँ तो आई एम ऑन द स्ट्रीम, क्योंकि कंटिन्यूसली बोला नहीं जाता है। समझ में आया?
this is an iHeart podcast.
Today we expect more from technology. Companies making the biggest productivity gains aren't just adding more tools, they're choosing integrated solutions. Find out more about these solutions later in this podcast.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. There it is, the sound of the opening bell on this Thursday morning, with investors pushing stocks toward record territory once again. That is the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. At the open, the S&P 500 is higher by nearly 0.4%, up another 23 points, trading above 6,100. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is higher by 0.3%, up more than 120 points. And the NASDAQ Composite is higher by nearly 0.5% or 90 points. The 10-year Treasury yield down 2.5 basis points at 4.26%. Investors are sorting through a flood of economic data this morning, including the latest reading on first quarter GDP. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has the numbers.
This is the third reading. It comes in at negative 0.5%, which is significantly worse than what we had seen in the second reading, which was a 0.2 decline. Personal consumption was only 0.5%. It had been initially reported as 1.2%.
Bloomberg's Michael McKee. We also saw a drop in weekly jobless claims to 236,000, though continuing claims jumped to their highest level since November 2021. We got reaction from San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly.
Well, the labor market's shaping up to be solid, and the data today confirmed that. Now, continuing claims are going up because it takes a little longer to find a job. That's consistent with the hiring numbers just being slower as the economy comes to a more sustainable pace.
And San Francisco Fed Chief Mary Daly also says she's seeing increasing evidence tariffs might not lead to sustained inflation. That opens the door to an interest rate cut by the fall. You can hear more from San Francisco's Mary Daly on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. The Pentagon is saying more about last weekend's airstrike on Iran's nuclear program.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history. And it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth held a news conference alongside Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane, pushing back at media coverage of the Pentagon's early assessment of the damage to Iran's underground enrichment sites. President Trump says there will be talks next week on Iran's nuclear program, but he doesn't think they need to reach a deal following the attack. More on that from Bloomberg's David Gura.
Steve Witkoff, of course, is envoy for this matter and many others, had been talking with the Iranians, with the Iranian foreign minister 5 times, a series of 5 talks related to the nuclear program. Sounds like that would be likely to continue after these attacks that took place.
Bloomberg's David Gura hosts the Big Take podcast, and all this as the debate continues over what happened to Iran's uranium stockpiles. President Trump posted on Truth Social that nothing was taken from the facilities after the attack because they were too heavy and hard to move. The Financial Times reports European officials think Iran was able to move its enriched uranium. President Trump says he has 3 or 4 names in mind to succeed Fed Chair Jay Powell next year. The Wall Street Journal is reporting he could announce that pick as soon as this fall. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has more from Washington.
This isn't necessarily surprising, right? President Trump has been ramping up his criticism of Jerome Powell in recent weeks and likely wasn't too happy with the Fed chair's testimony on Capitol Hill. I was there when Jerome Powell reiterated that the central bank is in wait-and-see mode amid so much uncertainty when it comes to this White House's economic policies. And yes, of course, tariffs is at the forefront, but I'll also point out his comments about a shift in immigration policy by this administration that's contributing to a urban growth when it comes to the labor market.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reports 2 of the names President Trump's allies are pushing are Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Today, the White House focus turns to tax cuts and the massive legislation that the president wants on his desk by the 4th of July. He's hosting an event this afternoon featuring truck drivers, firefighters, and others that he says will benefit from the One Big Beautiful Bill. Stephen Myron chairs the White House Council of Economic Advisors.
The incentives in this bill for better investment from companies
companies building factories, building new work sites, investing in equipment, hiring new workers are so strong.
White House Chief Economist Stephen Myron spoke to ABC News. Democrats are planning their own messaging campaign against the bill as a giveaway to the rich, with Medicaid cuts offsetting the tax decreases. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s new vaccine advisory committee has given the thumbs up to Merck's new shot for newborns to prevent RSV. The vote was 5-2 in favor of the one-time shot known as Influenza. The committee is also set to vote today on this fall's flu vaccine recommendation, as well as whether to keep using the mercury-based compound that keeps bacteria from climbing into multi-dose vaccines. Merck shares at the open are higher by about 0.5%. We're also watching Walgreens Boots Alliance. The pharmacy chain reported an earnings beat in what may be its final quarter as a public company. Walgreens is up 0.5%. After the bell today, we hear from Nike. Investors are looking for new product updates as well as commentary on the impact of tariffs. Ahead of that, Nike shares are little changed to the upside. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Remember when a single technology glitch could bring an entire workday to a standstill? I'm Mark Banfield, Chief Commercial Officer at TeamViewer. Today, most technical issues are recurring. If you know the patterns, these issues can be remediated before they impact your business. One major UK retailer discovered a single point of sale outage cost them around $1 million in lost sales during a single lunchtime. Now, using TeamViewer's digital workplace platform, the same company is able to identify and fix those issues before they even happen. But proactive troubleshooting isn't just about the incremental improvements. It's about fundamentally reimagining how work happens for everyone. And the companies that move first get competitive advantages in terms of efficiency, productivity, and innovation. To find out more, visit bloomberg.com/TeamViewer.
The data that matters for your investments.
The entire auto sector is higher today.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Tesla's been a stock that's been in focus. Shares have really been all over the map this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Let's talk about some other decliners.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Second biggest driver in terms of points for the S&P 500.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This is an iHeart podcast.
ओके गाइस 7:30 का डेटा आ गया है पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर पॉजिटिव है डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए अब सीधा नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है 8 बजे तो उस पर फोकस रखेंगे 8 पीएम नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री इज देयर ठीक है थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना इंपॉर्टेंट इन्वेंट्री है आज के लिए लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस सभी लोग जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को अभी तक डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल सब्सक्राइब भी करते रहो सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलो बहुत सारे लोग सब्सक्राइब ही नहीं करते हैं सिर्फ वॉच करते हैं ऐसा ना करें कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हैं ठीक है Hezes says he has seen no intelligence indicating that Iran moved its enriched uranium.
Only congratulated the boys.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers,
Why not acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission? The early messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
so when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that, whether they're men or women. Very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very proud of those male pilots. And I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit, and the American people don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed priorities. And we don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes, right there.
Why not? Uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise. Yes,
Do you
right
know
there.
for certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck?
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed.
S&P 500 को देखोगे ऑलमोस्ट अपने ऑल टाइम हाई के अराउंड चल रहा है पहुंचने वाला है ऑल टाइम हाई के अराउंड S&P 500 MCX में क्या है क्रूड नेचुरल गैस भी मोस्टली अब इन्वेंट्री का ही वेट करेगा उससे पहले जाने के चांसेस कम ही है मोस्टली इन्वेंट्री का वेट Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev wants to change the future of AI. ये वही है ना same. Forex में कुछ हुआ होगा दिखाई नहीं रहा level. Natural gas completely sideways, no momentum. Let me consider this. Maybe. Maybe we consider this one.
That in the end, the president is saying that he has a ceasefire, but of course that came after a massive strike over the weekend on Iran's nuclear facilities. We also had Emmanuel Macron come out yesterday in Europe talking about the fact that he thinks what the United States did in terms of these strikes is illegal. So the president is going to come in here and maybe get along with individuals like the German chancellor, who said that what Israel and the United States is doing is the dirty work. And why should I criticize what they're doing if they're taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities? The ceasefire is fragile, as Jumana just went through, especially what is going on with the Israeli defense minister saying that the IDF will respond. But at the same time, if this is the start of the end of this mini conflict that did not spill out into a wider protracted war, the president is going to come into this NATO conference and say, you have to escalate to de-escalate, and he's going to look back on past experiences like 2020 when it came to Qasem Soleimani, this experience this year, and he is going to use that probably as leverage to get more European allies to join him in his mythology, as well as increasing their defense spending, which he has been complaining about to the European Union for years.
Anne-Marie Germana, the Bloomberg team, more from them later on in the programme. For a snapshot of what's happening in the market right now, equity futures positive by 0.5% on the S&P. Crude rolling over once again. Here's the view on Wall Street this morning. Jeff Yu of BNY writing the following. Investors have to consider many conflicting factors, from inflation to growth linked to oil prices, tariffs, taxes and deregulation. Jeff joins us now for more. Jeff, good morning, sir. Are we bullish enough? Max Kettner, HSBC. We think the biggest risk to our view is that we're not bullish enough. Jeff, it just feels like this market's Teflon. What's your view on some of the moves we've seen more recently?
Well, just to paraphrase Anne-Marie there, it seems to be you need to be risk-off to be back to risk-on, right? But if markets are inured to this, then why bother being risk-off in the first place? And looking at our flow data, you know, how the dollar has been performing, let me tell you this. Last Wednesday, FOMC day, IMM day, was the biggest volume date we had year to date. But the net direction was flat. Flat for dollars, pretty flat for everything else. So it just shows you people don't want to take too much conviction on right now, but if the direction's going to be risk on, then you just can't afford not to participate.
A couple of weeks ago, Jeff, some investors were saying that the pain trade was further gains in the S&P 500 and U.S. equities. Do you still see that as being the case in some of the positioning data that you would look at?
So looking at equity data right now, so absolutely yes for European equities. And if we're heading into the NATO summit, you know, looking for further defence spend, this is a market that, based on our data, is over 50% positioned above last year's average. So normally you would not want to add to that kind of positioning. But if you do get a above expectations spend commitment out of the EU, then that may go high. For the US market, you know, not so much yet, because we haven't really fulfilled that positioning gap opened up after Liberation Day. But if we do surpass that over the coming weeks, then the pain trade could be looking somewhat problematic as well. For FX, it's another matter. I think the dollar from here can definitely go higher versus the euro, although be selective in that trade as well.
It was really great that we had both Germana and AMH talking about the dual sides of some of the main stories this morning. On one hand, you've got the conflict between Iran and Israel that was stymied by a show of force. Then you have NATO discussions, excuse me, where President Trump is talking about how important it is to spend on the military. How much is there an upside risk in both growth and inflation from some of the spending that we're hearing a lot of the NATO members committing to as a result of some of the demands from President Trump?
So from the EU perspective, it really is about the quality of growth rather than the amount of growth. So again, going back to how our positioning is in industrials and aerospace and defence, it looks like markets are positioning for 1.5–2% European growth, right, which sounds good, but you want to deliver that in real terms without too much inflation. So it's about the productivity gains, you know, what the Draghi report signalled last year. I think from the US's point of view, again, it's about avoiding stagflation. If it is positive growth, moderation inflation, whereas keeping nominal growth in terms, and that translates into good households who can then spend and boost earnings. That's the important side of things. Are we there yet? Probably not. And to be honest, given all of these events, you accumulate them into weaker confidence. I'm still sceptical whether we can achieve that earnings growth which is being priced in.
Jeff, for Fed watchers out there, can we take the summer off? This from the Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic just moments ago to Reuters. No rush to cut rates with price hikes expected. Governor Bowman, Governor Waller disagree. They open the door to July. Jeff, what's your base case for this summer?
So this summer, our base case, no cuts, right? Wanting to roll that until September maybe and then go from there. Again, it's following the data. So I think every single Fed member that's motioned, you know, towards cuts of late is still stressing that they want to look at the data first. So if the data justifies it, then you can move it forward. And I think that's why markets are somewhat cautious in pricing July in. But if we get a sudden turn, especially in inflation, then probably that will be the case as well. Maybe we move into a BOE-like scenario, you know, where you have a few splits coming through and then just see, you know, where the tiebreaker is. But certainly it does bring in some summer volatility along the Fed curve as well.
Jeff, we've had a string of downside surprises on core inflation in America. Why do you take little comfort from that?
Well, again, it is really the direction of travel. So is it going to be a sustainable downside? We head back to target, then below target and keep it there. So if then we do have downside growth surprises, then you can actually make a case for the Fed to move ahead of that. You want to really anticipate where the data is going to be. You don't want to be behind the curve. Are we in a position where you can see data undershoot, core inflation and headline inflation undershoot? I don't think that's the case yet, especially, with the spending that is being mauled. And of course, we've got the fiscal considerations to talk about. Is the US moving towards fiscal consolidation? Probably not. And that's something that the Fed will have to consider. All central banks will need to consider the fiscal path right now. And I think that's helping the ECB stay where they are. But on the other hand, that's helping the BOE push towards a more cautious approach.
So, Jeff, that introduces an interesting calendar. July 4th. On July 4th, we're expecting that tax bill to pass. That's a self-imposed deadline. July 9th, we're expecting some kind of trade deal between the United States and a whole bunch of countries. How do you want to position into that calendar?
So you want to position for, I would say, risk. And risk insofar as the market has been totally inured to risk right now, we would probably take the other side of that. Have conviction first, and I think conviction will be maybe a repeat of what happened in April, not as aggressive, because the White House has seen that. But the tightening in financial conditions through some steepening in the curve, I think that is to be anticipated, because if you actually take the opposite side of what could go wrong, higher spending for one, and then you don't get the trade deals and tariffs come through, then that bear steepening comes into play. That is not risk positive. And I think markets still need to be attentive to that.
Hey, Jeff, appreciate your time. Jeff Yu there of BNY. That final point there, Lisa, on the bond market, an interesting one. The next 2 weeks, full of risk.
Suddenly, what happens on Friday is going to matter quite a bit, especially because of what Michelle Bowman said yesterday. The fact that if you get core PCE on Friday and some of the spending and income data from individuals in the United States that comes in lighter than expected, does this open the door more materially to a July rate cut? It is data dependent, but how much data is actually relevant to your point where we already have that data, but you can dismiss it as backward looking? When is it not backward looking anymore?
Bond yields this morning down by about a basis point. Crude continues to roll over. Equities at the moment just off session highs. We're doing better again. We're up by 0.5%. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara Anand. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. We start with the latest on the ceasefire. Israel accusing Iran of violating it and ordering strikes on Tehran. The news came out hours after President Trump announced an end to the 12-day war. At that point, Trump posted on social media, the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. The president is heading to NATO in The Hague this morning. Meanwhile, passengers on a Paris-bound Qantas flight spent more than 15 hours in the air, only to end up back where they started. The flight departed from Perth, Australia, making it into Indian airspace before an Iranian missile attack closed airspace in the region, forcing it to turn around. The plane landed safely back in Perth today around 11 a.m. local time. And Starbucks is disputing a report that it's thinking of selling its China business. Caixin Global reported the company held talks with over a dozen potential partners, including 2 private equity firms. But Starbucks says it's not considering a full sale. This coming as the brand struggles in China due to weak consumption and intense local competition. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, President Trump seeking a reset.
I think the president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region. That's always been his goal. I actually think when we look back, we will say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region.
Up next on the programme, Edward Fishman of Columbia University, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
What a wild trip for crude. In just a couple of sessions, we started the week just north of the 80 mark on Brent crude. This morning, we're in the 60s, 69.37, as we avoid the worst-case scenario across the region in the Middle East. Crude is down by another 3% this morning on both Brent and WTI. In the equity market, adding to yesterday's gains. Equity futures up this morning on the S&P 500, positive by 0.8%. On the Nasdaq 100, up by close to 1 full percentage point. Out of Savannah's this morning, President Trump seeking a reset.
A week ago, Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it. Our hope and our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program. And I think the president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region. That's always been his goal. I actually think when we look back, we will say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region.
So here's the latest this morning. A fragile truce between Israel and Iran being tested already. Israel accusing Iran of violating the ceasefire agreement and vowing to retaliate. Joining us now is Edward Fishman at Columbia University and former Russia and Europe sanctions lead at the U.S. State Department. Eddie, good morning. It's good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too, John.
The words of the Vice President, J.D. Vance, saying that I actually think that when we look back, we'll say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region. Do you agree?
Yes, of course, because this is a fundamental shift in terms of how U.S. policy and broader policy toward Iran has been for 20 years. For 20 years, we have all considered a nuclear-armed Iran as completely unacceptable. But up until a few days ago, that goal had been pursued by sanctions and diplomacy. And military force was held in reserve because the idea was that Iran may be pursuing a threshold nuclear capability, but that they would never weaponize if they knew that racing for the bomb would lead to U.S. and Israeli strikes. Well, we've now acted preventively. And so that whole reason for deterrence, the reason for Iran not to pursue weaponization, has been taken off the table. So what I would say is this is a very high-risk, potentially high-reward gamble. But again, the risk is quite acute right there.
It's a big question, and it warrants maybe a long answer. Have we established deterrence in the region or not?
Oof. I mean, look, deterrence against Iran, yes. I mean, I don't think that Iran is going to, strike the U.S. in an aggressive way. I think ultimately what Ayatollah Khamenei cares about most of all, even more than the nuclear program, is regime survival. And so that's why I never took seriously the idea that they would close the Strait of Hormuz or that they would aggressively attack U.S. forces, because I think he knows that's the end of his regime at that point. But in terms of whether it has ended the nuclear program, that I'm much more skeptical about, because while even if you can accept at face value the idea that the centrifuges at Fordo and Natanz have been destroyed, and I don't think anyone really knows because we don't have eyes inside those facilities, the 400 kilograms of high enriched uranium, enough for 10 bombs, is apparently missing on the loose. And even if Iran has a single covert nuclear facility, and that's something that no one knows, they could take that material and produce weapons-grade uranium in a matter of days. And so the thing I worry about is a situation where the bomb just sort of goes in the basement.
Which is the reason why some people are saying that maybe this is a step to push Iran to the table more aggressively in a way that they were unwilling to do so earlier. How feasible do you see that scenario as?
It's going to be really challenging because the Iranians are not going to want to be seen to capitulate to American force, right? And so I think diplomacy on the nuclear program for the next few months is going to be very challenging. However, what I think this does do is it does open up the possibility, at least, although however slim it may be, that you could get Iran to agree to something like no enrichment on their soil. Because if you've truly wiped out their enrichment capacity, which they've spent $500 billion to build over several decades, then maybe it's not as big of a concession for Iran to give. But I think the first step to that, and one that's going to be very challenging, is to establish a stable ceasefire between Israel and Iran, let tensions cool, and then maybe a few months down the road, pursue diplomacy.
At the same time, people are discussing the broader ramifications of this back and forth of this incursion and saying that actually it will be a deterrent for, say, other countries that are looking to test the United States, that are maybe thinking that the U.S. wouldn't use force, and now the fact that they did would offer some sort of deterrent. How feasible do you see that as sort of a presiding sentiment going forward? That
I fundamentally disagree with. I mean, look at the circumstances in which Trump intervened. Israel had established complete air superiority over Iran. Basically, Iran had no control over its skies, right? So Trump said, I thought it was kind of humorous, we control the skies over Iran. It was actually Israel that had established that. So yes, any country that doesn't have the ability to potentially shoot down American planes or that the U.S. doesn't fear retaliation from, yes, Trump will act. Whether that leads to more deterrence against China in the Taiwan Strait or against Russia, I'm much more skeptical.
Eddie, can we explore the counterfactual? Got a few moments. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, signed back in 2015. You were part of the Iran sanctions team. This, of course, heavily favoured by the Democratic side of Washington, D.C. ripped up by the current President Donald Trump in his first term. Where would we be today in your mind if we hadn't ripped that up?
We'd be in a much better place. I think fundamentally, the only way you can end Iran's nuclear program is through a deal, right? Bombs can set back the nuclear program, but they can't end it. The JCPOA prevented Iran from having any high-enriched uranium. They only had 300 kilograms of low-enriched uranium. Today, they've got 400 kilograms of high-enriched uranium, right? And so they're much closer to a bomb than they would be otherwise. The big critics of the JCPOA said that, well, this is time-limited. It's not indefinite. This critical component of limiting Iran's uranium enrichment would have expired in 2030, so 5 years from now. So what we've done, basically, is by ripping up the JCPOA, is I think it's set in motion the conditions that led to military force being on the table today.
This, of course, was something that was also favoured by the Europeans. The president heads to Europe now to meet for a NATO summit. How divided are the members of that NATO alliance now?
Extremely divided. I think, look, what has happened, and the thing that's really divided the NATO isn't so much Iran, right? It's Russia, in that NATO views, most of the members of NATO view Russia as an existential threat. Many of the members view Russia as a potential military threat that they could invade within the next few years. Trump has been wary of doing anything aggressive toward Russia, right? There have been 0 new sanctions on Putin put in place since the beginning of the year, and basically no willingness to actually stand up to the Russian threat. And that hasn't changed. And we've seen, I think one of the interesting things about your question on deterrence is, sure, Trump may not chicken out when it comes to bombing Iran, but with respect to Russia, we've seen 0 follow-through on any of the red lines or threats that he's put in place toward Putin.
Is that something you expect the Europeans to push him on this week?
Yes, I do. Because, again, this is existential for members of the European Union. At the same time, you know, the European members of NATO really don't want Trump to fully walk away, right? Their big fear is that Trump could actually just turn his back on NATO and say, you know what, we're no longer going to abide by Article 5. We're not going to provide you defense in a time of need. And so there is this delicate balance that the members of NATO are having to play right now.
Eddie, it's good to see you.
Great
As
to
always,
see you.
appreciate your time. Thank you. Edwin Fishman there of Columbia University and also author of Choke Points. Check it out. Fantastic book. Lisa, that's the situation, some tension for the Europeans once again as the president pushes them to spend more on defence.
There seems to be an inconsistency when it comes to how some of the force is applied. And that's currently going to be one of the main topics as they commit to spending 5% of their GDPs.
Expect more coverage on the NATO summit with Anne Marie. She's on the ground. We'll catch up with her in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, Innes McPhee of Oxford Economics on the risk to dollar dominance. Live from New York City this morning. You're watching Bloomberg TV. It's going to be a hot one in New York City, breaking into triple digits a little bit later on today. Going into all of that. Equity futures positive. Positive again, up by 0.8% on the S&P. Positive by 1 full percentage point on the Nasdaq 100. Stocks are flying later on this morning. Chairman Powell testimony, day 1 of 2-day testimony on Capitol Hill. Look out for that a little bit later. We'll have a preview for you in just a moment. We're 3 hours away from the cash open. Let's get you some morning movers. Let's cross over to Danny Berger, who has more. Morning, Danny.
Good morning, John. A real sense of relief across airline stocks this morning, which have been punished over the past 12 days with the conflict in the Middle East. You can see United's up 3.5%. Delta's up more than 2%. One, because you have lower fuel prices and the hope that airspace reopens up over the Middle East and helps avoid some of the longer routes, or in the case of that Qantas flight, a 15-hour flight that gets you back where you started. Elsewhere, we are seeing lift shares. Those are rallying in the pre-market, too. Those are up 4.3%. An upgrade from TD Cowen this morning from hold to buy, saying that its expansion has gone beyond its top 25 markets. And with the acquisition of Free, now it's also entering into international markets, so likes the prospect of that growth. Now, elsewhere, stablecoin stocks have been on an absolute tear after the Senate bringing up legislation that would make stablecoins more mainstream this morning. It's another day of a rally from Fiserv. This is a stablecoin issuer, but this time joining in with MasterCard. MasterCard announcing moments ago that it will be seeking a joint venture with Fiserv to work on stablecoins. Of course, stablecoins are a real threat to the likes of MasterCard and Visa, so those shares up again this morning, John.
Danny, thank you. Can you imagine being trapped on a plane to nowhere for that long, that Qantas flight?
Honestly,
Brutal.
I don't think I want to, because the rage that I would feel, the frustration, the sadness, it's an emotional roller coaster that I don't feel like expressing.
Would you be one of those people who run up and down and start shouting at people and get caught on smartphones?
I would hope not,
You'd
but
lose
I
it.
can't guarantee anything.
On our radar this morning, Israel accusing Iran of breaching a ceasefire just hours after President Trump announced the deal. Iran has yet to publicly confirm it agreed to a truce. That truce is already looking shaky, but this oil market is looking the other way. We've gone from the 80s to the 60s in about 24 hours.
People were seeing the potential for some sort of huge oil disruption, like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This seems to be taken off the table at this point. There haven't really been attacks even on oil infrastructure. There's been some conversation between the Gulf states, don't you dare come and fire weapons on my territory kind of talk. And ultimately, people are saying that this will pass. Whether the conflict is over is quite another story, as we see from some of the Israeli response to missiles fired at them earlier this morning. And I think that is going to be a longer discussion.
This was a crude story. The next story could be a bond market story, and it involves foreign relations, foreign policy and international relations. The president heading to the NATO summit today. European leaders planning to ramp up defence spending. They're expected to try to persuade Trump not to withdraw troops, weapons or military aid from the region.
So one question is what we were talking about with Eddie Fishman, which was what is the U.S.'s role with Russia and Ukraine? The point that you raised about the bond market is going to be one that is very market sensitive, and a lot of people are looking at, especially as Germany put out some of its expectations for Q3 borrowing later this year. And it shows that they're going to be selling $22 billion in additional debt than they originally had planned to fund some of the infrastructure and military build out. The question is, are we underappreciating the amount of spending that European countries are going to be doing, and the U.S., frankly, by the way, because the OBBB isn't exactly contractionary? And how much does this actually spur growth versus just simply inflate the deficit?
This speaks to what Jeff Gundlach spoke to you about over a double line, which is the great reckoning he thinks is coming for the bond market at some point in the future.
Well, I asked him whether we are seeing the sort of prospect, I don't want to say of bankruptcy. He said bankruptcy. I'm not going to say bankruptcy, but some sort of fiscal pressure in the United States is getting true pushback by Treasury buyers. And he said, you're already seeing this. And he pointed to some of the disruptions that we've seen in the fact that Treasuries have not acted as that haven bid. It is a complicated story because what is the risk? Is it inflation or is it deteriorating growth? And because we don't understand that, it's not a clean read, but this is an increasing discussion as we head toward the July 4th deadline.
We'll catch up with Double Line in the next hour, so look out for that conversation on the bond market. Also look out for this. Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying to Congress this week. President Trump attacking the Fed Chair once again, up late overnight posting this, saying that, quote, I hope Congress really works this very dumb, hard-headed person over. So that's your setup for later on this morning.
And it just continues the jawboning. Will it be effective? And is it already being effective? And that, I think, is the increasing question. Jim Bianco of Bianco Research put out a note yesterday where he said, are we witnessing the beginning of a Fed mutiny led by two Trump appointees, talking about Michelle Bowman as well as Chris Waller, opening the prospect of a July rate cut? We can get into that later. But there clearly are some people who are listening to what President Trump is saying, and some people who would argue that is the correct economic point of view. So this is a complicated discussion beyond just saying political pressure.
Matt Lazzetti, Deutsche Bank. The June SEP was more about division than uncertainty. Speaks to that. The chairman wanted to sit in the news conference and say it's very uncertain. He, of course, doesn't want to come out and say we're very divided, but a lot of people are starting to conclude that's precisely what they are.
Do we get dissent in July? This might be the big question for that meeting that does come at the end of July.
And what does this mean for the FX market and the US dollar? Innes McPhee of Oxford Economics writes in the following. Although the near-term challenges to the dollar's dominance have risen recently, we think they're still relatively limited compared to the seismic shift needed for the global economy to switch to another principal currency. Innes joins us now for more. Innes, welcome to New York. It's good to see you.
Thanks, John.
Let's get to this call. Why are you a little bit more constructive on the dollar, at least from this perspective?
Well, I think, John, what we're seeing is a lot of cyclical pressure on the dollar. Clearly, the impacts of tariffs and now oil as well is sort of stagflationary at the margin for the US, whereas it's more straightforwardly disinflationary for the US. At the same time, investors all around the world have been very much overweight US assets, and there's a little bit of a point at which now they're sort of, given this shock, they're reassessing that and maybe doing a bit more hedging. And then thirdly, of course, there's a lot of uncertainty, not just about tariffs, but about fiscal policy as well and what that means for yields and the term premium. So, you know, to me, a lot of that cyclical pressure is the reason why the dollar's depreciating. It's down more than 10% against the major floating currencies. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see some broader reassessment. At the end of the day, the US remains the largest market. It remains absolutely central to the global trading system. And at the same time, what we're going to see is really big long-term shifts to see that the dollar are no longer part of that major system.
Long-term is the right term. This is a long-term conversation, much more short-term. If we can turn to the calendar, July 4th, we've got this self-imposed deadline for the tax bill. July 9th, we've got this other self-imposed deadline for a whole host of tax deals, trade deals. I just wonder, from your perspective, being in London, looking over to the United States, how you think about the next few weeks and how things shake out.
Well, I think, the market is pretty much on pause to see a lot of these deadlines come through. As ever, the market kind of thinks that, a couple of weeks down the line we'll get more clarity. Clearly we might not, though. And if we don't, then that's clearly going to be another catalyst for the dollar to move a leg down, perhaps.
How much are we seeing the dollar weaken as a result of some of the fiscal spending and potential inflationary impacts? I mean, this has been one of the arguments that people have been making. The fiscal backdrop is one reason why the U.S. is losing fiscal dominance. Does that have relevance at a time where there's fiscal expansion in Europe as well?
I think it does have relevance, but it is within that.
Guys, इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई, काफ़ी बड़ी कैंडल बन गई है. क्रूड भी फंस गया, मुझे लग रहा है रेजिस्टेंस और सपोर्ट के बीच में. यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है, बट अब नीचे जाने के ज़्यादा चांसेस लगते नहीं है, क्योंकि नीचे भी एक सपोर्ट बना दिया है. मैक्सिमम 5627 तक ही जाएगा तो अगर होल्ड करता है. ओके, पहुँच गया. ठीक है, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाया, नेगेटिव आई थी इन्वेंट्री, सीधा रीटेस्ट गया. नीचे एक सपोर्ट है, नीचे वाला जो सपोर्ट है मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया, तो अब उसको होल्ड नहीं करेंगे. 4-5 बार ले चुका है सपोर्ट, वहां से कोई नया सपोर्ट बनाए तो बेटर है. वापस आएगा तो ये लेवल ऑटोमेटिकली रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करेगा. श्योर, दोनों तो होल्ड नहीं करेंगे, एक ही करता है. ठीक है, जितना फोरकास्ट किया था उससे ज़्यादा आ गया डेटा. इन्वेंट्री का 88 बुलियन एक्सपेक्टेड था, ज़्यादा है 90. 96 आया है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा आया है. एक और ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है वो. 88 के अराउंड यही दिख रहा है लेवल तो। नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा और गिरे तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान यहाँ रखते हैं। ये लेवल वापस एज अ रेजिस्टेंस काम करेगा, ध्यान रखना। ये रीटेस्ट तो अब रीटेस्ट यहाँ पर नहीं है, हो गया जितना रीटेस्ट होना था, इसको रिमूव कर सकते हो अब। नहीं वो सेम ही है, फर्क नहीं पड़ता। हाँ वो लेवल दिखा नहीं ना उसमें वहाँ पर। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में एक और रेजिस्टेंस है, थोड़ा ऊपर है लेकिन वो परसों वाला। एंड नीचे अब ज़्यादा आने की चांसेस कम ही है, आता है मैक्सिमम 5627 तक गिर सकता है, उससे ज़्यादा तो नहीं गिरेगा। वहाँ पर वापस बाइंग आ जाएगी। ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन के अराउंड मोस्टली नीचे आया तो बाइंग कर लेंगे वापस से फॉर द ब्रेकआउट।
Business. Caixin Global reported the company held talks with over a dozen potential partners, including 2 private equity firms. But Starbucks says it's not considering a full sale. This coming as the brand struggles in China due to weak consumption and intense local competition. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, President Trump seeking a reset.
I think the president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region. That's always been his goal. I actually think when we look back, we will say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region.
Up next on the program, Edward Fishman of Columbia University, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. What a wild trip for crude. In just a couple of sessions, we started the week just north of the 80 mark on Brent crude. This morning, we're in the 60s, 69.37, as we avoid the worst case scenario across the region in the Middle East. Crude is down by another 3% this morning on both Brent and WTI. In the equity market, adding to yesterday's gains, equity futures up this morning on the S&P 500, positive by 0.8%. On the Nasdaq 100, up by close to 1 full percentage point. Out of Savannah's this morning, President Trump seeking a reset.
A week ago, Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it. Our hope and our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program. And I think the president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region. That's always been his goal. I actually think when we look back, we will say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region.
So here's the latest this morning. A fragile truce between Israel and Iran being tested already. Israel accusing Iran of violating the ceasefire agreement and vowing to retaliate. Joining us now is Edward Fishman at Columbia University and former Russia and Europe sanctions lead at the U.S. State Department. Eddie, good morning. It's good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too, John.
The words of the Vice President, J.D. Vance, saying that I actually think that when we look back, we'll say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region. Do you agree?
Yes, of course, because this is a fundamental shift in terms of how U.S. policy and broader policy toward Iran has been for 20 years. For 20 years, we have all considered a nuclear-armed Iran as completely unacceptable. But up until a few days ago, that goal had been pursued by sanctions and diplomacy. And military force was held in reserve because the idea was that Iran may be pursuing a threshold nuclear capability, but that they would never weaponize if they knew that racing for the bomb would lead to U.S. and Israeli strikes. Well, we've now acted preventively. And so that whole reason for deterrence, the reason for Iran not to pursue weaponization, has been taken off the table. So what I would say is this is a very high risk, potentially high reward gamble. But again, the risk is quite acute right there.
It's a big question, and it warrants maybe a long answer. Have we established deterrence in the region or not?
Oof. I mean, look, deterrence against Iran, yes. I mean, I don't think that Iran is going to, strike the U.S. in an aggressive way. I think ultimately what Ayatollah Khamenei cares about most of all, even more than the nuclear program, is regime survival. And so that's why I never took seriously the idea that they would close the Strait of Hormuz or that they would aggressively attack U.S. forces, because I think he knows that's the end of his regime at that point. But in terms of whether it has ended the nuclear program, that I'm much more skeptical about, because while even if you can accept at face value the idea that the centrifuges at Fordo and Natanz have been destroyed, and I don't think anyone really knows because we don't have eyes inside those facilities, the 400 kilograms of high enriched uranium, enough for 10 bombs, is apparently missing on the loose. And even if Iran has a single covert nuclear facility, and that's something that no one knows, they could take that material and produce weapons-grade uranium in a matter of days. And so the thing I worry about is a situation where the bomb just sort of goes in the basement.
Which is the reason why some people are saying that maybe this is a step to push Iran to the table more aggressively in a way that they were unwilling to do so earlier. How feasible do you see that scenario as?
It's going to be really challenging because the Iranians are not going to want to be seen to capitulate to American force, right? And so I think diplomacy on the nuclear program for the next few months is going to be very challenging. However, what I think this does do is it does open up the possibility, at least, although however slim it may be, that you could get Iran to agree to something like no enrichment on their soil. Because if you've truly wiped out their enrichment capacity, which they've spent $500 billion to build over several decades, then maybe it's not as big of a concession for Iran to give. But I think the first step to that, and one that's going to be very challenging, is to establish a stable ceasefire between Israel and Iran, let tensions cool, and then maybe a few months down the road, pursue diplomacy.
At the same time, people are discussing the broader ramifications of this back and forth of this incursion and saying that actually it will be a deterrent for, say, other countries that are looking to test the United States, that are maybe thinking that the U.S. wouldn't use force, and now the fact that they did would offer some sort of deterrent. How feasible do you see that as sort of a presiding sentiment going forward?
That I fundamentally disagree with. I mean, look at the circumstances in which Trump intervened. Israel had established complete air superiority over Iran. Basically, Iran had no control over its skies, right? So Trump said, I thought it was kind of humorous, we control the skies over Iran. It was actually Israel that had established that. So yes, any country that doesn't have the ability to potentially shoot down American planes or that the U.S. doesn't fear retaliation from, yes, Trump will act. Whether that leads to more deterrence against China in the Taiwan Strait or against Russia, I'm much more skeptical.
Eddie, can we explore the counterfactual? Got a few moments. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, signed back in 2015. You were part of the Iran sanctions team. This, of course, heavily favoured by the Democratic side of Washington, D.C., ripped up by the current President Donald Trump in his first term. Where would we be today in your mind if we hadn't ripped that up?
We'd be in a much better place. I think fundamentally, the only way you can end Iran's nuclear program is through a deal, right? Bombs can set back the nuclear program, but they can't end it. The JCPOA prevented Iran from having any high-enriched uranium. They only had 300 kilograms of low-enriched uranium. Today, they've got 400 kilograms of high-enriched uranium, right? So they're much closer to a bomb than they would be otherwise. The big critics of the JCPOA said that, well, this is time-limited. It's not indefinite. This critical component of limiting Iran's uranium enrichment would have expired in 2030, so 5 years from now. So what we've done, basically, is by ripping up the JCPOA, is I think it's set in motion the conditions that led to military force being on the table today.
This, of course, was something that was also favoured by the Europeans. The president heads to Europe now to meet for a NATO summit. How divided are the members of that NATO alliance now?
Extremely divided. I think, look, what has happened, and the thing that's really divided the NATO isn't so much Iran, right? It's Russia, in that NATO most of the members of NATO view Russia as an existential threat. Many of the members view Russia as a potential military threat that they could invade within the next few years. Trump has been wary of doing anything aggressive toward Russia, right? There have been 0 new sanctions on Putin put in place since the beginning of the year, and basically no willingness to actually stand up to the Russian threat. And that hasn't changed. And we've seen, I think one of the interesting things about your question on deterrence is, sure, Trump may not chicken out when it comes to bombing Iran, but with respect to Russia, we've seen 0 follow-through on any of the red lines or threats that he's put in place toward Putin.
Is that something you expect the Europeans to push him on this week?
Yes, I do. Because, again, this is existential for members of the European Union. At the same time, the European members of NATO really don't want Trump to fully walk away, right? Their big fear is that Trump could actually just turn his back on NATO and say, you know what, we're no longer going to abide by Article 5. We're not going to provide you defense in a time of need. And so there is this delicate balance that the members of NATO are having to play right now.
Eddie, it's good to see you.
Great
As
to
always,
see you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you. Edwin Fishman there of Columbia University and also author of Choke Points. Check it out. Fantastic book. Lisa, that's the situation, some tension for the Europeans once again as the president pushes them to spend more on defence.
There seems to be an inconsistency when it comes to how some of the force is applied, and that's currently going to be one of the main topics as they commit to spending 5% of their GDPs.
Expect more coverage on the NATO summit with Anne-Marie. She's on the ground. We'll catch up with her in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, Innes McPhee of Oxford Economics on the risk to dollar dominance. Live from New York City this morning. You're watching Bloomberg TV. Going to be a hot one in New York City, breaking into triple digits a little bit later on today. Going into all of that, equity futures positive again, up by 0.8% on the S&P, positive by 1 full percentage point on the Nasdaq 100. Stocks are flying later on this morning. Chairman Powell testimony, day 1 of 2-day testimony on Capitol Hill. Look out for that a little bit later. We'll have a preview for you in just a moment. We're 3 hours away from the cash open. Let's get you some morning movers. Let's cross over to Danny Berger, who has more. Morning, Danny.
Good morning, John. A real sense of relief across airline stocks this morning, which have been punished over the past 12 days with the conflict in the Middle East. You can see United's up 3.5%. Delta's up more than 2%. One, because you have lower fuel prices and the hope that airspace reopens up over the Middle East and helps avoid some of the longer routes, or in the case of that Qantas flight, a 15-hour flight that gets you back where you started. Elsewhere, we are seeing lift shares. Those are rallying in the pre-market, too. Those are up 4.3%. An upgrade from TD Cowen this morning from hold to buy, saying that its expansion has gone beyond its top 25 markets. And with the acquisition of Free, now it's also entering into international markets, so likes the prospect of that growth. Now, elsewhere, stablecoin stocks have been on an absolute tear after the Senate bringing up legislation that would make stablecoins more mainstream this morning. It's another day of a rally from Fiserv. This is a stablecoin issuer, but this time joining in with MasterCard. MasterCard announcing moments ago that it will be seeking a joint venture with Fiserv to work on stablecoins. Of course, stablecoins are a real threat to the likes of MasterCard and Visa, so those shares up again this morning, John.
Danny, thank you. Can you imagine being trapped on a plane to nowhere for that long, that Qantas flight?
Honestly,
Brutal.
I don't think I want to, because the rage that I would feel, the frustration, the sadness, it's an emotional roller coaster that I don't feel like expressing.
Would you be one of those people who run up and down and start shouting at people and get caught on smartphones?
I would hope not, but I can't guarantee anything.
On our radar this morning, Israel accusing Iran of breaching a ceasefire just hours after President Trump announced the deal. Iran has yet to publicly confirm it agreed to a truce. That truce is already looking shaky, but this oil market is looking the other way. We've gone from the 80s to the 60s in about 24 hours.
People were seeing the potential for some sort of huge oil disruption, like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This seems to have taken off the table at this point. There haven't really been attacks even on oil infrastructure. There's been some conversation between the Gulf states. Don't you dare come and fire weapons on my territory kind of talk. And ultimately, people are saying that this will pass. Whether the conflict is over is quite another story, as we see from some of the Israeli response to missiles fired at them earlier this morning. And I think that is going to be a longer discussion.
This was a crude story. The next story could be a bond market story, and it involves foreign relations, foreign policy and international relations. The president heading to the NATO summit today. European leaders planning to ramp up defence spending. They're expected to try to persuade Trump not to withdraw troops, weapons or military aid from the region.
So one question is what we were talking about with Eddie Fishman, which was, what is the U.S.'s role with Russia and Ukraine? The point that you raised about the bond market is going to be one that is very market sensitive, and a lot of people are looking at, especially as Germany put out some of its expectations for Q3 borrowing later this year. And it shows that they're going to be selling $22 billion in additional debt than they originally had planned to fund some of the infrastructure and military build out. The question is, are we underappreciating the amount of spending that European countries are going to be doing, and the U.S., frankly, by the way, because the OBBB isn't exactly contractionary? And how much does this actually spur growth versus just simply inflate the deficit?
This speaks to what Jeff Gundlach spoke to you about over a double line, which is the great reckoning he thinks is coming for the bond market at some point in the future.
Well, I asked him whether we are seeing the sort of prospect, I don't want to say of bankruptcy. He said bankruptcy. I'm not going to say bankruptcy, but some sort of fiscal pressure in the United States is getting true pushback by Treasury buyers. And he said, you're already seeing this. And he pointed to some of the disruptions that we've seen in the fact that Treasuries have not acted as that haven bid. It is a complicated story, because what is the risk? Is it inflation or is it deteriorating growth? And because we don't understand that, it's not a clean read, but this is an increasing discussion as we head toward the July 4th deadline.
We'll catch up with Double Line in the next hour, so look out for that conversation on the bond market. Also look out for this. Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying to Congress this week. President Trump attacking the Fed Chair once again, up late overnight posting this, saying that, quote, I hope Congress really works this very dumb, hard-headed person over. So that's your setup for later on this morning.
And it just continues the jawboning. Will it be effective? And is it already being effective? And that, I think, is the increasing question. Jim Bianco of Bianco Research put out a note yesterday where he said, are we witnessing the beginning of a Fed mutiny led by two Trump appointees, talking about Michelle Bowman as well as Chris Waller, opening the prospect of a July rate cut? We can get into that later. But there clearly are some people who are listening to what President Trump is saying, and some people who would argue that is the correct economic point of view. So this is a complicated discussion beyond just saying political pressure.
Matt Lazzetti, Deutsche Bank. The June SEP was more about division than uncertainty. Speaks to that The chairman wanted to sit in the news conference and say it's very uncertain. He, of course, doesn't want to come out and say we're very divided, but a lot of people are starting to conclude that's precisely what they are.
Do we get dissent in July? This might be the big question for that meeting that does come at the end of July.
And what does this mean for the FX market and the US dollar? Innes McPhee of Oxford Economics writes in the following. Although the near-term challenges to the dollar's dominance have risen recently, we think they're still relatively limited compared to the seismic shift needed for the global economy to switch to another principal currency. Innes joins us now for more. Innes, welcome to New York. It's good to see you.
Thanks, John.
Let's get to this call. Why are you a little bit more constructive on the dollar, at least from this perspective?
Well, I think, John, what we're seeing is a lot of cyclical pressure on the dollar. Clearly, the impacts of tariffs and now oil as well is sort of stagflationary at the margin for the US, whereas it's more straightforwardly disinflationary for the US. At the same time, investors all around the world have been very much overweight US assets, and there's a little bit of a point at which now they're sort of, given this shock, they're reassessing that and maybe doing a bit more hedging. And then thirdly, of course, there's a lot of uncertainty, not just about tariffs, but about fiscal policy as well and what that means for yields and the term premium. So, to me, a lot of that cyclical pressure is a reason why the dollar's depreciating. It's down more than 10% against the major floating currencies. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see some broader reassessment. At the end of the day, the US remains the largest market. It remains absolutely central to the global trading system. And at the same time, what we're going to see is really big long-term shifts to see that the dollar are no longer part of that major system.
Long-term is the right term. This is a long-term conversation, much more short-term. If we can turn to the calendar, July 4th, we've got this self-imposed deadline for the tax bill. July 9th, we've got this other self-imposed deadline for a whole host of tax deals, trade deals. I just wonder, from your perspective, being in London, looking over to the United States, how you think about the next few weeks and how things shake out.
Well, I think, the market's pretty much on pause to see a lot of these deadlines come through. As ever, the market kind of thinks that, a couple of weeks down the line we'll get more clarity. Clearly, we might not, though. And if we don't, then that's clearly going to be another catalyst for the dollar to move a leg down, perhaps.
How much are we seeing the dollar weaken as a result of some of the fiscal spending and potential inflationary impacts? I mean, this has been one of the arguments that people have been making. The fiscal backdrop is one reason why the U.S. is losing fiscal dominance. Does that have relevance at a time where there's fiscal expansion in Europe as well?
I think it does have relevance, but it is within that broader context. I think, if you like, everyone's been very focused on US fiscal policy at the moment. We're starting to see a little bit more clarity from Europe in terms of what will come. At the end of the day, I think it's actually broader than that. We're obviously seeing a lot more issuance. The net supply of safe assets, which has been so low for the last decade, is rising and rising very substantially. But at the same time, we're also seeing a lot of macroeconomic volatility. Fiscal policy has changed from being very passive the last 10 years to being an active tool of demand management. And that does have implications for the term premium. Term premium should rise. We should see yields higher, even regardless of where short-term rates are going.
Taking a step back, for the bulk of this year, there's been sort of a pendulum that's been swinging between the risks of either inflation accelerating on the heels of some of the supply shocks, fiscal expenditures, versus some sort of downgrade to growth that we've seen from tariffs, from some of these disruptions, from even the oil shock and what that does to consumers. What have we learned over the past 48 hours about what people's expectations and their response to a potential oil shock or inflationary shock would be? Do we have a greater sense that the inflation upside is kind of being reduced somewhat?
Well, I think, as you said earlier on, the Fed's very divided on this issue. Clearly, what we've learned over the last 48 hours is that the market has kind of almost gone to price in a risk premium on oil that's pretty much where we were in the middle of June. So there's a lot of upside to that, I would argue, given that this already seems to be a very fragile ceasefire. But fundamentally, there are those that will want to ease early, and that's a very defensible attitude, given that we know that an increase in oil prices will have a detrimental impact to growth later on and bring inflation down eventually. But remember where we've just come from. The Fed and other central banks have just seen a huge inflation overshoot in recent years. We're not confident as economists, as central banks at the moment, about the second round impacts from an increase in inflation. And I think, it's a very defensible attitude to want to wait and see how big that impact on prices will be, and therefore what the second round impacts will be. We haven't even seen or even started to see the big upside to the initial inflation shock, let alone what that might do for second round impacts.
With all of that in mind, do you think July is a live meeting?
I don't. We've long said that December is going to be when they cut. There are good reasons for that. I think we may well see dissents. We've seen dissents, though, under Chair Powell before. I don't think that's necessarily a deal breaker. I just don't think we're going to get clarity over the data that's going to move the majority of the committee towards wanting to cut.
Looking for some clarity from the Fed chair a little bit later on this morning. Innes McPhee of Oxford Economics. Innes, good to see you. Thanks for dropping by and enjoy New York. Looking for some clarity on the issue over in the Middle East as well. The President of the United States announcing a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Asked by reporters before leading to the NATO summit whether that ceasefire, that truce is breaking. The President saying, Lisa, just moments ago, I don't think so.
Yeah, and this really goes to the heart of the lack of clarity. President Trump, when asked about the ceasefire, saying, I think they both violated it. So where does that leave us? Him saying, get that ceasefire together, guys. We have to have this sort of the de facto place where we're going to launch off as he heads to NATO and as they get a sense of some sort of calming down in the oil market. Just yesterday, he came out. Guys, don't bid up the price of oil. That's just letting them win. So today, he got what he wanted.
Crude is down nicely by 2.9% on both Brent and WTI. The latest from the president there. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara Arnold. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Senate Republicans are coming around to the $40,000 SALT cap proposed by the House in the president's tax cut package, but they want to lower the income threshold. The SALT provision is one of several holdups for the bill. Other issues include Medicaid cuts and green energy tax credits. Republican leaders hope to pass the bill by President Trump's deadline of July 4th. And Amazon has unveiled a $54 billion plan for investment in the UK over the next 3 years. The online shopping giant will open 4 new warehouses, creating thousands of new jobs nationwide. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer called it a massive vote of confidence in the UK as the best place to do business. And NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang sold over $14 million of NVIDIA stock over 2 days. It's his first transactions under a plan allowing him to raise cash without spooking investors. According to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, Huang is the world's 12th richest person, but his fortune is almost entirely made up of NVIDIA stock. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in the next hour. Up next on the program, a dovish tilt from the Fed.
It is time to consider adjusting the policy rate. Should inflation pressures remain contained, I would support lowering the policy rate as soon as our next meeting.
Another call for an interest rate cut from another governor on the FOMC. Up next, the chair of the House Finance Committee, Congressman French Hill, who will be leading the conversation with the chairman of the Federal Reserve later on this morning. Live from New York, this is Bloomberg. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. The president making his way towards a NATO summit over in Europe. Just stopping by some reporters and answering some questions. Asked about the truce between Iran and Israel breaking, saying, I don't think so. Going on to say this about the ceasefire, though, I think they both violated it. I'm not happy with Israel. I'm not happy with Iran either. I'm really not happy with Israel going out earlier on this morning. This is still relevant for foreign policy. It is increasingly less relevant for financial markets. And you can see that in today's price action. Equity futures positive once again by 0.8% on the Nasdaq, up by 1 full percentage point. Crude, what a round trip we've been on from the 80s back to the 60s on Brent. 69.36 and down 3% on the session. Out of surveillance this morning, a dovish tilt from the Federal Reserve.
As we think about the path forward, it is time to consider adjusting the policy rate. Should inflation pressures remain contained, I would support lowering the policy rate as soon as our next meeting in order to bring it closer to its neutral setting and to sustain a healthy labor market.
It's the latest this morning. Fed Governor Michelle Bowman joining Chris Waller with support for a July rate cut. The comments coming ahead of Fed Chair Jay Powell's 2-day testimony on Capitol Hill as President Trump continues slamming Chair Powell for holding interest rates. Bloomberg's Mike McKee joins us now from D.C. with more. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, I would certainly expect right from the top that Jay Powell will be a lot more polite in addressing these questions than Donald Trump is in posing them. But I don't think Powell is going to sound very dovish today. Michelle Bowman and Chris Waller have both come out in favor of perhaps lowering interest rates as soon as July. But both of them are also the Republican members who were appointed by Donald Trump. Other members of the Open Market Committee have been much more circumspect about when they'll be able to get around to it. Reuters this morning reporting in an interview with Raphael Bostic, the Atlanta Fed president, that he still sees just one rate cut by the end of the year. So not everybody is on board with their thinking. They just get a lot of publicity because they're the first ones to say it. Not sure how much influence Bowman has on monetary policy. She's the banking person, but she did create a lot of news yesterday in saying that basically she wants to dial back the supplementary leverage ratio, something that Wall Street banks have been waiting for quite some time. Maybe that has more of an impact on certain stocks than Jay Powell today.
Let's see if that comes up in the hearings over the next 2 days. Mike, we'll catch up with you later. Mike McKee there, down in Washington, D.C. Joining us now is the Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, which the Fed chair will be testifying before later on today. Congressman, welcome back to the programme, sir. Always good to hear from you. I'm going to start with a slightly provocative question. I'm paraphrasing here. Do you plan to work over this very dumb, hard-headed person a little bit later this morning?
Well, Jonathan, it's great to be with you. We look forward to having Chair Powell before the committee this morning. And I think he'll face questions on his outlook for inflation and therefore what his views are about rate cuts coming forward. I think that's the important issue of the day. But he'll also probably be complimented by members because the Fed has recently taken decisions to get out of some of the environmental social governance groups that they were involved in around climate change, something that House Republicans have never thought the Fed should be involved in over the past few years. We want them focused on price stability, number one, and number two, we want them focused on a safe and sound banking system. We thought that was a distraction.
So we've got monetary policy and then we've got bank regulation. So, Congressman, let's start with the monetary policy first. As you're aware, and as I implied with that first question, the White House is really ramping up the pressure on the Fed chair. Do you worry that the chair starts to become more worried about the optics of cutting interest rates than focused on the data that might justify them?
I really don't, Jonathan, because since World War II, we've seen pressure from presidents on Fed chairs, but we've seen the Fed chairs and the Board of Governors try to be data-driven in their decisions. And, of course, they've made mistakes over that period of time, which is while the Fed is a creation of Congress and I believe strongly in an independent monetary policy, it's also true to recognize that they're not immune from criticism. So there's a debate, and you've already seen that debate shaping on the Open Market Committee itself with the comments from Governor Waller and Governor Bowman.
Congressman, would you be willing or would you support the idea of nominating someone to be the next Fed chair soon so that they can have an outsized influence over the committee?
I think it's my, base case assumption that Chairman Powell will serve out his term and President Trump will make a determination on who he thinks should be the next chair at that time.
Well, just the reason why I ask this is because some people have speculated that that's what's going to happen. We have heard from this administration that they are going to consider potential future candidates. And there's a lot of speculation that Chris Waller and Michelle Bowman are kind of in the running and trying out. I mean, how much would you like to see some of this noise taken away from the real debate, which is what is the predominant risk to markets? Is it potential weakening or is it inflation?
Well, again, as I say, I think certainly since World War II, the speculation about how presidents feel about their Fed chairs and who they might nominate to succeed a Fed chair has just been part of the markets, and the markets understand that. What's important is that the Fed gets it right and we focus on price stability. And if the inflation forecast and inflation expectations are anchored at that 2% level, then I think that's certainly something the Fed should take into strong consideration about a rate cut in the coming meetings. And that's exactly the kind of work I want them to do, is use data analytics, look at the trends in the market, look at their forecast, and make that decision to the best of their ability.
And many of those officials are focused on the policy outcomes of other things. July 4th, We've got the self-imposed deadline to pass the one big beautiful bill. July 9th, another self-imposed deadline to come to some kind of trade deal with a whole bunch of countries. Congressman, could you maybe help the Fed chair a little bit later this morning? Where do you think we will be in a few weeks' time?
Well, look, I think uncertainty is a part of life. It's a part of the stock market and the bond markets every single day. But if I look back at the 1980s, we had extraordinarily high inflation. We had high budget deficits for the time. We had a defense buildup underway. We had a dollar that some deemed significantly overvalued. And yet Ronald Reagan, through tax cuts, through regulatory reductions, through the right monetary policy between Paul Volcker and Alan Greenspan, saw the economy grow and grow dramatically. And I think America is poised to grow dramatically. Look at GDP since the summer of the pandemic. It was about $21 trillion. Today it's $28 trillion. We're the preferred investment location for global investment around the world. And I believe that that uncertainty will drop over the coming weeks as we have clarity on taxes, clarity on regulatory policy, and we drop the steep slope of incredible amounts of federal spending coming out of the Biden administration.
Congressman, just away from the events in Washington, D.C. this morning, we'd love a comment from you on the news of this morning elsewhere, particularly in the Middle East. The president posting on social media just moments ago on a truce between Iran and Israel, a very frustrated post from the president. Do not drop those bombs, addressing Israel. If you do, it's a major violation. Bring your pilots home and do it now. And the tone, as we understand, of the president leaving, making his way to the NATO summit in Europe, was a very frustrated president of the United States with Israel, with Iran, and hopeful that maybe we can establish a long-lasting truce in the Middle East. Do you think we can establish peace through strength in the Middle East? And how much of a change is that with this administration relative to the Biden administration over the last few years?
Well, I do think peace comes through strength, and that's been demonstrated by President Trump, both in the Middle East with his Abraham Accords in his first term and with his efforts to end Iran's dismissal of the West. All during the Obama administration and Biden administration, we had appeasement from the Democrats in the White House. They funded Iran's missile operation. They relieved sanctions. They let them sell all their oil on the open markets. They facilitated that money going then to the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and we've seen the damaging position on that. And so Trump is returning to his pressure on Iran through ending the nuclear program, not delaying it. And I think it's going to change the balance of power in the Middle East for the better. And I think it demonstrates peace through strength. And also, I think the president going to the NATO meeting will demonstrate that again, as European countries now commit to spending 5% of their gross domestic product on defense, standing up a stronger, more robust industrial base and defense posture for Europe. I think that's good for the Atlantic Charter, for NATO, and I think it's good for future peace in the Middle East.
Congressman, we appreciate your time, sir. Busy morning ahead for you. Best of luck with the hearing. Thank you, sir. Congressman French Hill there, down on Capitol Hill. Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with Barbara Duran of BDA Capital Partners, Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners, Jeff Sherman of Double Line, and retired Lieutenant General David Deputer. Live from New York City this morning, good morning to you all. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance is just around the corner.
Geopolitical risk just smacks you in the face. Investors just don't want to price it in.
Base case remains that we don't see significant disruptions, neither of oil or natural gas in the Middle East.
Iran is not being reasonable, and it has no allies.
We have more degree of comfort that Iran has limited capacity.
We need to plan for the worst and hope for the best.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Snapping a three-day slide on the S&P 500 in yesterday's session and adding to the gains this morning. Live from New York City, good morning. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your price action looks like this. Equity futures on the S&P up by 0.8%, a 1% move on the Nasdaq 100. Crude What a move. From the 80s to the 60s in just a couple of sessions. Not even. Again this morning, lower by 2-3%. Brent, 69.43. WTI, 66.54. A fragile truce in the Middle East between Iran and Israel. And the president this morning, on his way to a NATO summit in Europe, piling on the pressure, not just on Iran, but Israel too.
Yeah, this is diplomacy via Truth Social. President Trump coming out and saying, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do it as a major violation, bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, president of the United States, after saying that he is not happy with Iran, he is not happy with Israel. This ceasefire needs to stick.
Retaliation yesterday from Iran was targeted, orchestrated, well telegraphed, and this market likes that. Market might also like the fact the president's putting the pressure on Israel now to pull back as well. This US, under this president, is not interested in an ongoing war in the Middle East.
They don't want to really get into the question of nation building, which this president ran against, or potentially getting into a protracted type of conflict where any kind of troops go on the ground in the Middle East. We have done that before. It is not popular. Even the strikes the U.S. did execute were not necessarily that popular more widely among the U.S. population. The question now is, how contained is this, and what does that look like given the years and weeks to come when you do have enriched uranium out there, when you still do have some steep animosity between Israel and Iran?
This market's moving on. It's already moved on yesterday. It's moving on and maybe focusing on what happens a little bit later this morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The chairman of the Federal Reserve, day one of two-day testimony on Capitol Hill, and the pressure also rising on him as well, not just from the president. Arguably, it's coming from within the Fed now. Two governors, Waller, Bowman, calling for interest rate cuts potentially as soon as July.
Chris Waller is actually more consistent and has been more consistent about saying that any kind of tariff-related inflation would be short-lived if you want to use the Fed pronunciation of the expression, and has been willing to look through it. Michelle Bowman is more interesting because last year she opposed the rate cuts and has been a more hawkish member. So for her to come out and say if she sees consistent deceleration in inflation, she would support a rate cut as soon as next month, that is catching a lot of people's attention as maybe a second audition for the next Fed chair position.
We'll get into the economics and the politics of that a little bit later this morning. Equity futures so far positive by 0.8%. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Barbara Duran of BDA Capital Partners as markets fade geopolitical risk. Jeff Sherman of Double Line on a potential reckoning for U.S. Treasuries, and retired Lieutenant General David Deptula on a fragile truce. We'll begin this hour with our top story. Markets fading geopolitical risk as the Middle East avoids the worst-case scenario. Our team coverage starts right now with Anne-Marie joining us from the NATO summit alongside Jemana out of Dubai. AMH, first of all to you, a frustrated president making his way over to Europe.
Absolutely. He's frustrated given the fact that he worked hard in his mind with his team to try to make sure that this conflict was not protracted and it was quick. And at the same time, he seems very annoyed what we're seeing in terms of the missiles continuing from both Iran and Israel. He's saying they both need to stop. The president calling on also Israel specifically after he spoke to reporters at the White House. As he's boarding Air Force One, he's heading to The Hague. He then put out a Truth Social post saying, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it's a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. So he seems to be both frustrated with Israel and Iran, saying that they violated the ceasefire. We should note he does go on to say he does think it will last. What we have seen in the past with ceasefires in the region is that the first 24, 48 hours can be fragile. It can be testy. Both sides could be testing the waters. But the president wants to make sure that this is the start of the end of this mini conflict that we've seen play out in the region.
Jemana, that's a change. Not just putting the pressure on Iran, but this morning the president putting the pressure on Israel.
Yeah, and to Anne-Marie's point, I think there was a lot of ambiguity about exactly what time the ceasefire was supposedly implemented. Because when we came in the morning, we saw that Truth Social post that President Trump had put up overnight. But it wasn't until about 8-9 hours later that we got an official response from Israel. The Israeli PM's office putting out a statement saying that they have agreed to that bilateral ceasefire because Israel have, quote, achieve their war objectives. So we're looking to get more commentary from the Israeli Prime Minister later today. And then it wasn't until about an hour or 2 hours after that that we then got an official response from Iran with the National Security Council putting out a statement. So in all of those hours, there was still uncertainty about whether the ceasefire had gone into effect. Both sides exchanging missiles right until the very last minute. Some questions still about whether Iran violated the terms of the ceasefire by launching one last salvo late in the morning. These are some of the delicate questions that we were answering this morning. But I think the bigger picture is there is a truce and an off-ramp has been provided in the last 24 hours. The region is breathing a sigh of relief because we have stepped back from the brink. We have avoided the worst case situation, the worst case scenario of having broader Gulf countries involved in this conflict, broader military intervention from the U.S.'s part. And as of now, things are looking a lot calmer. Whether the truce or the ceasefire holds is up for debate at this point, but certainly the president, i.e. the man who was the architect behind this deal, wants to see it last. And you are getting a lot of supportive comments from these Gulf countries this morning, the likes of Qatar, of course, key participants, given everything that's gone down in the 24 hours, saying that they are supportive of the ceasefire that was put in place by President Trump, by the U.S. They help mediate on that front. And the whole region would like to see the tone de-escalate from here onwards. And then the next question is, does this actually bring Iran back to the negotiating table? And if so, under what terms? Now that they are weakened, will they agree to some of the harsher or more stringent concessions that the U.S. administration may be asking for? That's a question for the future. But as for now, the truce appears to be in place.
And the market speaks to that. The market moved. Brent crude, WTI down by close to 3%. Jumana, Anne-Marie, thank you. Brent and WTI lower, equities higher. This market's doing OK. Here's the view on Wall Street this morning. Barbara Duran of BDA Capital Partners writing, the Israel-Iran conflict will likely continue to be viewed as a regional conflict and not impact the stock market beyond short-term volatility. Barbara joins us now for more. Good morning, Barbara.
Hey, good morning.
That short-term volatility, incredibly short-term over the last couple of days. This market looks bulletproof. That seems to be the assessment of a lot of people. Does that make you comfortable? Does that make you uncomfortable?
It makes me comfortable. I think, we're at the top end of a trading range. The market has had a big V-shaped rebound after the V-shaped, collapse in earlier this year. But I think at 22.5 times earnings, you do have a cap on there. However, what I think is happening now, because you've also had some bullish, as you mentioned earlier, 2 Fed governors, come out to say, hey, I think we should cut in July. And the odds have gone up, since Friday from, I think, 15% to 23%. I don't think it happens in July. But when the Fed did meet and Chairman Powell's comments last week, he talked about 2 more cuts possible this year based on current economic data. They're not cutting now, as we know, because of tariff uncertainty, what that's going to do. But I think what we're going to see in the short run is the market can move higher. But I think you're going to see a lot of laggards catch up. Small cap is catching a bid, and the entire market should move higher. It's a de-risking. As you mentioned, you've seen oil at 2-week lows. And with the prospect of interest rates coming at some point, interest rate cuts, I think the market is primed to move higher.
Is there a contradiction between the idea of resilience of U.S. markets and economy at the same time that we're talking about rate cuts?
A little bit. I think there always is, because we don't know the timing of the rate cuts. But as we know, the market is a discounting mechanism, so they're looking through that. But again, the big uncertainty is how much is, the tariffs, when they flow through, have had a lot of pull forward. That will be worked off soon. How much will it impact inflation? And will it be one time? And how much will it cut GDP growth?
That's been the question all year. A lot of people thought we didn't have enough data to really show that because there was lagging effects that really wouldn't show up in the data until probably September would be the earliest. Now you have 2 Fed members who are talking about how they might get enough information to cut by July, by next month, at the same time that we're expecting core PCE on Friday. How does that make you understand kind of what's actionable, what's enough data to really make a bet on?
Well, it's feeling like we have enough data because I think the market's impatient. We're waiting to see and we're waiting and every number comes in, it's okay. We're seeing a little bit of a slowdown on the margin, whether it's retail sales, et cetera. And we're going to have an important read later today at 10 o'clock, the Conference Board Consumer Confidence. And, of course, Friday is the final read on the University of Michigan. And that's been a concern of the Fed. Will inflation expectations come down? Will they get in bed? embedded. So we've got more data to come, but it's looking pretty bullish right now. But again, I think you still have to be careful. We don't have enough data yet, and it should start to show up in the next month or two.
Some data appears to be more relevant than others. How relevant are consumer surveys at the moment to this market?
Well, I think, when you saw them at their worst, it really is an emotional reaction. It was headline after headline on the tariffs. And so I think that they are relevant, but not, because they aren't necessarily good predictors, but they do give you a feel for the consumer, and you've got to watch it. So I think the numbers, I expect them to be better, at 10 o'clock.
Do you think that Friday's core PCE data is going to be all the more important because of what Michelle Bowman, the Fed governor, said yesterday, where she said if this trend continues, she sees there being potentially enough confidence in her, at least, to move next month?
Well, I think it is important. I think it could move the consensus. It seems like with Michelle saying that, you're seeing more of a consensus building within the Fed governors. But I think it's going to be one more data point. It will reinforce inflation looks good, and it's a good starting point, for any inflationary impact. So I think that it may not mean a July cut, but it could move it up to September. And I think it does increase the probabilities, and that does help the market. They'll be more bullish. If they descend,
it's why they descend that I think is important. If they descend because they think inflation's come in and it gives them the space to cut, that's one thing. If they descend because they point to weakness in the economy, that's quite another. And that's a difficult news conference for the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
And it doesn't speak to the bullish narrative that we're hearing in terms of this supporting equity valuations. And if you have to imagine, if we don't see the inflation show up in PCE or some of the CPI reports, then costs are going up for some companies. Are they just absorbing those? Does that lead to margin compression in a way that might not speak so optimistically, so auspiciously for earnings coming out in just a couple of weeks?
They're not convinced either way, which is why they seem to keep saying, I'll see you in September. Other people on the FOMC have other ideas. Barbara, it's good to see you, as always. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you. Barbara Duran there of BDA Capital Partners. If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. The rally continues, up another 0.7% on the S&P 500, with an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara Anand. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Trump spoke before leaving for the NATO summit. When asked about the ceasefire between Israel and Iran, Trump said, quote, I think both sides violated it. Then, moments later on social media, Trump called on Israel to stop dropping bombs on Iran. Trump announced the supposed end to the 12-day war overnight, writing, the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. But within hours, Israel accused Tehran of breaching it. Meanwhile, federal law enforcement officials are on high alert for domestic retaliation in response to the U.S. strike on Iran on Saturday. The Wall Street Journal reporting FBI officials were told to shift resources toward Iran and domestic threats after manpower in recent months had been focused on immigration enforcement. And Fed Chair Jay Powell headed for 2 days of testimony on Capitol Hill. He's expected to discuss the economy, the impact of the Middle East conflict on inflation, and the Fed's independence amid ongoing criticism from President Trump. Ahead of the testimony, Trump posted on Truth Social that U.S. interest rates should be at least 2 or 3 points lower. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Lisa said it earlier. The man never sleeps.
I don't understand this. I mean, he's almost 80, and he is up at 1:32, and then he's up again at 6 a.m. I mean, is this human?
He's got some serious energy. Let's put it that way. Up next on the programme, counting down to July 4th.
Leader Thune has made very clear he wants to stick with July 4th. I am one that would rather focus on good policy rather than trying to meet an arbitrary timeline.
How flexible is that self-imposed timeline? We'll have that conversation with Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners. She joins us next, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. We're adding some more weight to this rally. Equity futures up again this morning. On the S&P 500, positive by 0.7%. On the Nasdaq 100, up by 0.9%. Led by a de-escalation in the Middle East and this move in crude from the 80s to the 60s. The turnaround in crude is just stunning over the past few days. We're down another 3%. 69.25 on Brent. WTI 66.37 as the attention comes back to the domestic issues. Under surveillance this morning, counting down to July 4th.
Leader Thune has made very clear he wants to stick with July 4th. I am one that would rather focus on good policy rather than trying to meet an arbitrary timeline. And so if we've got to go past the 4th of July to get a bill that is good for not just Republicans, but for Americans. Let's try to get it right.
Here's the latest this morning. The fate of President Donald Trump's tax and policy bill remaining uncertain as Senate Republicans plan to begin voting this week. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Good morning, Tyler. It's July 4th and that deadline set to slide.
Yeah, hey, John, good morning. Well, the White House doesn't want it to slide, but they're going to have to do some last-minute wrangling if they're going to meet it, because at the moment, the bill doesn't have enough support to pass the Senate as it stands, and it needs to get through that chamber by at least this weekend in order to tee up a vote on the House floor and onto President Trump's desk by next Friday. And the thing is, a lot of the remaining issues are the ones that we've been discussing at this point for months, including that there's this group of Republicans billing themselves as fiscal hawks that want to see some deeper spending cuts amid concerns from other Republicans about the changes to Medicaid. And Medicaid at the moment really is the most politically fraught issue in this bill for Republicans, considering that the Senate version actually goes further than what the House did in terms of tightening those work requirements and also lowering the Medicaid provider tax. We're going to hear a lot about this because that essentially means that there could be less federal matching funds for the program. Another big sticking point here, of course, is that we've yet to see a compromise emerge when it comes to lifting the SALT cap. Our reporting does indicate there could be a proposal on the table that would keep that $40,000 cap in place, but with a lower income threshold. At this point, though, we haven't really seen any in the so-called SALT caucus get on board with that plan. We should expect changes, though, because amid all of these negotiations going on in the backdrop here is something known as the bird bath, which essentially means that these provisions are being checked by the Senate parliamentarian to make sure that they pass the reconciliation rules. And John, we're already seeing some of the provisions stripped out, including those that had been billed as cost-saving measures. That included one that would have hollowed out funding for the CFPB and another that would have shifted some of the cost sharing onto states when it comes to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
An important couple of weeks coming up. Tyler Kendall with the latest down in Washington. Tyler, thank you. To extend the conversation, Henrietta Trace of Vader Partners joins us now for more. Henrietta, good morning.
Great to be here.
We've talked a lot about this calendar already this morning. July 4th, then July 9th for trade. Let's start with taxes and July 4th. Do you think that slides?
I've got 40% odds that they can meet the July 4th deadline. That's up from 20% where I was last week. Frankly, when there's unrest, whether it's, deploying the National Guard to California or going to war in Iran, that can move things along. There is Senate magic that absolutely does work. But they have about $1 trillion that they can throw at the various problems. As Tyler was mentioning, the Medicaid provisions are atrocious. I think something like 35% of Alaska loses their Medicaid coverage. 600,000 people in North Carolina. So members are very concerned about that. We got to deal with the SALT caucus. They do have $1 trillion to throw money at. But as you mentioned with the bird bath, there are $200 billion worth of savings that various committees have identified that are now gone. They're ineligible. So there's a lot that they need to work through.
There's a lot to unpack there. Right. You said something in there before we get into just how much this does expand the deficit or what to be looking at as it goes through the bird bath, which I love, by the way. You said that when there are wars or deployments of National Guard or Marines, that does its magic in Senate. Do you think that actually has expedited some of the discussions for the one big beautiful bill in Washington, D.C., not necessarily caused fissures among Republican members who have already been really in disagreement?
It creates a sense of urgency. And so specifically to those two pieces, they really match up because there's $175 billion for additional immigration aid. There's $175 billion for additional military preparedness. So focus on those pieces. Don't waste a crisis, as Lindsey Graham always likes to say. Use it, deploy it, get it out there, push this bill through. Because the tax provisions are extremely unpopular for the most part. 60% of Americans know that this bill disproportionately impacts the wealthy. And to the extent that they know anything about this bill, that's their view. So if you can focus on the immigration spend and the military spend, which is popular, that can help grease the wheels.
If you do get some sort of bill that's been stripped down by the bird bath in terms of how much cost saving actually happens, how stimulative could this bill potentially be?
It depends on what income bracket you're in. So the latest analysis that I saw from JCT on their distribution tables, the average low-income family loses $1,200 a year. The average wealthy family will receive $16,000, something preposterous in terms of disproportionate benefits. And that's because you have these preferences like salt, which are extraordinarily expensive. And then you are taking away a lot of the federal subsidies on SNAP, on Medicaid, and those components. So there's a huge wealth variance in terms of who benefits from this bill.
Forgive me for thinking about 2026, but can we touch on the midterms?
Sure.
How do you think this bill will influence the midterms?
Well, you have to think about who's up. So I mentioned Alaska. Dan Sullivan is up in Alaska. That is an at-risk seat if you're going to cut off much of that state from Medicaid. The same is true for Tom Tillis in North Carolina, facing the most expensive race in the nation. And the most expensive race in state history is the expectation. So there's a reason he's going to the mat for the 600,000 folks that will lose Medicaid in North Carolina. It's all eyes on the midterms. I'm more concerned for the Republicans in the House than in the Senate. But this is definitely a conversation for them.
Well, it raises the question, just to build on what John is asking about, this idea, does it make them more inclined or less inclined to vote for the bill? Does it make it more inclined or less inclined to restrict spending versus preserve some of the benefits that people really have come to rely on?
The interesting thing is right now we're not in the midterm like a general, the way we think about it, where it's D versus R. Right now we're in the primary season. So now, are you supporting President Trump's agenda or are you not? And that is the main topic of conversation and will be until like January. And then we'll get into the general. We have to pass this bill by December 31st, otherwise tax rates rise for everybody. So it's the problem of the sequencing. We're in primary season right now, which means Republicans have to vote for this bill or they will be the anti-Trump candidate and they'll lose their primary.
The Democrats, to some extent, face the same issue, particularly in this city. What do they want to be?
Right.
Who do they want to be seen as going into next year? Socialist or something more in the middle?
I wish they could figure it out. I mean, they are obviously split and their conference is yelling at them to get their primary in just the same way. We want you to be on the side of the extreme progressives, but the general will not accept that and they won't win in the general elections, just like we've seen.
I'm glad you brought that up. Today is voting day in New York City for the mayoral race. I know you're trying to allude to it gently, but there is this big question of how President Trump and his agenda has affected local elections, which have arguably been sometimes more important in terms of setting policy. We've heard some people present themselves as the anti-Trump with ICE policies, and other people say, look, we got to work with him, but at the same time, we're not completely subjugated to them. I mean, it's a really interesting split. How much is that really causing a fissure across the country?
I mean, honestly, I don't think Democrats can keep up with the news flow. When you see, I can't forget that the day that they were sending the National Guard to California, Leader Schumer was holding a press conference on abortion. What are we talking about here? Move it along. We need to get to the right place at the right time, adapt. And I don't think the Democratic Party has done a particularly good job at that.
And they keep picking the wrong side more often than not. Henrietta,
right.
It's good to see you, as always.
Thanks
Henrietta Trace there, of Veda Partners. The outcome of this election, I know it's primary season first here in New York City, but the outcome of this could be very interesting for the national stage.
And typically the primary in New York City is the election, because typically it is a Democratic city, and so whoever wins the Democratic election is the one who goes on to become mayor. It raises a question, and it speaks to your point about the Democrats trying to coalesce around a message. What is the identity of the Democratic Party? Is it the Andrew Cuomo, the sort of more backed by mainstream, middle of the road, or is it someone who is presenting himself as a democratic socialist with much more expansionary ideas? And that's something that the city has to deal with.
Presenting himself as one, does that imply he's something else?
Mamdani has come out and he has been endorsed by AOC. There is the more socialist wing of the Democratic Party, the more left wing, and he definitely ascribes to that. He has been gaining. There also is a real test of the ranking system. I could go on and on.
We'd love to hear it.
This has been a completely very, very avid debate at home, but there's this question of ranked voting and whether that actually ends up helping one of the candidates more than doing what it was supposed to do. I don't know. We're going to have to analyze this later.
We'll find some space for it in the next 24 hours. No doubt about it. Up next on the programme, Jeff Sherman of Double Line on a potential reckoning for US Treasuries. We'll talk about the bond market and Chairman Powell testimony a little bit later this morning. Live from New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV. Equity futures on the S&P positive here by 0.8%. A lift to this equity market once again on both the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, up by 1 full percentage point. In the commodity market, many of you, I know at the moment it's the first thing you check. Once again, we're lower, this time by more than 3%, 69 on Brent. WTI 66. Just think about the last few months or so. At the lows in early May, we dropped to the 50s. Just on Sunday, when this market opened, we pumped through the 80s on Brent, and now we're somewhere in between, 69 69 on Brent, down 3%. 2 hours away from the opening bell, let's get you some single names, some morning movers with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Some of these individual stocks also moving on hopes for a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Some of these defense companies being one of them. RTX down 1.4%, Lockheed Martin down 1.2%. This is a sector that's gained some 6% so far in the month, so a little bit of that reversing if things are indeed calming down. And as you pointed out, oil prices falling, as are energy company stocks. Again, this is another sector, the best performing sector so far this month in June, up 6.5%. Not huge collapses in prices, but notably down regardless. Oxy down about 2%, Exxon down about 1%. Finally, wrapping things up with some individual company news. Uber shares are higher in the pre-market by about 3.33%. Uber launching Waymo on their platform in Austin as of this morning. This is now the second city that you can order a Waymo on your Uber app, the first one being Austin. Uber really hoping to become the platform, trying to convince Wall Street that it is the platform for driverless cars because it already has a lot of customers built in and that name recognition. So getting closer to that. Those shares higher in the pre-market, John.
It's a big race coming together, that's for sure. Danny, thank you. More from Danny in the next hour. On our radar this morning, a fragile truce in the Middle East. The latest from the president, posting on social media just moments ago. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect.
And he now signs his Truth Social posts with two different types of sign-outs. One, thank you for attention to this matter, and then Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, when he is very serious at a time when he wants to see the ceasefire remain in effect. This becomes really a key diplomatic point for him ahead of the NATO meetings, which we'll get into in just a second. Whether this has any ramifications for markets, they've already moved on because they don't see the prospect of some sort of disruption in oil supplies, and that seems to be the a sort of very narrow way that the markets are looking at this.
He wants NATO members to spend more, and at home we're about to do the same thing. Senate Republicans are coming around to a $40,000 SALT deduction cap, but want to lower the income threshold. SALT is one of the key hold-ups in passing the big, beautiful bill, and whether we can do it on time, and I stress on time, is a self-imposed on time of July 4th.
Yeah, there has been sort of a no-go kind of provision from the likes of Mike Lawler of New York, who have said it's got to stay $40,000 in terms of the cap on the SALT deduction. If they kind of backdoor this and say people with incomes below a certain point can have that $40,000 cap, other people not so much. Let's see if that flies. People would argue that this really only applies to people who are in some of the higher tax brackets. So there are a lot of questions around this. It does just throw another wrinkle into this very aggressive timeline.
First few weeks of July are going to be very interesting. July 4th, the imposed deadline for the tax bill. July 9th for the trade story. Danny mentioned this story. She touched on it. Regulators looking into safety violations from Tesla's robotaxi launch. Telling us here at Bloomberg, they're aware of videos posted to social media showing the cars entering wrong lanes and crossing double yellow lines.
So this goes to the heart of the question behind the rally that we saw in Tesla initially on the heels of President Trump's election, which was, would this expedite some of the regulatory hurdles for robotaxis to really take off? A lot of people saying this is the future. This really has been the sort of big argument for the bullish bet on Tesla. Does this stymie it? Right now, it seems like not so much because people saw cars going. And I have to say, the feature where the lights flash when the robotaxis pull up to let you know that that's the actual one to get into, I kind of think that's cool. I always kind of struggle when you get an Uber or something and you're not sure whose car it is if they like flashed.
Oh, that would help.
That would help.
Do you not use the PIN code for when you get in?
Well, some of them use PIN codes, some of them don't use PIN codes.
Check the license plate.
You have to check the license plate, but it would be really nice, if, like, especially in like an airport. I need to get off my soapbox this morning.
No, I do the same thing. I'm on the soapbox with you. Do exactly the same thing. Check the license plate.
Yeah. You check the license plate. You walk in. You say their name. You try to act very
Jonathan,
polite.
I pick you up all the time.
So that
this is the habit I go through.
Why did you give me a 4.3?
Do you do that?
No.
4?
I don't get that.
Do you give people low ratings?
No, I don't do that. I actually don't.
Thing in the
partly because of it, even though, yes, I know. I wouldn't do that.
What's your rating now?
It's not as good.
All right. We'll do that another time. Let's turn to fiscal policy, a favourite of Lisa. Fiscal risk back in the spotlight for the bond market. Jeff Sherman of Double Line saying this: we are neutral on intermediate treasuries. The market is focusing on the fiscal side, which could drive rates higher over the short term, given the one big, beautiful bill. Jeff's here in New York. Jeff, good morning. Good to see you.
Morning.
Lisa and your colleague made the headlines in the last week or so. A reckoning is coming for the US debt market. So just refresh our minds, our memories. What is the stance of you and the team at the moment on the Treasury market?
Well, the Treasury market has a lot of risk in it today, and we're seeing this from all the fiscal uncertainties that we see out there. We're debating whether the policies will indeed be stimulative. But at the end of the day, we all know that it's really bad for the deficit. And, no matter how one looks at it, slapping on an additional $2 trillion over, what is the time frame? Is it over a couple of years? Is it a decade? We all have to argue what the benefits are as well. So what you've seen, even like when I look at when the markets opened, with all the conflict we had over the weekend, actually treasuries were off once again. Right, the yields were up. They were selling in treasuries to begin kind of that trading session, even though oil was spiking at that time. And so, is it the inflationary impulse, or is it the lack of flight to quality once again? And so, this has been on investors' minds really for the last couple of years. Is that there is a day of reckoning one day when it comes to the treasury market. Is it June of 2025? It's not likely. Luckily, we only got one more week left, right? It's probably not July either, but this is just not tenable over the long run. And so the challenge is you have, the president, with Jay Powell's testimony today saying Jay needs to lower 2 or 3 points on rates practically overnight to really help them continue to spend. But maybe the answer really is, and this is where we shake on it, maybe they don't need to spend. Right? Maybe they need some pain from the bond market to say it will be punitive that if we continue to follow these policies. So tax cuts sound great, SALT sounds great, all these things sound great to wealthy investors. But at the end of the day, we are mortgaging the future.
Just to build on that point of what Jerome Powell is going to be facing off with in Congress, President Trump has gone after him again and again, talking about lowering interest rates to make U.S.'s borrowing costs go down. How much does that affect your calculus as well, especially as you have two Fed governors saying, as soon as July, we could see rate cuts?
Yeah, we saw Bowman come out yesterday with those comments as well. But look, it's not this democracy at the Fed. Typically, what you have is the chairpersons in charge trying to coalesce, gather, kind of sentiment. It's not like in the UK where there's lots of dissension and, you get 5-4 votes. I mean, there tends to be this unanimity across, when the policies come through. And so I'll give Jay kudos that he went from being Bonehead Jay, just too late now is the nickname that he's getting today.
Graduated.
Yeah, I don't know. Too late sounds better than Bonehead, I think. I think Jay Powell's a pretty smart man. But look, at the end of the day, he's told you his positioning. I don't think that changes in front of Congress right now. And the fact that, what was it? I don't even remember the quote this morning that President Trump said, but it was like that they need to, go after and attack Jay Powell. It's not going to change the stance. It's not going to change monetary policy, as they're still worried about the inflationary effects of the tariffs. And so, this multipolarity world we have and all the variables going on, it's just not as simple as lowering rates, because at the end of the day, you lower rates, you condone the behavior of our elected officials, you condone the deficits, and effectively it could lead to an inflationary impulse on the other side.
Yeah, there are these sort of dueling risks. We've been talking about this all morning, inflation versus growth fears. Yep. And if the Fed were to cut rates, that could do some damage to inflation expectations to the upside. This could necessarily prolong, though, also the growth cycle. Given the fact that your colleague Jeffrey Gundlach came out and said that credit really looks incredibly risky in terms of the valuations and what you're getting compensated for, if the Fed were to ease policy, would that improve the credit outlook, or would it make it more vulnerable?
Well, no. I mean, it would improve it. At the end of the day, what you got to think about is there's twofold. One is, as an investor, we have to think about that incremental yield or the spread we get for taking on the credit risk. That's what he's referring to when he talks about valuation being tight. Right? We look at high-yield bonds. They're massively below average on their spread. I don't feel like we're in a below-average risk world today, right? Which those two things usually coincide. But at the end of it, it's debt service as well. And so this has been the argument for the high-yield bond market and the like, is that if rates come down, then essentially refinancing these coupons becomes more accretive and more helpful over time. So once again, you kind of have these dueling things, right? You're not getting compensated meaningfully for taking this incremental risk. But then at the end of the day, when you look at some of these companies, though, they're good quality names, right? And so even they may exist in the high yield bond market.
How much does this really complicate the discussion about U.S. exceptionalism and the loss and sort of the flow of funds elsewhere? I know that Double Line has been looking elsewhere, talking about how the U.S. is spending too much, not cutting financing, and also some of the trade policies. But you see also Europe spending. Yeah. And today we see with the NATO meetings this commitment to 5% expenditure of GDP on military.
Doesn't it sound like the same thing over there?
At least President Sun would say it's about time, right? That instead of us footing all the bills for NATO. Now, again, you're going to get different people on different sides of the aisle on that statement. But at the end of it, what you're talking about is this self-sustaining, is there exceptionalism? And one of the big benefits the U.S. has had over the last decade or so is that we have had the capital flight into our country. You know, people talk about this when you talk about emerging markets. The first thing you talk about is what's the FDI, the foreign direct investment. Well, the U.S. is a massive benefactor from foreign direct investment, right? Our stock market, our bond market, our trading partners, which helps essentially finance our deficits as well. So the big challenge with all of it is that if you're going to disrupt that, and I'll call it the orthodoxy, and that seems to me what Trump is doing, is that you're going to have downstream ramifications. Now, no one knows what it'll look like if investors pull capital. But I was concerned when we first started the tit-for-tat tariff that given the fact that we run such massive trade deficits with certain countries, we couldn't do a tit-for-tat. There's no way we could up our tariffs enough to really be punitive enough. So one thing that could happen the other way is that they could effectively say, we prohibit investing in the U.S. or incremental dollars should not. And you can see that from, let's say, sovereign wealth funds. You can see that from different governments around the world. So that's not off the table today. And look, we have 2 weeks till the self-imposed deadline on the tariffs, right? That we're going to have I don't know if they're called big, beautiful tariff deals, but, we have that for the 2 weeks as a self-imposed deadline there. And thus far, we have one kind of puny, trade deal thus far is with the UK, and not much really occurred there. So baseline tariffs seem to be here to stay. That means costs of things will go up. It's just a question of is how much. Someone has to eat that cost along the supply chain, and effectively that will end up in consumers' hands at some point.
You've touched on some really important forces. I just want to go back to the beginning of those comments. Well, the president's message is to the rest of the world, we don't want your exports, but we want your capital.
Right.
What we've been asking is whether you can have one without the other. Do you think we can?
It's difficult, and that's what I'm saying. It's a disruption to orthodoxy, right? So historically, you haven't. And, typically when you think through what happens with the trade deficit is that, well, if you're the exporting country, well, all of a sudden you're generating these dollars, let's say, in the case of for someone like Japan, who's ran a structural deficit for 4 decades, right? Well, they generate dollars. What do they do with those dollars? Well, they recycle them in the treasury market. It brings stability to their currency. It helps them kind of manage the flow of that import-export business. So at the end of it, there is some disruption on the other side. And to me, that's the biggest wild card. But still, we don't know what the end game is on tariffs. We don't know what it ultimately looks like. They keep lauding the art of the deal, and this is all about negotiation. But what's the end game? And I think that's the thing that people have trouble seeing today. So it brings me back to what do you do? You don't trade it. You don't trade it. You don't try to get caught up in it. You know that there's more tariffs coming. The thing we're still concerned about is more sectoral tariffs, right? We've seen this with the steel and the aluminum. They're going to go after the pharmaceutical industry. They've been very vocal about that. So there's things that you can kind of try to avoid going forward. But at the end of it, centered at trade is our economy, right? And so at the end of it, it depends on what we look like in growth. And the growth variables are very noisy right now, right? Because of the front loading of all the import data in the first quarter, we gave it back in the second quarter. That's why you see this big jump in estimates for second quarter GDP. But is it really growth? It's really just the import-export mechanism. But thus far, and this comes back to your comments about Jay Powell, is that he's focused on the labor market right now because right now he sees that the tariffs are going to have uncertainty. It's going to take 6 to 9 months to know what that looks like. So right now he continues to focus on the labor market, which has been surprisingly strong throughout this whole cycle. Thus, that puts the Fed on hold. And, I think that his baseline is no cuts this year, no matter what the rhetoric comes out of Waller or Bowman this week. And remember, we're going to get a new Fed chairperson next year. That's the big wild card. It's not what happens in this next 9 months.
Yep.
It's effectively who that person is, how much control the president has over that person's say-so. And that, to me, is the biggest wild card for the bond market.
Hey, Jeff, it's good to catch up. Appreciate it. Could talk to you all morning. Jeff Sherman there of Double Line.
Thank you.
In the equity market at the moment, we're still doing nicely, up by 0.5 to 0.7% on the S&P through much of this morning. With an update on stories elsewhere this morning, with your Bloomberg brief, let's cross over to Yahara Anand. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. In a win for the Trump administration, the Supreme Court lifted a judge's order that required the government to give people 10 days notice before they are deported to a third country. The case stems from a lawsuit back in March by immigrants who feared being removed to countries that are not their own. Meanwhile, 170 million Americans are facing a heat wave this week. From the plains to the East Coast, temperatures will be between 90 to even above 100 degrees. The blistering heat took a toll on power grids in New Jersey and in New York, with thousands stuck without power. And Game 7 of the NBA Finals was a ratings success, drawing the largest single-game audience in 6 years. The winner-take-all game saw an average of 16.4 million viewers across streaming and cable platforms, according to Disney. But despite the big numbers for Game 7, the rest of the series averaged the least amount of viewers since 2021. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. It's just not a great product, is it? You knew that was coming.
Oh, my God. That was basically a softball. Like, John, what do you think of this product?
Just not a great
basketball
product at all. All right. Up next, the president's patience wearing thin.
These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing.
The president dropping a different kind of bomb this morning. Up next on the program, the retired Lieutenant General David Deptula joins us next, live from New York City. Good morning. The news flow just incredible, non-stop over the past few weeks. It continues. Equity futures this morning still positive in the face of it, up by 0.8% on the S&P, on the Nasdaq, up by 1 full percentage point. Under surveillance this morning, the president's patience wearing thin.
I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing.
Here's the latest this morning. President Donald Trump lashing out at Israel and Iran. The president accusing both sides of violating a ceasefire agreement to end nearly 2 weeks of fighting between the two nations. Joining us now is the retired Lieutenant General David Deptula. Retired Lieutenant General David Deptula joins us right now. Lieutenant General, can I just ask you this? A lot's happened over the last few days. In your opinion, what's changed?
Well, I think, John, what's changed is the fact that Israel has achieved air superiority, if not air supremacy, over Iran. And now Iran is understanding that it is subject to Israeli lethal effects whenever and wherever they want to. So that is what has led Iran to initially agree to consider negotiations. But as you saw in the violations of the initial elements of the ceasefire, Iran continued to fire ballistic missiles against Israel, resulting in death. So it's probably going to take a bit more application of force on the part of Israel, and quite frankly, the continued application of force until Iran finally gets the message that if they don't come to the negotiating table, they're going to continue to see their regime and their capabilities weakened and ultimately destroyed.
There are two different questions here. There are a lot of different questions. One is the market-related question, which is, will oil supplies be disrupted? That seems to be not so much, and that's what we're seeing priced into the markets. There's a larger question of, will Iran's ambitions to be a nuclear state really be hampered for a longer-term kind of time frame? What's your take on that, given the 400 kilograms of enriched uranium that currently is missing in action?
Yeah, Lisa, actually, that's a great question. At a fundamental level, nuclear capability consists of three essential components. And Israel and the United States has targeted each of them. The first one's human expertise. And that's the knowledge required to design and construct nuclear weapons resides in a small cadre of specialized scientists and engineers. And Israel's made a concerted effort to neutralize that capability. Then, as you mentioned, there's the fissile material. Most importantly, uranium enriched to weapons grade levels. Right now, there are 400 to 500 kilograms of enriched uranium that still exists in Iran. But strikes on the enrichment sites at Fordo and Natanz have severely disrupted the ability to process it further. And then number three, there's the weaponization and assembly infrastructure. So even with the knowledge and material, Iran needs the facilities to assemble a functioning nuclear weapon. So 2 out of these 3 elements have been severely impacted. So what remains is a fragmented element, if you will, but it's hardly the foundation for a viable nuclear weapons program. So I think you've seen Israel and the United States cripple Iran's operational nuclear capability, but obviously there's the potential to reconstitute.
There's a question about deterrence when it comes to Iranian nuclear ambition. It's also deterrence on a global scale heading into NATO. What's your sense of whether this action by the United States acts as a deterrent or not to other states that might be contemplating nuclear status or incursions into other areas around the world?
Well, I think it's an excellent point, and I think part of the benefit of what President Trump did is not only, and what I'm talking about is with going forward with the B-2 attacks against these processing facilities. First, while that set back Iran's potential to develop a nuclear weapon, it was fundamental to restoring U.S. credibility on the world stage. We've seen, and we spent a lot of time talking about this, but the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and then seeing the U.S. being deterred by Putin, what this action did was, hey, look, the United States now acts behind its words. It just doesn't talk and take no action. So I think that will have an impact with respect to not just our potential adversaries, but our allies alike.
Lieutenant General, always appreciate your time, sir. Thank you for making a few minutes for us this morning. Thank you. The retired Lieutenant General there, David Deptula. The consequences extend beyond the battlefield in Iran, extend to potential and actual battlefields right now and maybe in the future.
It goes to the question of what the U.S. does with respect to Russia, Ukraine, if anything, and heightens that conflict during the NATO meetings. And then there's a question of China and Taiwan. And people have been wondering if this is a warning message or if this is a sense that maybe the U.S. is distracted. You can make arguments on whatever side you want. And that's one thing that I've noticed from different experts who've come on, how far you have to go and what exactly this does in terms of a deterrent.
This market's moved on, reinforced by the events of the last couple of days, moved on. Equities are higher yesterday and again this morning. In the commodity market, crude pumped for a little bit like 2 hours or something like that and faded aggressively through the 80s and Brent and then back down into the 60s. And we move on as well. In the next hour, we need to be talking about the Fed Chair, Jay Powell. Jay Powell on Capitol Hill, 2 days of testimony. He's going to face a real grilling a little bit later. How often do we say that? But this time he might actually. Coming up next, we'll catch up with Emily Rowland of John Hancock, Stephen Schork of the Schork Group, Torsten Slock of Apollo, and Troy Gajewski of FS Investments. Live from New York, the third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance is up next.
Just because the market is being resilient doesn't mean that the risk isn't going to come back and bite it later.
Market and energy traders are still trying to understand what is the calculus here.
It would take some time for markets to get more confidence in the base case outlook for disruption.
There's a lot of uncertainty, but there's absolutely no volatility.
The market will respond when the circumstances change, either for the better or for the worse.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look the same as they did yesterday. We had some weight to the rally. Once again, equity futures on the S&P up by 0.8%. On the Nasdaq 100 up by 1 percentage point. The changes, though, we've seen in the commodity market, unreal. Look at Brent crude this morning. Right now, 68.97. The high of the week. The week's only 2 days old, by the way. The high of the week, 81.40. The low of the week, 67.50. the range on Brent crude in just the past few days.
This is the type of volatility that we saw at the peak of some of the pandemic-related uncertainty during the closures and then the reopening at a time when people couldn't really understand exactly what the backdrop was going to be. It shows just how volatile this is. This shows also why people have become benumbed. If you were benumbed, you did well. If you tried to buy and sell, well, good luck to you. And that's the reason why people don't necessarily respond aggressively to some of these geopolitical risks.
Conditioned by the moves of the past few days once again, and maybe even more desensitized over the past couple of weeks off the back of some of this. Later on this morning, another event on the calendar for you. Chairman Powell, 2 days of testimony on Capitol Hill. It's day one today in front of the House Financial Service Committee, and coming into it, the Federal Reserve is under pressure, and the president is turning up the heat.
At 1:32 a.m. in a Truth Social post where he said, too late, Jay Powell does it again. He also said, I hope Congress really works this very dumb, hard-headed person over. Jeff Sherman of Double Line saying that that's an upgrade from some of the previous monikers that he got from President Trump. We will be paying for his incompetence for many years to come. This complicates a very real economic debate that is happening right now across Wall Street, which is, what is the bigger risk to the U.S. economy? Is it potentially weaker growth, or is it inflation? This dual risk that we are seeing sort of come to the fore in terms of the debate, where you have Bowman and Waller on one side, and you've got the Fed chair very much on the other.
The front end of the curve has just been anchored around this do-nothing posture over at the Federal Reserve. Just introduce some risk around that, I think, over the past couple of days, and maybe introducing the belief, for some people at least, that perhaps some of these meetings this summer might actually be live. And we might not just have to take the summer off.
So to put some numbers around that, right after last Wednesday's Fed meeting, there was about a 10% chance of a July Fed cut priced into Fed funds futures. Today, it's something like 23%. And this is after what we heard from Michelle Bowman as well as Chris Waller. So introducing the sense that even if we don't get a rate cut in July, we might get to cents for the first time in a long time.
Bond yields down by 2 basis points at the front end on a 2-year this morning, 3.84. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Emily Rowland of John Hancock as markets digest the fragile truce in the Middle East. Stephen Schork of the Schork Report as oil markets roll over. And Torsten Slok of Apollo as Fed Chair Jay Powell heads to Capitol Hill. We begin this hour with our top story. President Donald Trump lashing out.
I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing.
His next stop, a NATO summit in Europe. There right now is Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, a change from the president. Harsh words not just for Iran, but Israel too.
He's clearly lashing out and blowing off some steam this morning before he made his way onto Air Force One to come to The Hague to the NATO summit. He's saying that both Iran and Israel, he believes, were in violation of this, with the fact that this is a fragile ceasefire. And even though potentially is the start to the end of this 12-day or so conflict, and right now we do not have a protracted regional war, the fact of the matter is this is very tense and fragile. I was speaking to one senior observer of this region for years who was saying that the way they view it is that Israel now views Iran the way they view and have viewed in the past, say, Lebanon and Lebanese Hezbollah or Gaza and Hamas. If they see intelligence that could potentially be a threat, they will go out and neutralize it ahead of time. That means that we are going to be living in a very different, fragile region when it comes to the Middle East.
Looking forward to your coverage over in Europe over the next 24 hours. Anne-Marie Hordern at the site of the NATO summit, which the President of the United States is heading towards right now. Here's the view on Wall Street this morning. Emily Rowland of John Hancock Investment Management writing the following. Elevated geopolitical risks are not showing up in US markets just yet, where the focus is on managing risk in portfolio. Joining us now, I'm pleased to say, Emily Rowland. Emily, let's talk about this a little bit more. Here's the question from me. What risks are actually worth managing at the moment? Because for a lot of people, they're being rewarded by just ignoring pretty much everything.
It's amazing, John. It reminds us a bit of the Talking Heads song, Same as It Ever Was. Just looking back a week, you saw the typical geopolitical risk management narrative playing out with the dollar briefly catching a bid. You saw oil prices obviously higher, gold getting a bid, and all of that has quickly reversed. This is one of the biggest head fakes that we've seen for investors in quite some time. And now we're once again spitting distance from new all-time highs, sitting at 21.5 times forward earnings. Investors are chasing the riskiest areas of the market, really embracing a momentum-driven strategy, looking at pockets like unprofitable mid-cap growth stocks, and European equities is really the playbook this year. So really very little risk priced into the markets. High yield bond spread sub 3%. Markets seem to be calling the all clear here. We think it's more important than ever to consider risk management.
Max Kenner of HSBC asking a question, and I'll quote him directly. We think the biggest risk to our view is that we're not bullish enough. Emily, what are you suggesting people do then? Fade these moves? If so, how? Rotate out of what and into what?
Totally agree. This market is just pushing you into risk, John, and it's been really hard to resist that momentum. This technically driven, sentiment driven market has been a big challenge. It's not to say we don't have exposure to risk assets. We still love high quality stocks, ones with great earnings potential, good ROE, lots of cash. We're looking to find quality at a reasonable price. So we're finding it not only on the growth side of U.S. markets, but also in sectors like healthcare and utilities. We've been talking a lot with investors about infrastructure related assets. So these are the things that people need versus the things that they want. Look, the economic growth trajectory in the U.S. isn't great. It's not terrible, but the data have disappointed. We're starting to see cracks in the labor market. The consumer's coming under pressure with retail sales disappointing. So we want to be positioned for that environment, but markets are almost completely ignoring it and trading on a different planet. We think there's opportunities to trim risk here. We still think that the elevated yield available in bonds is very attractive here. Stocks are priced for perfection, and bonds to us are still mispriced for this disinflationary, slower growth environment that we see playing out through the back half of the year.
Emily, if this is truly a disinflationary environment, then maybe Michelle Bowman and Chris Waller are onto something, and the Fed should be cutting potentially as soon as next month. Is that inconsistent with the idea of the resilience in U.S. equities, or does it help fuel it?
For now, it helps fuel it. So you remember we talked a long time ago about the pivot party. There's a period where rates are coming down, disinflation's coming down, growth is slowly slowing, where equity markets are going to celebrate that because we know that stocks love a lower cost of capital. But then there does become a point where bad news is just bad news as it relates to growth. We think right now we're still sort of in a celebratory environment where disinflation through housing and shelter is playing a really key role. We actually do think that some of the recent Fed speakers, it makes a lot of sense. In fact, the Fed, if they were data dependent, they may be cutting already if it weren't for the specter of tariff-driven inflation. It was amazing to hear Powell last week say that every forecaster he knew suggested that inflation on the good side was going to pick up over the next several months. I don't know, maybe he's not reading the weekly emails that Matt Miskett and I are putting out there, but we've been highlighting the fact that housing and shelter disinflation, which is a much bigger component of overall inflation, is significantly slowing, which we think could actually offset the potential inflationary impacts of tariffs here.
If the Fed doesn't cut for the remainder of this year, do you think that that alone could actually accelerate a downturn in the economy and actually could end up leading to a protracted bout of weakness?
Yeah, I mean, you think about higher rates having this almost self-limiting mechanism where, you look at mortgage rates, picking up around 7%, that housing is completely unaffordable for many Americans right now. You think about credit card debt, auto loans all being elevated. There's a limiting factor that takes place the higher that rates remain that we think actually pushes growth lower. So we think it makes a lot of sense for the Fed to consider cutting here. It's probably, in our view, back end loaded as it was last year. The Fed obviously doesn't want to kowtow to any pressure from the executive branch in Washington. We are watching that really closely. So we think maybe they give us a little bit more color at Jackson Hole in August, probably not doing anything anytime soon, but we see the case for more aggressive cutting than markets expect as we look at the sort of later stages of the year.
So, Emily, what are the investment ideas you've got around that view? Do you sit at the front end and ride the rally on a 2-year save? You expect that deep cutting cycle that's not priced in? Are you moving out of cyclicality in the equity side of the portfolio? What are you suggesting people do?
Yeah, on the fixed income side, we're looking at the intermediate part of the curve, areas like MBS, investment grade corporate bonds, single A, even treasuries. We're looking at a benchmark level of duration, so right around 6 years. We're not going all the way out to the long end of the curve. The challenge, though, is sitting in the short end of the curve, is investors might miss out on the total return potential that is at play here in high quality bonds. The most popular investment within fixed income by far is still money market funds. We're sitting over $7 trillion in cash right now. The advisors that I talk to when I'm traveling say that their clients want to roll over those CDs and continue rolling them over. The challenge there is that investors tend to embrace money market funds all the way until rates are zero, and then they look to bond investments after a great period of performance. So investors tend to miss a lot of that duration benefit. So we're suggesting legging into duration, looking at the intermediate part of the curve, fading the momentum, sentiment-driven rally in areas like growth at any price stocks, European equities, which have been rallying on negative earnings growth, and redeploying that into a mix of high-quality stocks in the United States that are trading at a reasonable price.
Emily, beyond equities, I just want to finish on the bond market. There's an important assumption that we've all got to make a decision on. What happens to the long bond if growth does decelerate, if rates are cut at the front end, which is what the Fed controls, Fed funds? What happens to the bond at the long end?
Yeah, I mean, we think that bond yields fall across the curve here. We've seen this really unusual environment where this bear steepening has played out. That doesn't happen very often. And really, you know, there's an argument out there that politics are driving that. There was a huge question. You guys asked every single person that came on over the last few weeks, are you buying the 30-year Treasury at 5%? We don't think it's the worst idea to own, look at every backup on the 30-year as an opportunity around 5%. There's a lot of volatility there, so you've got to right size it. But we do think ultimately yields across the curve come down here as growth decelerates and disinflation sets in.
I can stand you 490 this morning. Emily, it's good to see you, as always. Thank you. Emily Ronan there of John Hancock Investment Management. Bond yield higher this morning by 2 basis points at the long end, but lower at the front end by 2 basis points. And this is the complicating issue for those of you that would like to unlock the housing market and get mortgage rates lower. The last time they cut interest rates, what happened? The long end sold off and yields rose and mortgage rates went up.
And could that happen again, especially if inflation expectations go up? Everyone seems to love the belly of the curve, the 5-year yield. And this is the reason why the yield on 10-year treasuries is now the highest relative to 5-year yields going back to late 2021. It just shows how distorted the market is getting around some of these views.
About a 45 basis point spread as we speak. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara Arnott. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Donald Trump accused Israel and Iran of violating the ceasefire he announced yesterday. Speaking to the media before he boarded Air Force One to head to the NATO summit, Trump expressed frustration with both countries and told them to calm down. Meanwhile, world leaders are gathering in The Hague for a 2-day NATO summit. As I just mentioned, allies are expected to endorse a goal of spending 5% of their GDP on security. But Spain's prime minister is refusing to agree to spending increases, arguing that 2.1% will be sufficient. Now, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte needs to keep Spain in line while also preventing others like Slovakia from breaking ranks. And passengers on a Paris-bound Qantas flight spent more than 15 hours in the air, only to end up back where they started. The flight departed from Perth, Australia, making it into Indian airspace before an Iranian missile attack closed airspace in the region, forcing it to turn around. The plane landed safely back in Perth earlier today. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Brutal. 15 hours. Absolutely brutal. Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara later this hour. Up next, the Morning Calls Plus. Stephen Schork of the Schork Group as oil prices roll over and drop back below $70 a barrel. That conversation up next, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. The opening pound 1 hour and 12 minutes away. Your scores look like this. Positive by 0.7%, just off session highs, but adding some weight to the rally that started yesterday, snapping a 3-day slide on the S&P 500 in yesterday's session and adding to the move so far this morning. On the Nasdaq 100 up by 0.9%. That's the stock market picture. Here are your morning calls. First up, Goldman downgrading Dollar General to neutral, seeing limited upside due to intense competition. That stock is down by 0.5%. Your second call from TD Cowen upgrading Lyft to buy, citing growth potential from international expansion. That stock is up by 5.5%. And your third and final call from Citi, raising its price target on Alphabet to 203, pointing to an improving digital advertising market. That stock is up by 1.25%. Let's turn from the morning movers and some of the morning calls to the commodity market. Crude oil dropping as the Middle East avoids the worst-case scenario. Stephen Shork of the Short Group writing the following. Geopolitical risk is underpriced. The market assumes the ceasefire holds. History says be sceptical. Stephen joins us now for more. Stephen, welcome to the programme, sir. Let's start with that quote, that last line. What about history makes you sceptical?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen this playbook before, Jonathan. And right now, what the markets have done, what the oil markets have done, they're pricing in a peace treaty. All we have now is a ceasefire. And as we learned this morning, a tenuous ceasefire at that. Yet the market is pricing as if this war, January 1991, when Desert Storm commenced and the West overthrew, the West with the help of its Arab allies, overthrew Saddam Hussein. And this is what the market's doing. It seems a bit premature at this point that we only have the ceasefire. It's not a peace treaty. The Tehran has not been overthrown by a pro-Western government, and yet prices have completely, I think, in our modeling, have overpriced this move.
Stephen, some people might say it's even better than the early 90s. In the early 90s in America, we were producing something like 7 million barrels of oil a day, and now we're close to double that. It's a well-supplied market, and we've learned from the Iranians they're not going to do anything about the Strait of Hormuz. Why should I pay attention to this situation? What do you say back to that point?
Well, let's be clear. The Iranians are doing something in the Strait of Hormuz. There's been GPS jamming and spoofing of navigational systems coming out of Tehran. So over the weekend, we had 2 VLCCs, very large crude oil carriers that can carry each 2 million barrels of crude oil, turn around to avoid the strait. So we do have a soft blockade, which will put pressure on crude oil supplies. So therein where it lies. We can only move crude oil prices higher if we see a disruption to the flow of oil, and we are seeing that on global markets. To address the issue about domestic production, yes, the United States is the world's largest producer of crude oil, but we do not produce, let's be clear on this, we do not produce all of the crude oil we need. So crude oil comes in very different varieties of viscosity, weight, so forth. Our refineries are geared, the majority of that, to refine a specific type of crude oil, which we don't necessarily produce. So the United States has to sell that crude oil on the global market and buy back the crude oil it actually needs. So yes, while you want to think you can make an argument, and in some ways you are, that we are energy dependent, no, we need foreign crude oil, again, because we don't produce as much as we do, we don't produce as much as we need.
The U.S. may not necessarily be immune to any kind of shipping disruptions, which I think is sort of what your point is underscoring. At the same time, there is more capacity to produce. There are a lot of oil rigs that have been taken offline in the past 6 months. There's been a discussion around $65 a barrel oil, and that's needed to bring some of those oil rigs online. How soon do you see that happening as a potential offset to any kind of supply disruption?
We are, at least, unless we see a sustained rally, that is sustained prices. I do think $65 a barrel is too low because we've been there pretty much for the majority of this year thus far, and we haven't seen an increase in production. Now, the Dallas Fed put out a survey at the beginning of the year asking oil executives what price do they need to see to excite them to bring more oil to the market. And that range was in between $71 and $75 a barrel. So we did pop over there briefly, but this rapid decline that we've seen, and yesterday we saw one of the largest declines ever in 40 years worth of oil trading. So that is going to scare a lot of executives. It's going to keep them correctly skeptical that this rally has any sort of staying power. So to answer that question, we are, at least I believe, a quarter away before we'll see any sort of price reaction, because the executives have to be sure confident that oil above $70, $75 a barrel is here to stay. This kind of volatility is going to scare off production and is not going to, regardless of the headlines, it's not going to introduce more production from the U.S. into the market.
It's also going to scare off traders that are trying to make a market and try to understand what kind of risk premium to put on the myriad risks that are out there. You say that geopolitical risk is underpriced. What kind of price do you assign it, given the volatility that we've seen in prices over the past couple of months?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. And look, we've got, as I said, we have 40 years worth of trading. So we have 40 years of Iraq invading Kuwait, Desert Storm, all the stuff that we saw in the early 2000s. So we've seen plenty of spikes, plenty of surges. So we know how to model those potential jumps in the market and address that drift and address that volatility. So it does take a little bit of mathematics, a little bit of probability analysis to assign a potential range. So what we've done for our third quarter pricing that we just issued yesterday is in potential outcomes, our interquartile range, that 50% envelope of where prices could trade, ranges in between $85 a barrel and $63 a barrel. Now, if we have a tail event, we see a further escalation of hostilities, and most importantly, we see a disruption to the flow of crude oil, then we go out to our tail risks. And this is based on kind of the volatility, the jumps, the amplitude and moves that we've seen in prior situations. So that brings us into a 95% confidence or 5% confidence that we could trade above $103 a barrel through the third quarter. And then worst case scenario, we're talking about oil at above $165 a barrel in the current environment. I want to underscore those are tail risks, very low probabilities nonetheless, but we only get there if we see a significant, prolonged disruption to the flow of global crude oil.
We certainly don't see that right now. We appreciate your time, as always, sir. Stephen Schork there of the Short Group. Thank you, sir. As we speak, crude takes another leg lower. We're down by more than 4% as we speak on Brent crude to 68.42. The turnaround in crude continues. Peter Chi of Academy's called this story really well. Just writing moments ago, it's helped to re-establish deterrence and it's sent a strong message to all adversaries. Up next on the programme, we need to talk about the Fed Chair, Jay Powell. He is going to be facing down Congress over the next 2 days. That testimony begins in about an hour and 30 minutes' time. We're going to hear from Mike McKee for a preview in just a moment and get the thoughts of Torsten Slock of Apollo as well. Live from New York City, this is Bloomberg. Just getting confirmation from the Israeli side on this fragile truce in the Middle East. The Prime Minister's office in Israel saying the following: Israel to abstain from further strikes. The latest on that truce, a so-called ceasefire in the Middle East at the moment. For the scores, they look like this elsewhere. Equity futures on the S&P 500 firmer by 0.7% on the S&P. In the commodity market, crude taking another leg lower. At the moment, 68.75 on Brent. We need to get you some headlines. We can do that with Michael McKee this morning. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, the Fed has released Jay Powell's initial preliminary testimony to the House Financial Services Committee, and there's nothing really new in it. It basically repeats his statement from last week's post-meeting news conference. He pushes back against the idea of imminent rate cuts, although he doesn't mention him by name. He says the timing of the cuts will likely depend on what Donald Trump does. Policy changes continue to evolve, Powell says in his statement, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. He says the best way to avoid that outcome is to know how long the tariffs will last, the size of the tariffs, and ultimately on keeping long-term inflation expectations contained. And he goes on to say, for the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. It sounds like he is standing against the Waller and Bowman view expressed over the last couple of days. The final notes from Powell I would mention is he says the economy remains solid. Uncertainty is elevated because of tariffs. Tariffs are pushing up inflation expectations, and the labor market is broadly imbalanced. And he says of the dual mandate, keeping inflation in check is probably the more important goal. They'll balance their maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. So it is not going to break a lot of ground, but we'll see what happens when the Q&A comes up. Obviously, Bowman and Waller's comments about a July rate cut will certainly get at least Republicans' attention up on Capitol Hill.
Well, Mike, let's get into that. We are well positioned to wait. Who is we? How many members of the FOMC stand behind that statement?
Well, right now it appears the majority do. We heard from Raphael Bostic overnight in a Reuters interview saying he still thinks one rate cut at the end of the year is the most likely. And pretty much everyone else who's spoken, besides Waller and Bowman, have suggested that they need more time to know what's going on. We did hear from Austin Goolsbee yesterday saying that if inflation continues maybe to fall, maybe we get on with it, but he didn't put a time frame on it.
Mike the Key with the latest. Mike, thanks for that, sir. To extend the conversation with us around the table, Torsten Slok of Apollo. Torsten, good morning.
Morning.
There's the testimony. We'll get the Q&A a little bit later at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We are well positioned to wait, are we?
Well, so let's take stock of where we are. Just last week at the press conference, Jay Powell said he expects a meaningful increase in inflation, and he said he didn't know anyone who didn't expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the next several months. And now we have Mickey Bowman and Chris Waller saying in the last few days, well, maybe we could already cut in July. It was, for both of them, contingent on not seeing that rise in inflation. But it is highly unusual that you have this public debate about should they be cutting in September, should they be cutting in July, especially when you take into account that this Friday, the consensus expects year-over-year inflation to go up. And next week, on Thursday, the consensus expects the unemployment rate to also go up. So that does bring you back to where does the FOMC put its weight? Does it put its weight on the fact that inflation is likely going to increase over the coming months, not only because of tariffs, but likely also because of the restrictions on immigration that have put some upward pressure on wage inflation? So there's plenty of upward pressure. Now oil prices are zigzagging a little here the past few days, but since the beginning of this month, oil prices are still up. So there's plenty of upside pressure on inflation that Jay Powell seemingly worries more about than other members.
The calendar matters. July 9th is the self-imposed deadline to have all these negotiations with trade partners and come up with the ultimate tariffs. The chairman saying this morning the ultimate tariff level will determine their impact. Will we have a better picture of that in a few weeks' time? And ultimately, when they convene in the next month or so, will they be in a position to say, you know what, we know now and we can make a call?
But that's why the jury is still out on this debate. Not only does monetary policy take 12 to 18 months before we begin to see the effects, but also, as you say, what are exactly the levels of tariffs here we're talking about? Are we staying at current levels with 30% on China, 10% on everyone else? Or are we about to see an increase? Scott Bessent said those countries who are not negotiating in good faith, they may go back to the level of tariffs we saw on Liberation Day, April the 2nd. So it could be that tariffs, we mostly expect that it will go down, but it could also be that tariffs potentially could go up. So that's why this debate becomes very, very important. And that's why we just don't know from a Fed perspective which of their FOMC members will end up being right. It could maybe be that Mickey and Chris Waller will be more right, but we just don't know at this point.
Let's say Jerome Powell goes to Capitol Hill, gets really grilled, and says, you know what, you're right. We should cut rates. We should cut rates next meeting. We should cut rates by 50 basis points. What happens on the long end of the yield curve?
Well, the risk here, of course, is when we saw the pivot party, when the Fed first started cutting, that we saw the long end go up. And the risk, of course, for the housing market is that we may also begin to see if the Fed ultimately starts to cave in to the view that, well, maybe inflation is not a problem, even before we know if it's a problem. The risk, of course, is that the long end may begin to say, well, then we want a term premium. Then we want some compensation for the risk that inflation may be allowed to be higher for longer. So the risk really here is, and I think Jay Powell will focus on this, we just don't know exactly what inflation will do over the next several months. So it's just a little bit too early to take the champagne bottle out and declare victory here over inflation, because he's worried that policy coming from tariffs, policy coming from immigration, and he might also be worried about oil prices putting upward pressure on inflation in the short term.
It's a really interesting debate around inflation. On one hand, either retailers and different businesses can pass along prices that they incur from the tariffs to consumers, and they can be fully absorbed, or they will take a hit to their profit margins, or some sort of combination of both. One thing about your work that's amazing is you really look at the granularity and what actually is happening on the ground. How much of the price increases have either come through have already been absorbed? What have we seen in terms of what different companies have actually been doing?
So different Fed surveys have exactly asked that question as a sub-question when they ask companies in their districts, are you passing cost on? And to what degree are you passing cost on? It varies a bit across sectors, but nobody is saying zero. Nobody is saying we're not passing cost on. Everyone is saying that they're passing some degree, some higher, some up to 80, 90%, some lower, 20, 30%. But the conclusion is exactly as you're saying, Lisa, someone needs to pay for the tariffs. Is it consumers in the form of higher prices? If it's not, and let's say that inflation does not go up, then I will really begin to worry about the S&P 500, because then the consequence is that earnings are going to take a much bigger hit, because then it's not consumers who are paying the bill for the ultimately higher import tax, but then it will be companies that will have to pay through lower earnings.
If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. Moments ago, prepared remarks from the Chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, as he heads into day one of two-day testimony on Capitol Hill. Mike McKee giving us some of the headlines from that. Mike, I want to bring you back into the conversation and talk about the calendar. At the end of July, July 30th, we get that Fed meeting, the news conference with Chairman Powell, and we're trying to figure out if we're going to know enough by then to make that a live meeting. Just go through the calendar for us, Mike.
Well, here's the problem, John. We get the PCE, as Torsten mentioned, this Friday, but it is going to show a year-over-year increase, according to analyst forecasts, because of base effects. And we don't get another PCE number until the day after that July 30th meeting. So CPI on July 15th is really going to be the only measure that we have. Now, it's the most detailed measure, but if you're trying to make a case for a rate cut, it might be harder to do without more backup. So for Waller and for Bowman, it's going to be kind of a difficult argument to make in there. Also on July 9th, as you mentioned, in theory, we get the latest tariff numbers, and everybody's going to have to work through those to figure out what that's going to mean for inflation. So even though we've got some people talking about the possibility of a July rate cut, it looks like still a very hard hill to climb.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. Torsten Slock of Apollo. A few final questions for you. Let's start with this one right here for the Federal Reserve. July 30th. Some people think that's too soon. Others say we can take some comfort from the inflation data over the past few months. Is it signal or noise, the downside surprises we've had over the last several months?
See, and if we really back up and think about what's going on, this is a stagflation shock. Inflation is going up, which says the Fed should be hiking. Growth is slowing down, which says the Fed should be cutting. So where are they going to put their weight? Do they like apples? Do they like oranges? Are they going in the Taylor rule to put more weight on inflation and say, well, we got to keep rates higher? That's clearly what Jay Powell is saying. And that's, of course, at the moment seems to be the baseline, at least from the press conference last week. But at the same time, if growth is slowing down and if we are really unlucky and growth slows down very quickly, then, of course, the decision of keeping rates higher will turn out to be a mistake. So that's why the textbook does not give you an answer to a stagflation shock. And given we have a stagflation shock, stagflationary impulse coming from tariffs, stagflationary impulse coming from restrictions on immigration, including deportations, and also a stagflationary impulse coming from higher oil prices. All those things really complicate the decision of where do they put their weight on slowing growth or rising inflation.
What will determine the response to that is how long-lived either the stag or the inflation actually is.
Exactly.
And on the inflation side of things, how instructive is the labour market right now? Suggesting that maybe look at the labour market, it's weakening up somewhat. I don't see that as a source of inflation, and therefore I can't make a strong argument for this inflation spiralling and getting out of control.
That's true. So that's why there is certainly a case to be made of that this inflation spike is transitory. Of course, as we know from when they said that last time, they're probably very reluctant to use those words. But I do think that the conclusion is, to your point, the consensus does expect that inflation by the end of this year will be higher than where it, of course, is today. So that's why if we have 3-6 months ahead of us with some upward push in inflation, the risk is that companies will view this just like they did in 2021-22 as a chance to say, well, maybe we need to think about pricing, and maybe therefore that you could have risk that inflation does become more ingrained.
Is there anything that you could see that would make you rethink the idea of stagflation? Think that maybe things are better than you're currently making them out to be? I was looking at Nathan Sheets over at Citigroup saying one thing that has just surprised him again and again is the resilience of the U.S. economy and the fact that it has been able to absorb all of these shocks again and again.
And that is absolutely correct. It is impressive how well the economy has behaved so far. But that being said, the consensus still expects the unemployment rate to go up on Thursday next week when we get the next non-farm payroll. So the consensus is still saying Yes, the economy may be strong, but the consensus still is saying we expect the labor market to weaken. And importantly also, with the restrictions on immigration and much less immigration, of course, coming into the country, we may also have the non-farm payrolls is now on the long-run average around 50,000. So that means that maybe we have a long-run level that we need to compare with that's also falling simply because immigration has changed so much from where we were a few years ago. So that's why the labor market weakening could both be structural in nature, it could also be cyclical. So it raises a lot of debates around, well, is the labor market weakening because demand is weakening, or is the labor market weakening simply for the structural reason that we have less immigration than we had before?
Just quickly, 50. We might have to get used to 50,000 on payrolls Friday.
Absolutely. Because if you take the demographics, remember there was the paper by Watson and Edelberg from the Hamilton Project that they basically showed at Brookings that under Biden we had strong immigration that meant that non-farm payrolls was roughly around 200,000 every month.
Yep.
But now we have literally border encounters are really running at a basically zero rate. And at the same time, we have deportations, of course, running at an annual rate roughly around 1 million people to be deported by the end of the year. All that means the labor force is shrinking. That means that the number of jobs created in the economy is going to be dramatically lower.
Torsten, always thought-provoking, always enjoy catching up with you. Thank you, sir. Torsten Slok there of Apollo. Prepared remarks just coming in from the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, saying we're well positioned to wait, and also saying the ultimate tariff level will determine their impact. Of course, we still don't know the ultimate tariff level. He's going to face a little bit of a grilling on Capitol Hill later this morning, first in front of the House Financial Services Committee, led by Chairman Hill, French Hill of Arkansas. So look out for that later at about 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's give you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara Arnott. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Senate Republicans are coming around to the $40,000 SALT cap proposed by the House in President Trump's tax package, but they want to lower the income threshold. The SALT provision is one of several holdups for the bill. Other issues include Medicaid cuts and green energy tax credits. Republican leaders hope to pass the bill by July 4th. Meanwhile, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang sold over $14 million of NVIDIA stock over 2 days. It's his first transactions under a plan allowing him to raise cash without spooking investors. According to our Billionaires Index, Wang is the world's 12th richest person with a $126 billion fortune, which is made up almost entirely of NVIDIA stock. And Starbucks shares have been volatile this morning, but are currently up higher as the company disputes a report that it's considering selling its China business. Caixin Global reported that Starbucks held talks with over a dozen potential partners, including 2 private equity firms. But Starbucks says it's not considering a full sale. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Up next on the programme, setting you up for the day ahead, we'll catch up with Troy Gajewski of FS Investments on signs of economic resilience, if there are any. Where are they? And we'll also catch up with Danny Berger to get you some single names, some morning movers going into the opening bell. Live from New York. You're watching Bloomberg TV. The Federal Reserve is well positioned to wait. The words of the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, going into his semi-annual testimony later on this morning. That kicks off at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The price action going into the opening bell about 42 minutes away. Equity futures up by 0.75% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, up by 1 full percentage point with some morning movers. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. There's been an absolute frenzy going on with stablecoin stocks ever since the Senate passed legislation helping to make it more mainstream, stablecoins, that is. Fiserv, one of those companies, it is up another 4.3% this morning on an announcement that it would be partnering with MasterCard to develop more stablecoin technology. So MasterCard also up 3%. The technology stablecoin, a real threat to MasterCard, to Visa, who handle payment systems. Uber also to the upside this morning in the pre-market trade. They have partnered with Waymo, and now if you're in Atlanta, you can order a Waymo on Uber's platform. Uber trying to position itself to Wall Street to say, hey, we are going to be the platform because of our huge customer base, because of our name recognition, that we will offer this type of technology. Again, it's only the second city that they're offering it in, but with that launch this morning, shares are up 3%. Finally, wrapping things up this morning with these movers on KB Home that reported earnings after the bell yesterday. It had lower profit, lower sales, also cut its full year outlook. Again, those shares down 1.5% in the pre-market. It's an affordability issue that the CEO flagged with rates still high, housing prices still expensive, but the CEO also adding in that consumers were delaying big purchases because of geopolitical uncertainty and macroeconomic uncertainty. John.
Danny, thank you. It's tough for housing, that's for sure. That stock is down by 1.5%. As we count you down to the opening bell, here's the trading diary, not just for today, but also the rest of this week. Today, the NATO summit is kicking off. 10 a.m. Eastern time, we'll get consumer confidence. Plus, Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying before the House Financial Services Committee on Wednesday, day 2 of the chair's testimony, this time in the Senate. Thursday, US GDP plus another round of jobless claims. Friday, core PCE and UMich sentiment. As world leaders gather at the NATO summit, geopolitical tensions continue to soar over the past few days. Anne-Marie joins us now for more. Anne-Marie, soaring through the weekend, de-escalating this morning.
Right. This has been a week of escalating to de-escalate, especially from the U.S. perspective. But this is going to be a very interesting NATO summit because the president is clearly coming in hot. He's really blowing off some steam this morning. He seems very annoyed and frustrated with both Iran and Israel. The fact that this is right now what you would consider a very fragile ceasefire, and this is what the concern is amongst allies, that this is very vulnerable right now for the region. The president is going to be met with really two different viewpoints here in Europe. You have France's Emmanuel Macron yesterday talking about the fact that he thinks the strikes from the United States on Iran are illegal, even though he doesn't want to see Iran have nuclear capabilities. And then you have someone like Friedrich Merz, the new German chancellor. Both of these men wrote in the FT piece today, but they clearly disagree about what is going on in terms of Iran. Merz had to say that he thinks Israel's doing the dirty work, and he says he shouldn't have an opinion because he really thinks that what the United States and Israel is doing is useful in terms of making sure they degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities. So what is going on in the Middle East is certainly going to overshadow this NATO summit that we're also, the president says he will get his exact definition, his words, speaking to reporters on Air Force One when it comes to Article 5. And for European allies, they want to also talk about another potential ceasefire, Jonathan, and that's what's going on this continent with Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
It'll be a fascinating few days over in Europe. Looking forward to your coverage, Anne-Marie. Thank you. Joining us now to build on some of this, Troy Gajewski of FS Investments. Troy, welcome back, buddy. It's always good to see you. Plenty of volatility in international relations. How much comfort can we take from the so-called resilience of the economic backdrop at the moment? Just how resilient are things?
Yeah, so I think that, as Torsten was saying before, and in your last interview, what continues to surprise people, particularly those with a more bearish bent on, whether it's 2022 and the tightening of financial conditions or obviously the threats from tariffs recently, is the fact that the U.S. economy, right, it's evolved over the decades to be much more of a service economy. We have a lot less sensitivity to trade than other economic blocks across the world. And net, when imports end up being reduced and exports either stay stagnant or reduced by less, you end up with better growth over time. And so if you drill down the numbers, like you think of consumption at the consumer level, obviously the labor market's weakening, but it's still relatively robust, particularly given the stress in the system from the trade war. And then you think of business fixed investment. Remember, one of the greatest things this country has going for it is the massive investment that's going on in AI and data centers. And so even with federal government spending cuts, which looks relatively unlikely in the short term, it was always very hard to get to a recessionary outcome. And now as we're getting more clarity on the fact that tariff risk is receding at least slightly, it just looks like a very unlikely scenario. So when you think about what that means for assets, it means even though equities are very expensive, there's more liquidity in the system today than there was pre-pandemic, M2. You still have supply of equities being sucked out of the market every year through share buybacks, which dwarf IPO volume. The trend for equities is still higher. And then in terms of the yield curve, it looks like we're due for another period of steepening as the Fed eventually starts to cut in the back half of the year. So, very interesting dynamic environment, but I think people tend to overestimate recession risk whenever there's any type of endogenous or exogenous shock.
Troy, just on the rate cuts, we'll hear from the chairman later on this morning. Are they the right kind of rate cuts? Are they the rate cuts that come because inflation's coming in or because there's something bad going on in the labour market?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of both, right? As we were discussing before. So if you think of inflation, obviously the inflation data recently was incredibly supportive. And that's one of the reasons why, if you looked at annualized monthly annualized growth rates of real income, which drives consumption, which drives the consumer's ability to consume, you're at a 6 to 8% annualized number, which is really, really stunning. So prior to tariff implementation, very, very good news. Obviously, there's going to be some noise, slightly higher inflation in the short term. But the labor market had to weaken from where we were in 22 and 23. You can't run an economy where you have 2 job openings per unemployed person and expect inflation to get to 2 to 3%. So the labor market's weakening. That will give the Fed plenty of cover to cut at the end of this year. Somewhere between 50 and 75 basis points. From our perspective, makes a lot of sense. Enough to support the labor market, not enough to set off another round of inflationary pressures and cause the market to over-obsess over that.
That last point's the important point. Troy, always appreciate catching up. Troy Gursky there of FS Investments. Looking ahead to the labour market later this week, Lisa, claims 243. The survey, the previous number 245, is something that's rattled Neil Dutter and others over the past few weeks.
If you look at the trailing average, the 3 and 6 month trailing average of jobless claims, they've been trending up to some of the highest levels that we've seen going back to the direct emergence from the pandemic. This raises some concerns for people. It is a reason why they do see cracks forming, even if they aren't obvious and glaring in any kind of material way.
Hard to fight this market at the moment, isn't it? Equities just keep rounding higher.
Credit
spread's still tight.
This has been a confounding market that is numb to a lot of the headlines. What is the biggest risk? Is it inflation, or is it a weakening economy, or is it some sort of pairing of the two? And that is still the debate, and it has been for the past couple of months.
Over the past few weeks, it's been the risk of missing out. The fear of missing out. Equity futures grinded higher again by 0.7% on the S&P 500. Will those moves give way to anything else? Crude, massive turnaround over the past few days. We've gone from the 80s to the 60s. We're down by almost 4% so far this morning. WTI, 65.94. Brent crude, 68.77. Coming up tomorrow, Greg Dacko of EY, former Chief of Staff to VP Mike Pence. Mark Short will catch up with Alicia Levine of BNY Wealth and Matt Hornback of Morgan Stanley. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Dan Schwartzman. A Republican plan to cut $250 billion in Medicaid and other health care spending has hit a procedural roadblock in the Senate due to a ruling by the Senate parliamentarian. Bloomberg's Kaylee Lines with details.
Two of these healthcare-oriented proposals, one that would limit states' ability to tax providers in order to fund Medicaid, another that would basically punish states that use Medicaid funding of their own in order to help fund healthcare for illegal immigrants. Those things cannot be included in reconciliation as they're currently written.
That's Bloomberg's Kaylee Lines. Senate Republican leaders are working to change the provisions to be able to comply with the rules. The roadblock can now lead to the vote, which was planned for Friday, being delayed. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court ruling in favor of South Carolina, allowing the state to exclude a Planned Parenthood affiliate from its Medicaid program. The court tossed out an appeals court ruling that had prohibited the state from removing Planned Parenthood South Atlantic after it was sued by the provider and a Medicaid recipient. The justices said the Medicaid Act didn't give beneficiaries a privately enforceable right to choose a specific provider. Planned Parenthood has received funding from Bloomberg Philanthropies, the charitable organization founded by Michael Bloomberg. Bloomberg Law is operated by entities controlled by Michael Bloomberg. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth spent a good portion of a press conference criticizing the media for questioning the effectiveness of U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear program, citing a preliminary assessment that said the strikes caused severe damage. Hegseth focused on a report by the Defense Intelligence Agency that said important aspects of Iran's uranium enrichment program at the underground Fordo facility were still intact despite the bombing. Hegseth claimed the media was out to embarrass President Trump as well as discredit service members by claiming the bombing was not as successful as initially thought. Hegseth says to think about the big picture.
There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities.
That's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Meanwhile, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane was asked if he was pressured to give an upbeat assessment of the strike.
No, I would not. My job as the chairman is to offer a range of options to the president and the National Command Authority to deliver the risks associated with each of those, and then take the orders of the National Command Authority and go execute them.
That's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei finally emerged from his bunker, claiming victory in the war with Israel while saying the U.S. intervention did not accomplish anything. Khamenei hasn't appeared in public since the start of the war on June 13th, as Iran feared Israel would try to assassinate the leader. While President Trump has said Iran's nuclear sites were, quote, obliterated, Iran has only said they were badly damaged. In an interview on Bloomberg Television, Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco President Mary Daly says she sees evidence that tariffs may not lead to a larger sustained inflation surge, which would help the case for a rate cut this fall.
It's both sides of our mandate that have really come into frame since we brought inflation down from the really high levels to something that's closer to our target. Ultimately, we have to watch both sides, and that's what I'm doing. And then the fall looks promising for a rate cut.
Daly also says that monetary policy is currently in a, quote, good place. She acknowledges, though, that the labor market is slowing, but does not see warning signs that it's weakening. Other Fed officials, such as Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee and Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin, are more cautious and so far do not support a rate cut at the next meeting. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert Kennedy Jr.'s Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices has voted 5-2 in favor of recommending Merck's Enflonsia, a one-time shot that protects against RSV, which is the most common cause of hospitalization in infants. Enflonsia won FDA approval earlier this month for children under 1 who are entering their first RSV season. The vote by the panel was closely watched, as RFK Jr. had recently replaced all the members, including with some vaccine skeptics. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 nearing a record high driven by banks and tech stocks. It's right now up 42 points or 0.7%. Nasdaq's up 148 points or 0.75%. The Dow up 325 points or 0.75%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.278. The 2-year yield at 3.749. All eyes on Nike as the shoe and apparel giant will be reporting after markets close. Currently, Nike stock is up 1.5%. Meanwhile, with consumer spending growing in the first quarter at the weakest pace since the onset of the pandemic, gross domestic product declined at a downwardly revised 0.5% annualized rate. Gas prices stayed stable despite a fragile ceasefire in the Middle East. Prices at the pump are more than 20 cents lower than a year ago as we head into the busy July 4th holiday driving season. According to AAA, the national average price of gasoline has hovered around $3.20 a gallon this week. AAA also projects that nearly 62 million of the expected 72 million Americans who will be traveling for the holiday will do so in cars. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Dan Schwartzman, and this is Bloomberg.